for the longest cycle. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Oh, the halos are on. Our halos are on right now? Oh, buddy. I don't have a TV in my office. That's the one upgrade I need to make. There's just nowhere to really put it. It's a weird layout in here. Who got the bell today? Warren got the bell today. We were up in here early. Let's go, Warren. Good morning. Hello.
Well, that's new. Nice.
Damn, dude. Harrison Barnes finally decides to hit a game-winning 3 against Golden State. Brutal.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Mrs. Mack? What's up, baby daddy? What's up, Adam? Good morning, David.
Good morning, everybody.
Spencer. Hi, Joe. Who else is here? Wessack is here. Pat is here. David Jackson is here.
Good morning, David.
Bold and italicized. Hi, Katrina. Good morning. Hello. What's up, Steven?
Good morning, Spencer. Scooter.
We are? Well, that looks... I don't know what that burrito is, but that looks good.
Nick Allen, I thought we traded you to the Atlanta Braves.
10 seconds.
Get to that for sure. Good morning. Happy Thursday, everyone. Best day of the week. Kyle Madsen here. James Ham there. Joe Brazil over yonder behind the glass. Where the insiders are hanging out with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento's sports leader. We'll talk about the Kings' loss to the Nuggets, and then stuff in the West got really weird last night. We're also 2 weeks out from the NBA draft. So stuff didn't get weird in the West. The West took care of business, except Golden State choked, and we'll talk about it. But we are 2 weeks out from the NFL draft, and we're going to squeeze in some NFL draft talk today. That's happening today because I got thoughts, I got takes. But before we do the Kings loss to the Nuggets, first of all, good morning, everybody listening on 1320 AM on your radio. Everybody on your free Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320, favorite our station. That way it comes up right away when you open the app. You can listen to us live anywhere around the world. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, hello, good morning. Appreciate you, everybody, in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And, of course, if you're listening on the podcast, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, hello from the past. Hope the future is going well. I want to give a quick shout-out, James, to our guy, JC. Sales guy, JC. Because it is a payday Thursday, which is my day to bring donuts because of some circumstances with some other stuff I'm doing. I'm not in the office this week. And I was like, okay, maybe I can DoorDash donuts. I'll figure something out. Maybe I can Venmo James and have him get donuts, whatever, like I'll figure something out. And then I wake up this morning to a chat from JC that's like, boys, I got donuts. Like JC, my guy.
The best part is, Kyle, first of all, I never checked the chat. So I didn't know. So I walk in the building. I'm about to walk up the stairs, and it hits me that it's Thursday and that I don't have donuts. And I was thinking the same thing. Oh, man, am I going to have to DoorDash some donuts?
Sure.
I walk in, and there's donuts on the counter, and it was victory. Victory formation means I grabbed a paper towel and went and grabbed a donut.
So
I felt like Tim Tebow. I took a knee and took a donut.
Just shout out. You felt like Tim Tebow because you were saluting JC. I love that. So come on, we're here all week, folks. We're here all week, folks. So we had Donut Thursday did not collapse upon itself, and then also the return of Wiener Wednesday yesterday.
That happened
because apparently right now at Wiener Schnitzel You go in there and you throw a 20 on the counter and they give you 20 chili dogs.
Yes.
And so JC and John and our sales staff brought in chili dogs yesterday. So just really happy to have food themed days taking over the office. It's really the best way to go about being in office.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I totally agree.
Hell yeah. Kings lost last night, 124-116. A bummer for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It was a weird game going in, and it felt a little strange throughout because it felt like, to me anyway, I don't know how you felt sitting there, but there were definitely the moments, and we'll talk about DeMar DeRozan, where it was just the DeMar DeRozan show on offense. And it was like the Nuggets put Aaron Gordon on him, which I think is really smart because he's a bigger, better athlete and a good defender. And DeMar just can't body him the way he bodies other players.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like after he failed to score on him a couple times, it became DeMar's personal challenge to just try and score on Aaron Gordon just to prove he could do it. And it was just you saw that like push pull. We saw moments with the Kings offensively where we saw some of that offense and some of the motion and the passing and the things that really make them successful. But then you also saw these moments of, no, this is not somebody dribbling around and trying to take a tough shot is not the best version of this offense. And like I said, I didn't think it was 48 minutes of it last night, but it was enough minutes that Denver was able to pull away early and keep the Kings at arm's length.
Yeah, look, what we saw the last couple of games was just this really, really strong team basketball.
Mm-hmm.
The ball is moving, players are moving, everything is going well. And then for, like this happens, like I swear every fourth game, that just all goes out the window.
Yeah.
And it becomes like ISO basketball, one-on-one. And when this typically happens, it's a player who you're not wanting that from.
Yes.
It's like, hey, look, if you're hitting every shot, that's fine. If you're hitting 6 of 10 or 8 of 10, but to go into the first quarter and hoist up an incredible 2 of 8 from the field in the first quarter. What are you doing taking 8 shots in the first quarter? You're on pace for 32 shots.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
You get to the second quarter and not only you're 2 of 8 in the first quarter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not hitting. You're not on fire. And then you get to the second quarter and it's 2 of 6 in the second quarter. You go to halftime and, again, like this isn't just to trash DeMar DeRozan every time, but why are you 4 of 14 at half and no other player has more than 8 shots? And after the 8 shots, no one else has more than 5. Like you took all the shots. I don't know what to say. Yeah. Like at what point do you think that that's going to win the game? Because going 4 of 14 in the first half is not going to win any basketball games. But here we are.
4 of 16 through the first 3 quarters. And this is not, again, we have talked about, we know DeMar DeRozan's a Hall of Famer. We know he's one of the best mid-range scorers ever. Like this is not an anti-DeMar DeRozan in a vacuum thing. It's the glaring thing when the Kings aren't playing well. And there's other things that went wrong last night. You can't go into a game expecting to win when the opposing team has all 4 starters scoring 20 plus and their starter who didn't scoring 18. Like that's a problem too. The Kings had issues all over the court last night, and they're missing Keegan Murray. Obviously, I think they miss. I saw somebody in the chat said you saw last night how much they miss Keegan Murray and Jake LaRavia. I think that's especially true against the Nuggets. They can throw a ton of length on the floor. So I think that all matters too.
Yeah, against the Nuggets in the past, earlier in this season, they sent Keegan Murray and Jake LaRavia at Jokic. Mm-hmm. That's how they defended him. In this game, they tried to use Trey Lyles in the same fashion. Hey, look, I thought Trey Lyles held up as best as he could. But having multiple players, having these other guys that can step in and actually do that, it helps. And, when you don't have them, it is a glaring weakness. I mean, the Kings are down 3 rotational players right now. And that's 2 of them are all your length and athleticism at the wing.
Yep.
It's tough.
The one wing who played off the bench last night was Doug McDermott. That's the wing who played the other Devin Carter, Isaac Jones, and Jonas Valanciunas. Those are your options off the bench right now. And that's just not.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's where like the DeMar DeRozan thing. We bring it up because, like I said, it's so glaring, and he's such a force offensively, and he takes up so much oxygen when he decides I'm just taking over this game. But that's just kind of it. Like when your bench is Devin Carter, Doug McDermott, 9 minutes of Jonas Valanciunas, and 6 minutes of Isaac Jones. Like that's just going to be hard to beat any team.
Yeah.
So I think they were playing a little bit with one hand tied behind their back last night. But when your leader in shots taken, DeMar DeRozan takes 26 shots and makes 8 of them, and none of them are assisted. Like no creation, no offense, no flow. It was really, really glaring. I thought in the first half, and I think that's where the game was kind of won. The Nuggets got ahead, and the Kings, just because of the depth issues we're talking about, because of the injury stuff, they just didn't have the horses to climb up that hill.
Yeah, and I would say
now we're here.
The reason why they even hung around in the first half is because they had a couple of guys get on heaters. Like Doug McDermott came in the game and hit 3 of 4 from 3. And I know I got this question on Twitter. Well, you need more minutes for Doug McDermott in the second half. And it's like, well, Doug McDermott played like 7 minutes and 46 seconds in the first half and 6 minutes and 44 seconds in the second half. The difference is that he went 3 of 4 in the first half and 0 for 1 in the second half. And you can say, number one, Doug needs to be more aggressive. You can say, number two, his teammates need to look out for him more and try to get him open looks. And number three, hey, it's possible that the Denver Nuggets made an adjustment and tried to take away a really good shooter in Doug McDermott, who caught fire in the first half. And that opened the door for a guy like Keon Ellis to start hitting some threes.
But man, look, more Doug McDermott is not like, I'm sorry, that's not an answer for me. He got 15 minutes last night. That's probably about as much Doug McDermott as you want in a game. So I'm not pounding the table for more Doug McDermott minutes. It's just that the Kings are in a tough spot right now with their roster being where it's at health-wise. You're missing Malik Monk. That's obviously a big deal. You're missing Keegan Murray. That's obviously a huge deal, especially defensively. You're missing Jake LaRavia. It's a huge deal, really, on both ends of the floor. Like, you just don't. That's most of your size with Keegan and LaRavia. And I think if that's the case, you got to play basically perfect basketball, and they didn't last night. And I think you got to credit the Nuggets too.
Oh, yeah.
We speculated yesterday, like, man, they might be the team that they might be in disarray. It's David Adelman's first time as a head coach. Like, what's this going to look like? And they came out and played exceptional. We said that the others were the ones if it's going to be hard to limit Jokic, but you can't let the others get loose. Well, you held, quote unquote, Nikola Jokic to 20 points, 12 boards, and 11 assists. That's a mediocre night for him.
Yeah.
But then you've got Christian Brown, 25, 4 and 2. Aaron Gordon, 21, 3 and 5. Michael Porter Jr., 21, 5 and 2. Jalen Pickett, 18, 1 and 4. It just, like, that's the thing that can't happen. And I think that game goes differently if you do have Jake LaRavia, if you do have Keegan Murray, where you have maybe some different bodies you can throw at these guys. But man, Aaron Gordon's just such a tough matchup. Christian Brown is having a really, really nice season, really good athlete, really tough matchup for the Kings, and especially this version of the Kings.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have no versatility. If you're the Kings, like, you lost all your defensive versatility when Keegan and Jake LaRavia missed the game. And, like, look, that's going to be a problem. If you can't get them back, if you can't get them healthy here by the end of the season for the play-in, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Like, you don't really have an opportunity to advance. You might be able to beat a team like Dallas. You might not. Like, we don't know. But what we do know is that, like, if you get past Dallas and you get to the next team, which could be one of like 8 different teams at this point, it's just wild. But you're going to face long, athletic, super athletes that just are going to score on you nonstop if you don't have the just basic, like, 2 or 3 6'8" guys who can jump and who can play defense. And that's where the Kings are right now. And until they get healthy, and that may or may not happen, we have confirmation right now that that just came through that Malik Monk has a calf strain. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He's done for the rest of the season. He's done for the plan. So like if you're gonna pin all your hopes to Malik Monk walking through that door, that's not happening. The only way Malik Monk plays again this season is if you get into the playoffs.
Man, I want to put a pin in the Malik thing because we got to go here in a couple of minutes and pay some bills. But just what you brought up about if you can't get Jake LaRavia and Keegan Murray healthy, you're not going to get Malik Monk for the play-in as you just laid out. But the fact of the matter is regardless of what your roster looks like, there are some like Boston. Maybe this is the exception for. Maybe Cleveland. This is the exception for. Maybe even OKC. But you cannot go into a postseason situation, whether it's play-in or playoffs, with 5.5 players. And that's basically what the Kings have right now. You have your 5 starters, and then who's their best bench guy last night? Is it Devin Carter? Is it Jonas Valanciunas?
Maybe. That's a problem.
So that to me, and like I said, I know we opened this with DeMar DeRozan and his numbers, but I wanted to take a step back from that because there's a much larger problem blooming here. And it's that. It is that the Kings have 5 dudes and then some level of bench production that's completely TBD on a matchup to matchup basis. And that's just not tenable. Whether DeMar DeRozan takes 26 shots or 6 shots, like that, having that as your roster at this stage of the season, it's just going to be really, really difficult to win games, whether it's against Denver, Dallas, Memphis, Golden State, or otherwise. And yeah. I think that's going to be as we move along here, barring a significant turnaround from the Kings. I think whenever their season comes to an end, that will be the thing that is ultimately what dooms them.
Yeah, I totally agree. But this is something that we've been talking about for 3 years. Like, you had to address the position. You had to go find length and athleticism at the wing. And you went out and got one of them at the trade deadline, like a Tester and Jake LaRavia, a guy who is an unrestricted free agent this summer. But at the same time, like, you needed more. And, you hope that maybe Jay Crowder, even Doug McDermott, like, go out there and give you some minutes. But defensively, you just don't have the answer for so many teams in the league and so many players in the league.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's especially at this point of the year where you're going to start playing all the best teams because all the best teams typically have those players. But we'll keep talking about that. You mentioned the Malik Monk injury. I want to discuss what exactly that means for the Kings and actually how much that affects them one way or the other, because he doesn't provide any of the answers that we're talking about with length and athleticism. But there's some people, me and others, who believe he's their most important player. So what does the Malik Monk injury mean for the Kings? We will dive into that. We'll dive into what's happening elsewhere in the Western Conference because it's going to be an insane finish over these next couple of games. We'll dive into that as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is pushing buttons and doing a bunch of other stuff behind the scenes. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, Scooter, I'm with you, man. I didn't take last night as like, oh man, they just didn't try. It's just like, dude, they just didn't have the horses.
Yeah. Your point too.
Sorry. Oh God. Okay, there we go. I've stopped clicking things. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Your point. Like, they got outscored 33-25 in the first quarter. Then they tied the second quarter. They got outscored by 2 in the third quarter, and they outscored the Nuggets by 2 in the fourth quarter. Like, outside of the first quarter where they lost by 8, they were straight up. Like,
they were a net zero the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hey, did you see that photo I sent you? Because we were talking before the game about like, oh man, what's David Adelman going to do in his first day as a coach, and what are they going to do? And then they show this during the broadcast. It's just Jokic with a whiteboard and David Adelman not paying attention. Because there's Jokic, I don't know how to do this. There's Jokic and everybody on the bench looking at him with the whiteboard. And then there's, how do I do this? There's David Adelman. Like, well, all right.
I think the interesting thing is he's run the offense there for like 8 years, and that offense has been really good.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this on the air though. Like,
okay.
I could not have been more impressed with an opening press conference.
Yeah. Dude is built for it, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get into the Tony Jones, Sam Amick piece at all?
No, I did not have time to read it. I saw the headline, but
I'll give you the clip notes.
Yeah. Tony Jones last night. Tony is like incredible. One of the funniest dudes ever. He went bonkers watching the end of the Spurs Warriors game. Like screaming, yelling, like in the press box, like everyone's looking down. Like,
who's doing this?
Tony Jones.
What?
Like he was having such a good time. There was a bunch of reporters like huddled around his laptop watching the end of the Warriors Spurs game.
Oh.
And it was like, wow, what is happening down there?
Hey, we'll talk about that game in a little bit, but Stephon Castle's a hooper, dude. Stephon Castle can freaking play.
Yeah.
Steph was a plus 13 last night. No other Warrior was plus. There were 0 or minus. Excuse me. Trace Jackson Davis is a plus 3 in 3 minutes. But nobody else. Yeah, dude. They really like Jalen Pickett, according to this Tony Jones, Sam Amick piece.
Yeah.
And that was actually, we'll get into it. Hui. Oh yeah, Mike.
So Jokic had enough of Mike Malone.
Yeah, him and some other dudes.
10 seconds.
There's also a Moonraker growler right here.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, back here. Hanging out. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's also here. Malik Monk. Out at least 2 weeks. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks, which would put him out through the play-in. I actually kind of think that if like this scenario is where the DeMar DeRozan signing made the most sense. Or the DeMar DeRozan trade, I guess. Made the most sense. Because last season, Malik Monk got hurt against Dallas. And the Kings didn't have any additional shot creation. It was just they didn't have that extra offensive punch combined with Kevin Huerter's injury. It's just like, man, they need another shot creator. They need another scorer. And then you get one of the best shot creators and scorers in the history of the sport in DeMar DeRozan. It's like, cool, you've insulated yourself from this Malik Monk injury. Now you're kind of cooking with gas, and it obviously hasn't worked out that way. But when I see Malik Monk go down now for 2 weeks, obviously you don't want to see any players get hurt, but living in this reality, to me, the Kings have the horses to withstand that loss. Like that's their team is built to survive without Malik Monk now in a way that it used to not be.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see it, obviously you feel bad for Malik. You know he wants to play, and he's fun to watch. So you'd rather see Malik play than not play. But I don't feel like this is as catastrophic as it was last year when he went down for the season.
Well, I think it's not as catastrophic as long as you play the game the right way. As long as
sure,
you're bringing the ball up and getting into some sort of offense. because that's what I saw last night. That's not what it was not. You did not go down and get in an offensive set. Like it was ISO ball almost the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think you need a player like Malik who's out there creating for others. I thought, again, Zach LaVine had 10 assists, 11 assists last night. I thought he was phenomenal setting up his teammates
really
and
good.
getting everybody involved, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the easy choice is always just run the ball through Domas. And then they don't. And then you're just so confused. And you're wondering, why exactly are you not letting him set the table for everybody? And why are you taking him out of the game plan? And so for me, I like watching the game play out last night. I think, yeah, the Kings can survive without Malik Monk for stretches, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't survive without Malik, Jake LaRabia, Keegan Murray. You can't survive without all these other. You might be able to function, but you're not going to be successful. And to watch the game play out again, where, this is not the Kings basketball we saw in the last two games. Like when they beat the Cavs and when they beat the Pistons, that's not how they won. So why are you doing this now? Why are you walking into your home building and just playing a different style of basketball? And that's because a lot of it's because they just don't have an identity yet. And the identity of the team is not strong enough. And the system in place today is not strong enough to survive, tough times against good teams consistently. And so for whatever reason, like when you're in that game and you're seeing the same thing play out again and again, somebody has to say something. And again, this is a coaching aspect. This is the teammate aspect. This is all of it. And to be honest, I think someone did at halftime. I think there's a reason why DeMar DeRozan went 4-14 in the first half and 0 of 2 in the third quarter.
Sure.
Because somebody said something. But that has to resonate throughout an entire game. And that is, again, if you want to know why you won the last couple of games, it's because the secondary scorer was DeMar DeRozan.
Right.
Not the number one. And in this game, it felt like he was like, I'm the number one. And you're like, what? I don't understand. Like, why do you feel that way? And not only that, but like Zach LaVine is the clear number one leading scorer on this team. He should be
so clear.
Yeah. And so for him to go out there and, here's the other point that you made, right? In the first half, overall, you said DeMar DeRozan had eight buckets. Not one of his made field goals were assisted.
Yeah, at least not according to the basketball reference play-by-play.
Okay. Zach LaVine came out and in the first half had what? 8 assists in the first half? Like he looked to get his teammates open and get them shots.
Yeah,
but now
in the
one
first
of those
half, 4 in the second half.
7 in the first half. Okay, 7 assists in the first half, and not one of those went to DeMar DeRozan. It's just like 4 of these kids are doing one thing, one of these kids is doing his own thing.
Yeah.
Like it's just really, really interesting the way that this plays out and how the Kings can't stop it in the moment. Because it's not like DeMar DeRozan was cooking and you kept feeding him because he's cooking. No, he kept getting the ball with 18 seconds on the shot clock. And then that was it. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Like the rest of the shot clock is his. And so, like, I don't know how many times we have to like have this same like discussion, but it feels like we do because it's the glaring weakness to this team right now. Depth is a huge issue.
Yeah.
Straight up shot selection. Like, I don't know. Aaron Gordon is bigger, stronger, faster, more athletic than DeMar DeRozan. He's an exceptional defender. He's a very, very good defender. Like, what are you doing? Like
he's like the one guy, and there's probably more than one, but he's the one guy that it has been so clear from the opening possession that DeMar's gonna have a hard time scoring on this dude. Like just and again, and I understand where DeRozan's kind of coming from because like there's not that many guys in the league, and there never have been, that have just been a tough matchup for DeMar DeRozan. Like he's 26th all time in scoring, but it was so clear that first time where he tries to create that space with his shoulder, but Aaron Gordon doesn't go anywhere because he's freaking 6'9", 260 or whatever he is. That shoulder goes into the chest. He doesn't go anywhere. He gets vertical, and DeMar starts pump faking, and he doesn't have to jump. He's going to contest. He's just going to stand there, and he gets up a bad shot. It's like, all right, that's not going to work tonight. Or if it is, like, you got to do something to get Aaron Gordon. You got to get him away from that matchup. And it was like he just went at him like, no, this guy actually can't stop me. Everybody watch. It's like, that's not conducive to winning basketball games.
Yeah,
particularly against a good Nuggets team.
Yeah, and I thought that there were times late in the game where he got swapped onto Jalen Pickett, and he scored over him.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, that's fine.
Sure.
But we also saw this against Cleveland, where it's like, hey, you can't do that to Evan Mobley. He's just longer. Like, you cannot get that shot up over him consistently and hit. So I just feel like there is this weird, like, I don't know, you're watching it play out, and for me, it gets very frustrating. And I know, like, Sean Cunningham and I go back and forth on this. He disagrees with me entirely.
My favorite thing.
Yeah, he just, like, absolutely disagrees with me, and, like, yeah, I'm like, this is why you brought him in. And it's like, no, you brought him in because he's a scorer. You didn't bring him in just to go ISO all the time. You're not even in an ISO team.
Right.
And he turns you into an ISO team. Right. And that's the tough thing, because once he starts doing this, a lot of the other players start standing around. You don't get nearly as many rebounds. You're not getting all of the extra stuff that you normally get in the flow of an offense, because there is no flow. It's not a flow offense anymore. You're like, okay, well, I guess we're just standing here while he's either going to cook or not cook.
That's it.
Yeah.
Just everybody stand around and watch. It's not good offense. Speaking of, in honor of DeMar DeRozan, our Jiffy Lube keyword for today is for DeMar DeRozan. So you go to ESPN1320.com. You're going to go to the Jiffy Lube contest page, and you're going to enter this keyword that I'm about to give you for your chance to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get via this giveaway, or if you work it. But we're giving this one away. So $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, exclusive Insiders hoodie, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. ESPN1320.com. Hit the Jiffy Lube contest page, and you're going to enter the code word TAKEOVER. All one word, TAKEOVER. Because that's what DeMar did last night. Just took over the offense. TAKEOVER. All one word, TAKEOVER. There you go. We'll pull a winner on Friday.
There we go.
Is that our last one of the year on Friday?
Oh, it might be. Oh, Joe is shaking his head. Yes.
Is nodding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, get your entries in now. Take over at ESPN1320.com. Type that code word in at the Jiffy Lube contest page. Joe, is Sam still there? Is Sam still on the line? All right, Sam's not on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Would love to hear people get their thoughts on the Kings' loss last night, 124-116 to the Denver Nuggets. Was it a DeMar DeRozan thing? Was it a depth thing? What happened to the Kings last night in your estimation? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. We'd love to hear from you. Were you surprised Terrence Davis didn't play at all last night?
No, because he flew in over, like, he didn't get in until midnight last night. He had to take his physical in the morning, so he missed shoot around. I did talk to Terrence in the locker room in pregame. I put the video up at some point in pregame. Just genuinely happy to be back in the league. He said Trey Lyles was the first Kings player to call him and wish him congratulations on having him come back. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but every time you step on an NBA court, even if for one game, you get another year of service towards your retirement. And I know that doesn't seem like that much to people out there. They're like, well, realistically, what does that mean? But every year of service, you get like $800 a month when you turn 50. So again, you play 10 years, you're going to make like $96,000 the rest of your life. And so these things do matter. And, so
wait,
you're
really?
happy to see it. Yeah. Every year of service, you get $800 a month. So 10 years worth of a service, you get that's a retirement plan for NBA now. And it doesn't, again, you're like, oh, these guys make millions of dollars. It's like, but by the time they get to 50, like more than half of these guys are broke. That's just the way it's always been. I think it was
there's whole documentaries about it.
Yeah, 65% of the stat that used to be like a decade ago was 65% of NBA players are bankrupt 4 years within 4 years of retirement. Like it's tough. I mean, I hope it's gotten better because, like people are, learning how to manage their money better. But that's why some of these things matter. It's like when a guy gets on the court, you're like, hey, this is exciting for him. If you get 4 years of service, you're vested in the league, and that's what your retirement looks like.
Man,
and
that's
so
cool.
Yeah, so for me, I
played
really,
a decade in the league.
Terrence is a very nice guy. Since we last saw him, his son, I think he said, was 6 now, because he used to have his son with him all the time on the court. Him and his wife have had a baby girl. Things are looking up for him. It's just he went through a catastrophic injury. He didn't get a contract coming out of when he left the Kings. So he joined the G League, and then like 7 games in, blew his Achilles, and then spent a year rehabbing. And, got back in the G League this year, sort of proved up that he can still play. And I think he can provide energy and some of the things that Malik Monk can provide. It's just tough, like, to just throw a guy in and say, okay, like, we know you haven't played in basically a year. Well, you haven't played in the NBA in 2 years. We need you to go out there and give us 10 points or something. And I think Terrence can, but, I also think getting a practice like they probably will today would really help him.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know, it's not that I was just asking more, like, I wasn't sure if we'd see him last night or not, or what the deal would be. I don't think the Kings were a Terrence Davis stint away from winning that game. That wasn't why I was asking.
No.
Just to be clear, in case anybody thought I was like, I need more TD.
Yeah, I just think you never know, though, with Terrence. And that's always been the fun thing about him. Fun and frustrating.
Fun for us, I'm sure.
Yeah, like
not
when he steps on the staff. Yeah, if he steps on the court and he hits his first shot, you're usually in for a wild ride. Like, okay, this is fun. He misses his first shot, and it can get ugly pretty quick. And that's just kind of the way he is, a true microwave scorer. And when he's hot, you got to keep feeding him the ball. Get out of the way. And he's electric. So I'd like to see him get at least a little bit of burn here in the last 2 games and see if you got something, because you might need him. You might need him, especially if Malik. We're talking 2 weeks. Malik is out 2 weeks until reevaluation. That doesn't mean that, like, if the Kings somehow win 2 play-in games and they make the playoffs, you might not have Malik Monk in the first round. We don't know.
Sure,
it's possible he'll be reevaluated, but reevaluated with a calf strain is totally different than reevaluated with like a grade 1 ankle sprain. You're not going to mess with a calf injury. If what you don't want to have happen is exactly what happened to Terrence Davis, where he blew his Achilles.
Yep. You got to be super cautious with those calf injuries, especially for an explosive player like Malik Monk. But like I said earlier, I'm less concerned now, given the state of the Kings roster with Malik Monk being out, than I might have been at this point last year. This is the Insiders. James there. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil behind the glass on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Luka's return to Dallas last night went as well as I think anybody could have expected. I know you were busy, so I don't know how much of this you got to watch, at least with the sound on. So they do the tribute video, and Luka cries during the tribute video because my man did not want to leave Dallas. Very, very clear he expected to spend his career in Dallas. Then he goes out, and every time he touched the ball, the fans cheered him. Like, you know how usually, like De'Aaron Fox, every time he touched the ball when he came back to Sacramento, there were boos. But because of the nature of the way Luka got traded, and the fact that he got traded, Mavs fans are mad at the organization. Like, there's no ill will toward Luka, right? Like, he didn't do anything. And so people, every time he touched the ball, are cheering. every time he scored, the place erupted. And there were a lot of Laker fans there too. Like there's a lot of purple and yellow, but like Mavs fans in Luka jerseys standing up and cheering for him. That was amazing. And then the Fire Nico chants that went out during the game were so clear. I've never heard a more clear chant on a television than the Fire Nico chants that were happening in Dallas last night. And shout out to ESPN for not trying to like awkwardly like turn the crowd mic down or ignore it or like dance around like, oh, I guess they're not too happy with the front office or something. Like Mike Breen and Richard Jefferson and Doris Burke were like, wow, Fire Nico chants. They're pretty upset at the Mavs. Like they just went right at it every single time. So salute to Mavs fans. At least I didn't see anything where it got like ugly. Nobody started throwing stuff. Nobody was fighting anybody. It was a celebration of Luka Doncic as the Lakers beat the Mavericks 112-97.
I think we're going to see that. We're going to see that for as long as he plays in the league. Every time he goes there, we're going to see the same exact thing. And it doesn't matter how much you bust your team up by. People are going to cheer him there. So Yep.
I will say this. King of Mactown brings this up, and I think this is an important point. Doing the Fire Nico chants while Max Christie was at the free throw line, that sucked. That I did not like. That's a good point by King of Mactown. That happened later in the game. Max Christie, who was acquired in this deal, who's played really well for the Mavericks, and is an exciting young player for them. He's just shooting his free throws, and there's chance of Fire Nico because they did a trade that acquired him. I agree with that. That stinks.
Tough look.
Yeah. Anyways, some other stuff happened in the West last night. Harrison Barnes hit a game winner against the Warriors, if you can imagine that. We'll take a look around the West, see who's doing what. Phoenix was officially eliminated last night. It's about dang time, and the Kings did not quite clinch home court advantage for the first play-in game just yet. We'll take a look at that. And then the Masters started today. We're going to talk a little golf, sort of. Coming up on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's here. We're The Insiders on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Yeah, we are. I just got a notification from The Athletic that says, a cautionary NBA tell. The Suns are a new type of hopeless.
That's awesome.
I didn't know they're my Angels now too. Sweet. I like to be included in everything, Chris. I will tune in, I guess.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I meant to turn that game on.
I will tune in. I mean, I hate the Dodgers, so I can get behind the Angels. That's totally fine.
All right. So to do this, I'm not going to have Wide Orbit up anymore, Joe.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm on top of it. If we give you little signals too and whatnot, I'll just shoot you a text if it's
great. I love that idea.
I saw you guys the other day when I was I think it was 2 weeks ago now. It was pretty funny. I was watching the show before I came in because I was doing the 98 Rock thing, and I threw 1 minute up in the chat, and I saw you guys saw that because I'm making sure we're still hitting the breaks on time and whatnot, even though I'm at home, you know.
That's funny. Is this going to work on my work computer? He says, ominously. Angels Rays. We're going to let me do it. Hey, let's go. Shout out to the work computer.
Are you using the MLB pass?
We're locked in, y'all. Here we go.
I do not have access to that.
No. So, my writing job, is through Gannett. Shout out to Gannett. And they have a deal with Fubo TV.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And because they have this deal for various, writers of various sports, it just has all the various sports packages on it, which is great. Our Halo's up 2-0 right now.
For all of you out there who have like high school and college kids, like every single one of the television, like Amazon, like YouTube TV, NFL package.
Spotify even has packages for if you're
all have student packages.
Yeah.
Like
all you need is like the email. So if you use your email from your college or whatever, you'll get like really good deals on a ton of stuff.
Yeah, like the NFL package is $119 for college kids.
Dang.
Yeah, the full NFL package.
I'm so salty because like Jack Cooley, our guy, friend of the program, I think he still has like his Notre Dame email address. And alumni of Notre Dame just keep that email address. Sac State whacked my Sac State email like a year and a half after I graduated.
Wow.
Yeah, they were like, "Hey, see ya, nerd." Like, all right.
Fingers down.
Is that true? $28 to sit in a suite at the A's game yesterday?
What?
Holy crap. Somebody asked who the wedding caterer was. Mulvaney's B&L was the restaurant. Incredible. And shout out to Rocky, the MC and listener of the program.
Yeah, Biederman was at the game last night. I was surprised to see. I thought he'd be on his honeymoon. And also,
no, it's coming up.
Chris Tavares was there as well, who was here at Fox 40 for a couple of years, and he's now in Denver. He was out covering the Nuggets game last night.
Oh, I forgot the Rays are playing at the spring training stadium, the Yankee spring training stadium. Oh, that's nasty.
Baseball is weird this year, man.
That was a great pitch. Oof. Hitting's impossible, bro. The fact anyone gets a hit in Major League Baseball is just insane.
10 seconds, 15 seconds.
What is it, Joe?
9 seconds.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hitting is impossible, man. Like, I don't know how any Major League Baseball player ever gets a hit. In fact, I think hitters only hit mistakes. Like, if the pitcher does what the pitcher wants to do, it's impossible.
That's interesting. I mean, especially, Joe plays slow pitch softball. I played slow pitch forever. And it's like, I've always, as a slow pitch softball player, thought, how is it that not everybody just gets a hit every single time? Because like, you roll over on a pitch or you hit a fly ball here and there, but like you can just sit there and wait and wait and wait and wait. And it's like, all right, I can still hit that ball to right field. And then you watch Major League and it's like, okay, like the difference between greatness and like you're out of the league it's literally like 10%.
There's levels. There's levels to this.
It might even be like 6%. Like, is the difference between you being an all-star and you being like trash and can't,
which is
stay up?
absurd. Yeah. It's minuscule.
It's so silly, man. In slow pitch, if you can punch a pitch the other way, that's just gold, first of all. But no, it's so crazy growing up and playing like in tournaments. I played tournament ball, not to brag. And growing up and playing in tournaments and stuff, you play against all these really good players. Like we had so many teams that just waxed us, like 18-0 type of stuff. And they have all these really good players, and then you just never hear from these guys again. And it's just unbelievable. Like guys I played with in high school, where they were just the best player on my high school team, and they get drafted, and then they go to college instead, and then they get drafted again, and they have like a little cup of coffee here, but it just they never break through. And it's like, how do you the delta between like being a good high school or college player and being a good major league player is just massive. It is so difficult to be good at baseball. It's insane.
Yeah.
Insane. Anyways, putting a pin in basketball real quick. I don't want to talk about the Masters I don't have a lot of takes about the Masters
Okay.
golf tournament that began today.
It's on right now. I can.
Yeah,
There's a lot of flowers in the shot.
at Augusta National. Salute.
Hmm.
I think golf is the sport I would most like to follow more. Because I have friends, I have a bunch of friends who are very into golf, and like they plan their lives around the Masters. Like they're like, keep that weekend clear. The Masters are on. And they have takes about who's going to win. They have takes about who's going to finish top 5. They have takes about who's going to finish top 10. This guy's going to miss cut. I have no idea. I know the names. I know who Scotty Scheffler is. I know who Colin Morikawa is. I know who Rory McIlroy is, obviously. But I just don't. I want so badly to be one of those guys that's like, hey, Masters are on. Don't bother me. But I'm just not. I can't get there.
Okay, so I worked sporting goods forever.
Right.
But it was during like realistically the boom of golf, right? So
Right.
it's the Tiger Woods era. So you got to see the sport just blow up, and everyone is, stopping by the golf shop every single day. Like you had so many clients they're
Right.
fully in. And so it became a big deal around major events. But I still can't get into it. I feel like the only time that people, like the masses, turn on the Masters is if they hear like somewhere on a Saturday afternoon that, hey, Tiger's still in it.
Yeah.
And everyone's
Tiger's
like,
two
oh,
back.
Tiger's 2 back. I'm gonna tune in tomorrow.
Right.
Outside of that, you got to be like a golf junkie.
Yeah.
And I just don't know that there are that many people that are that into it still. I mean, I don't know.
I feel this way about golf. I feel this way about hockey. I would love to follow hockey closer than I do. I just can't. And then English football, Premier League soccer.
Oh yeah.
I have tried so many times to get into it. I've tried to pick a team. My mother-in-law is from England. She's a big Tottenham fan. My father-in-law is a big Arsenal fan. So that's a weird dynamic in the house. But they've each tried to like recruit me to their side, and I just can't. I can't do it. I just don't have the bandwidth to be like, yeah, I'm going to be a diehard fan of another team now. I'm 34. I can't just pick up. I can't just be like, oh, hey, I'm going to live and die with this team now. I can't do it.
I think you can, though, because what I like, I'll tell you what I really, really enjoy about like picking up a soccer team, right?
Sure.
It's that your team can play at like 7:00 on a Sunday. So you wake up in the morning, you get your coffee going, and you watch your soccer game, your English football, and then the NFL comes on.
Right.
So you've just elongated your sports watching day, which I think is cool. And then there's always like, well, half the time there's like a midweek game. So you got, I think today Man U plays at noon as part of the Europa League. So there's a game on today, but like I think you can pick a team, Kyle. I think it's just really weird because like the way they handle salary, the way they handle injuries is different than what we're used to. The way they handle transfers, which everyone's like, what in the world is transfer? You can be a player on one team and team can start negotiating with you. And then once they negotiate with you and come to terms on a deal, then they go to your team and see if your team will sell you. And if they can work out a deal, it's like the strangest thing ever. And then now another team could come in and say, hey, we'd like to do this as well. So they start negotiating with the player. Now the player's got contracts with 2 different teams and then a third team that he's already playing for. And then they try to negotiate with these 2 other teams that are trying to buy the player. And then if they can't figure out a deal that works, oh, you just go back to your old team. And those 2 contracts that you had just get torn up and you're like, all right, I don't even know what just happened. Like how you thought you had him, then you don't have him. Then there's a swoop.
Brother, this sounds exhausting. You are not selling the EPL to me right now, one iota.
I totally get. And I would also say the other thing that I find really interesting about European soccer is that they bring in dudes who have been coaches somewhere else before.
Sure.
Then that guy goes out and he acts as like the general manager as well. He goes out and he gets a whole bunch of his players from the old team. But the problem is that the guy might be from like the Bundesliga. He might be from like German soccer, right? You bring him in, and then all of a sudden he brings in a bunch of his players, and then his style of play doesn't work in the EPL. So you fire him, but now you're stuck with all of his players, and you play like one player. You're like, oh, we paid 90 million for that guy. We can't just give him away. It's like, oh no, you got to give him away, or he's no longer worth 90 million. Now he's worth 30, and you're like, we can't get rid of this guy. This is horrible. So it's really weird because you would think it's just soccer and it would translate from one like league to the next, but it's just like going from the G League to the NBA. Like the speed, the pace, everything is different. And so you can get a guy who gets to the EPL and is like, oh, you're not good enough for this league, but you paid all this money.
I feel like I follow a lot of people on the internet who follow soccer very closely. And everyone just hates we hired this manager. I hate this guy. This manager stinks. Every manager stinks. Every player stinks. Every team is funny when they lose. Like, I don't want to be in that world.
Yeah.
Like I like watching. This is not an anti-soccer take. If I happen to be up early and there's soccer on and it's Watford and freaking Newcastle, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, man, I'll watch this. Sure. Because like, there's just a vibe, right? Like just the way it goes. And it's a great TV sport because there's not a lot of commercials and just like, it's a good vibe to watch. But I can't bring myself to be like, I'm going to wake up extra early on Sunday so I can live and die with another team. I just can't get there. I would like to, but I can't.
I'm here for it.
Speaking of hockey and sports I would like to follow closer. Sharks stud rookie, Macklin Celebrini, had a hat trick last night. The Sharks lost 8-7 to the Minnesota Wild, but Macklin Celebrini scored 3 goals, so that's exciting. Check out this stat, and we've seen this sometimes with LeBron, where LeBron is playing against people who like weren't born yet, or were like a year old when he made his debut or whatever. Macklin Celebrini was born in 2006, which messes me up to begin with. Macklin Celebrini was born in 2006. That was 3 years after Marc-Andre Fleury, the goalkeeper for the Wild, made his NHL debut.
That's wild.
So he was like established in the league when Macklin Celebrini was born, and now Macklin Celebrini is scoring a hat trick against him in the NHL. That's insane to me.
Yeah.
That's insane. Hockey's incredible. Hockey players are ridiculous. Shout out to Macklin Celebrini. The Sharks are at least fun. They stink, but they're at least fun to watch. All right. We'll get back into basketball. I want to talk about what happened in the West last night. I want to get to the Kings lost to the Nuggets, and we talked a lot about the Mike Malone firing. And Sam Amick and Tony Jones in The Athletic had the full breakdown of what happened in the Mike Malone firing and why the Nuggets pulled the trigger when they did. It is a fascinating story. And I think it helps explain a little bit why the Nuggets played so well last night. And one of the major changes that David Adelman actually made that might have helped the Nuggets win that game. We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is with us. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the insiders, and the second hour is coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Be right back.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, I agree with this. He's also a couple of years too late to hit a shot for the Warriors. For, against, I don't know. Well, what's going on, oldie? How are you? Wilson, I didn't speak to Jerry before the game. I spoke to him, I didn't speak to him after the game. I spoke to him before the game. Like he's one of my favorite people ever. We've had him on here a bunch. He can't be on here now, contractually, which is lame. But Jerry's just such a good dude, and I got to listen. I listened to like the first quarter, and I thought he sounded tremendous. He's just so good, such a good dude, and just still so smooth on the call. He adds so much to the broadcast that I kind of wish that they would do that more often. Maybe even have him come in as like a third. And like, look, Jerry stepped away on his own. He didn't. He wasn't pushed out or anything else. But he definitely. I think he misses it. He misses talking basketball all the time. And anytime we talk, it's usually like a very long conversation. Like we talk every month or two, and it's usually like a very long, like 30, 40-minute phone conversation at a minimum, which is great. He's one of my favorite people ever.
I enjoyed how much it was clear that Jerry just freaking loves basketball.
Yes. Yeah.
Also, separate, related but separate. Doug's reaction when you told him that Jerry was going to be on the broadcast, was one of the most genuinely just like cool things. And then Doug going up to Jerry before the game, like seeking him out. Like Doug is locked in. Doug's got stuff going on, and still took the time to like go seek out Jerry to dap him up and give him a hug before the game was really, really cool.
Yeah.
That was
10 seconds.
awesome to see.
Yeah. Drew, Jim Barnett and Jerry are very different people, though.
Yeah, for sure. Legends, but very different humans. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the insiders, and we're taking you up until noon right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Everybody in the chatty house, hello. We appreciate y'all on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Those of you listening on the radio, 1320 a.m., good morning. Hi. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And everybody on Odyssey app, free Odyssey app, download the Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320, favorite us, and then you can listen to us wherever you are in the world. That way, if you're away from your radio or away from your computer, you can still get to us. And of course, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. It's the podcast version of this program. Joe does a great job of uploading each hour and each show in full, so you can listen to it by hour. You can listen to the whole show if you're listening there. Hello. Hope the future is going well. Our Halos are up 2-0 on the Rays, James.
They will never be my Halos. They're your and Chris Ochoa's Halos.
I hate the Angels. I can't stand the Angels. Are my least favorite baseball team. I hate them. Oh my God, I can't stand them.
Okay.
Like just it is just the A's could be a 60-win team, and as long as they beat the Angels, I'd be like, yeah, all right. The season was okay. I can't stand those dudes. I love Mike Trout though. Mike Trout's the homie. But the Angels, so that's why it's a bit that there are Angels. Because they're most certainly not.
That's right.
The Sacramento Kings fell to the Denver Nuggets last night. We got the Sam Amick, Tony Jones, Michael Malone firing post-mortem. I'll give you the Cliff Notes version here.
Okay.
Malone's fiery ways were wearing on players and people in the organization. Calvin Booth and Michael Malone did not like each other, and that was simmering for years. Calvin Booth had this inkling to like fire Michael Malone, but he had not gotten a contract extension yet. Calvin Booth hadn't. And I guess the Cronkies who own the Denver Nuggets are notorious for lowballing front office members.
Oh, okay.
So Calvin Booth was trying to negotiate and squeeze a little more money out of him, and they said no. So he was in the last year of his contract. So he said, you know what? I'm not going to fire Michael Malone because I'm on thin ice here with my contract. So I don't want to fire this guy. So we're just going to kind of leave it be and hope that, we can salvage something here and I can get this extension. And then Josh Kroenke, Stan's son, who owns the Nuggets, steps in and goes, "Hey, you're both out of here. You're both done. Calvin Booth and Michael Malone, you're both out." He is now stepping in as the interim head of basketball ops, which I guess kind of makes sense, since there's not a lot to do on that front for now, I guess. Yeah. Another note that I thought was interesting was that the Nuggets were influenced by the Grizzlies' firing of Taylor Jenkins.
Oh.
They went, oh, well, if they did it, then we should just do that. With the goal of something we talked about, David Adelman getting a look as a head coach and getting some games under his belt, if he's the guy that they want to go with moving forward. And B, the vibe was so bad with Michael Malone that they looked at their roster and they went, hey, an attitude adjustment might just help. That might be the thing that, and we kind of assumed that this was the case, but they went, that might be the thing that helps turn the season around. Plus, Calvin Booth wanted players like Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and Jalen Pickett to be playing more. He wanted those guys to be the players that Michael Malone was leaning on. And instead, Michael Malone really started leaning heavily on Russell Westbrook. Even though Russell Westbrook, as good as he was early in the season, his play had started to be more sporadic, and they were relying on him too much, and it was frustrating players on the court. There were players within the organization who were upset that Russell Westbrook was getting so much burn and kind of being not sporadic, but erratic. Erratic is the word.
Erratic, yeah.
And just kind of being the Russell Westbrook we've really kind of come to know over the years. And so they just kind of looked at all that and went, all right, well, even though there's 3 games left, we think this gives us the best chance to be competitive this year. And so they fired Michael Malone. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Being in the building last night, first of all, the Kings have they have a press conference room, right? That Kyle, you've been in a bunch of times.
Yep.
They also have a visiting press conference room, which is it's literally the size of a bathroom. It's horrible. Mm-hmm. It's maybe 10 by 10, and that might even be and when you put in a table and a couple of cameras and 8 chairs, all of a sudden there's no room to breathe. It's all center block walls. It's super gross. I don't even like walking in there.
It says a lot. Never mind. Go ahead. 10 by 10 is a huge bathroom.
Well, yeah. I mean,
my office is 10 by 10.
No, 10 by 10 is a good sized bathroom, but it feels like in NBA standards, right. When you're, again, sometimes you're dealing with a 7-foot tall person in there. The room is super claustrophobic. Mm-hmm. Then you go to the Kings press conference room and it's probably I don't know, 25 by 30. It's a couple of 100 square feet.
Yeah, it's a good size room.
Yeah, it's a huge room, right? Anyway, out of nowhere last night, the Kings and Nuggets worked it out where they moved the press conference for David Adelman into the Kings press conference room after Doug Christie was done. But it was at the last second because, again, we're talking about an ESPN game. So there are a bunch of extra reporters there. David Adelman hadn't spoken to the media yet since the Michael Malone firing. David Adelman came, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to sit in on this. And Brennan and I, we're okay, we'll stay here. We'll sit in because I don't go to the visiting coach all that often because the room is just it's super claustrophobic.
Well, and it's so rare that what the visiting coach has to say impacts anything anybody covering the Kings is doing.
Yeah, to be honest, one of the last times I was in there was when Michael Malone was there, and we talked about it yesterday, where he pounded on the table. He went, about Domantas Sabonis being the best passing big man in the league.
Right.
So anyway, they move in, and I've never met David Adelman. I've met Rick Adelman a couple of times, and I've met a lot of assistants around the league, but I've never met David Adelman. And he walks in, and he's very unassuming. He's not very big. He's like, he looks like a standard, I don't know, what is he, 35, 40 years old?
43.
Okay, 43. He just looks like an everyday average dude. And he got up on the press conference, like the podium. He was absolutely off the charts good. Like, he was so gracious to Michael Malone and Calvin Booth. He talked about their families. He talked about, the opportunity that he had been given to become an offensive coach, and, watching these young players like Nikola Jokic become these great players, and all of this stuff. He was just so engaging. He talked about his dad. He talked about Sacramento and what it was like to be in Sacramento when they were great, and how he has so many memories, and so many memories of being a kid in Portland, and how great that experience was, and how, he wants to bring that. Like, he was so engaging. Talked about Doug Christie, all of it. Like, I went from going, oh, this team is a nightmare, they're going to spiral, and, this thing is going to totally be out of control, to walking out of a press conference going, oh, I think the Kings are in trouble tonight, because that dude is somebody that people will follow. He's honest. He was genuine. Mm-hmm. And he just like struck a chord. And I walked out of that going, okay, that was way different than I thought. And, there are good assistants all over the league that don't get an opportunity to coach. I can't believe that no one gave him a head coaching job up until now. Like, he was that good where you're like, oh, wow. We always talk about like how good Luke Laux was in front of a camera. Luke was good. This was way more authentic and thought out, and like from the heart. And I think he can strike a chord with that team. And to be honest with you, I have a different feeling about the Denver Nuggets today than I did. I had a different feeling going into that game than I did before. And I think that they can still be a good team.
I see securing a 12th pick here in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Said Jokic was the coach. If you saw the broadcast, Jokic was leading like every huddle. But I think there's value to that. If you're a head coach who's following a guy who is overbearing to the point that he got fired with 3 games left, I think that's a good thing to do. It's your first game. You've not gotten a chance to really put your fingerprints on this team yet. You're probably not going to make dramatic changes anyway. Yo, if Nikola Jokic, the 3-time MVP, who's in the running for a 4th one this year, if he has an idea or a thought, get out of the way and let him do it. Mm-hmm. I think that's where, like, there's value in that. Obviously, that can't be all the time. You can't start practice and go, okay, Nikola, what do you want to do? Or Nikola, sorry, I always mispronounce his name. Nikola, what do you want to do? You can't just do that. But I think last night, you got the job yesterday. You're trying to win this game, and your best player goes, I have an idea. Your best player, who's a genius basketball supercomputer, by the way, goes, hey, I want to do these things. Yeah, that's what we're going to do then. I think
it's called leadership.
Yeah. I think that's 1,000% what that was. So I don't, I took that as I made a joke about it online, but I took that as David Adelman knowing exactly where he stands and being confident enough in himself to know, I've got this, but I'm going to let this happen right now. And it obviously worked. And I usually, before I'm wrong about a thing, I usually get like a couple of days. It was from the jump last night. I was with you like, oh, okay. I see where this makes sense now.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is fully ready to just step in and hit the ground running.
Yeah, and just a totally different personality. I mean, you have the same basic coaching concepts. I mean, he's been running the offense for 8 years. So, and his point too, they asked him, hey, you've been running the offense. Like, what are you going to do about the defense? Because that's been the biggest problem here. He's like, well, kind of the interesting thing is when you're running an offense is that you're watching how the defense reacts to your offense.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's like, I have some ideas that I think might work because I'm watching defensive players all the time react to how my offense is working.
Yeah.
And like every step of the way, and it wasn't like, it didn't feel like he was just trying to, fake it until he made it. Through that first press conference, and like you watched it play out. Like, look, a lot of times assistant coaches are the ones that are drawing up plays in the huddle. A lot of times that's what assistant coaches are doing. How many times do we watch Mike Brown wander around the court because he's angry and frustrated, and you look over and assistants are drawing up plays?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many times do we see him go over and pull Terrence Davis aside and teach him how to play defense again? Like, reiterate their plan for defense.
Right.
And then you look, and the rest of the team is over working with a whiteboard with an assistant coach. That's kind of the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're having defensive problems and you're calling a timeout, the defensive coach steps in like, hey, what are we doing here on transition defense?
Right.
That our principles are to do this, this, and this. I need you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, again, like the separation, like dividing up and being able to delegate, which is also something David Adelman talked about last night. He's like, if you only know how much was on my plate that I had to delegate in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
He's like, I just had to find someone else to do some of the things that I've been doing this whole time. And that's not easy, and it requires trust and everything else. And
mm-hmm.
again, that's where I do think that he actually probably has a little bit of a leg up even on Doug Christie, because a lot of their coaches are still intact, and he's been there so long as a coach for one guy, where you're just moving up a chair. You're
mm-hmm.
not like reinventing the wheel, where for Doug, a lot of this was like reinventing the wheel a little bit.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
The coach he's stepping in for, he wasn't one of Mike Brown's guys. He's on the coaching staff, but he wasn't one of Mike Brown's guys.
Right. Yeah. The other, and you mentioned like the changes that there were like wholesale changes that Doug needed to make. Just with rotations and then you get the De'Aaron Fox aspect of it, and you're bringing in Zach LaVine. It's like all these massive changes are happening while he's trying to get his arms around the job. Right. Whereas David Adelman kind of gets to step in here, and there's little tweaks he needs to make. And one of the ones that Amick and Tony Jones pointed out in their piece was like Russell Westbrook had been closing games. He did not close that game last night. It was Jalen Pickett, a guy who can stand in the corner and knock down a big three, which he did last night. And that small thing is just a massive, massive difference for a team like Denver. And that was a luxury that Doug didn't really have. He didn't get to go, okay, we just need a different messenger. We're going to do all the stuff the same, and we're going to Keon might play a little more. It was so much more than that. But I thought, I'm with you, man. I thought Adelman in that first presser, it's so easy to just start launching cliches.
Yeah.
And like you said, just kind of holding on for dear life. And the fact that he controlled that and then the game the way he did, I'm with you. I was very, very wrong about the direction Denver was heading the rest of the way.
Yeah, he owned the room. Just absolutely shocking.
Yeah, shout out to him, man. Rooting for him for sure.
Yeah.
It'd be a cool story. We've got some NFL draft stuff to get into. I've officially decided who my favorite player is in the draft. We'll talk about that, and I want to get to what else happened in the Western Conference last night, because the standings got a significant shakeup, and we'll tell you what it is next. James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear.
Joe Adele homer.
So
The Halo's up. Halo's up 5-1 now.
You see this dude got banned from Major League Baseball? I think he's the guy that gets all the.
You're joking. Did they actually ban him?
Zach Hampel?
You're kidding.
Yeah, they banned him.
You're kidding.
They banned him for the entire 2025 season.
This is a huge moment for baseball fans everywhere. Rejoice, everybody. I am not a fan of him. I know that
sucks.
That's not a crazy opinion. Most people aren't a fan of him, but I am absolutely Not a fan of that guy, and I think he absolutely should not be around. So
what is
especially in
he?
the
Does he
baseball
like
games.
run over kids and stuff?
Yes, there is videos of him like pushing kids and stuff out of the way and whatnot. And he just gets all of them. He gets every ball.
Oh, that's fake.
Is it fake?
That's what I'm hearing.
Oh,
According
you're
to the chatty house.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I didn't think they were gonna ban him just because he didn't technically impede with the play, but I mean, most people are calling for it. So
Well, I mean, Deadspin is who put that out. Maybe it's fake. No, I mean, I'm literally looking at Deadspin on Twitter. So
did Deadspin get chatty housed?
Huh. Interesting. What's the guy's name? Zach
Hample. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, when like I've been to so many games and I used to sit in the bleachers all the time. I've never got a home run or a foul ball. Even in batting practice, and I've been to batting practice a bunch of times. There's always some, like when you're young, some a-hole dude in his 40s or 50s that runs around and just catches every single ball, and like everyone's getting out of his way because he's barreling into people. And yeah.
I got 2 in batting practice. One time I had gone to opening day and I had to call out of my shift at the movie theater. Shout out to Greenback 16. And I had told my manager I wasn't going to be there. And he had not relayed that to the other manager. So I'm sitting in the front row, A's Mariners, Adrian Beltre taking batting practice. And I get a call from my manager and they're like, hey, where are you at? And while I'm on the phone, he hits a line drive right at me. And I stick my glove over the railing while I'm on the phone and catch this ball.
Hell yeah.
And somebody in the back, because it's opening day, it's like sold out. And some guy in the back is like, "What was that guy on his phone?" And then everybody started cheering. It was really great. While I'm on the phone with my manager.
Sorry, we're coming back.
That's fine.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen, James Ham, Joe Brazil, hanging out with you until noon. We've been talking a lot about the Western Conference and just how kind of crazy everything is. So Phoenix was eliminated last night officially. We've been known the Suns are done, but now they're actually done. They lost 125 to 112 to OKC last night. They are 3 games behind the Dallas Mavericks with 2 games to go. My math says they can't catch them.
Done.
That's
cooked.
Crazy, dude. The Suns not even making the play-in? Oof.
It kind of feels like Dallas a couple of years ago, right? Where Dallas, like the year before they made it to the finals, they didn't make the playoffs. They were like the 13th seed in the Western Conference. Yeah.
Yeah, that was with Luka and Kyrie. But this Suns team, it was like they fell short last year. But then this offseason, they had Tyus Jones. They're going, okay, that's a nice steadying presence. They have a real point guard now. And you look at their roster, and I was thinking they were a top 6 seed in the West pretty handily. And to miss the play, and to be like, they weren't the picture of health, but it's not like Kevin Durant played 12 games. It's not like Devin Booker played 20 games. They just,
Most of their stars played a good portion of the season.
Yeah.
I think most of their stars are eligible for postseason awards.
Like, we can talk about the Kings being disappointing this year. That pales in comparison to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah. I mean, Devin Booker, 74 games. Kevin Durant is at 62. You got Tyus Jones at 79 games. You got Royce O'Neal at 73. Of course, those guys don't. Grayson Allen's played 62. 52 for Bradley Beal, which I think is actually really good for Bradley Beal.
Yeah. Tough scenes in Phoenix. They got an ugly summer coming up, I think, for sure. The Clippers looked great last night against the Rockets. They beat Houston 134-117. I think the Clippers are with the Lakers in tier 2 in the West right now for me. They're playing really, really good basketball, but they're doing it at this point of the year and not in like December. This isn't waiting for the wheels to fall off with injuries. Like, Kawhi is back. He's been playing at a really high level. I think he was Western Conference Player of the Month last week. Western Conference Player of the Week last week. He's not played a ton of games leading up to this point, so I'm more confident that maybe he can get through a playoffs. And if he can, you're looking at a really, really dangerous Clippers team that's playing really, really well. Like I said, they throttled the Rockets last night, 134-117. It doesn't sound like you're buying the Clippers the way I am.
No, I think I'm okay with the Clippers. Like, I'm not anti-Clipper, but I would, like, Kawhi's played 35 games. Like, they saved him for the playoffs, basically.
Right.
And so it's possible that they go on a run, but I'd also like the big difference that I've seen with that team is Zubac's playing just out of his mind. So if he's going to be, if Zubac's is going to be that good, then I do think that the Clippers have a shot.
I think he had his first career triple-double last night. I think I read.
Oh, Zubac did?
I think it's Zubac's. Yeah, I believe that to be the case. And Houston at this point is locked into the 2. They aren't playing for anything. Reed Shepherd, Jock Landale, Cam Whitmore, Tari Eason, and Jalen Green started for them last night. But the Clippers took care of business in that game. It was never close. They win by 17. They took care of business, unlike the Golden State Warriors, who it felt like last night kind of told us who they really are. They lost to the Spurs 114-111. Harrison Barnes hit a game-winning contested 3, hand in his face, falling out of bounds above the break, 6-shot. Steph Curry was a plus 13. Everybody else was either a minus or a 0, save for Trace Jackson Davis, who was plus 3 in like 3 minutes.
Wow.
And that's the concern with Golden State, man. Like, Quentin Post didn't play last night, but if Quentin Post isn't hitting threes and Moses Moody isn't knocking down shots and being effective, if Gary Payton II's not hitting three, they just don't like it. It feels like they're a piece or two away, or some of the pieces don't fit the way we talk about Sacramento all the time. Like, I don't know that their roster is ready to compete in 7-game series, in a 3 7-game series in this West Gauntlet. And then you got to go play Boston or Cleveland in the finals. Like, I just don't, I don't see it. The wind has blown my door closed twice. You're losing to the Spurs in a game you need. That doesn't bode well for me. That does not bode well for me at all.
Well, I would say their biggest problem is that once you get past like Steph, the talent on the team isn't good enough. And, Jimmy Butler is his own thing. I think teams will adjust and have started to adjust to Jimmy Butler as the number 2 option for that team. But then the rest of the guys, they're just randos, and you're hoping that some rando gets hot from one night to the next. And that's not a good way to, I mean, that's fine if again, you're where the Kings are at in the standings. It's fine if you're a team that's just trying to get through a season. But if you're thinking this is a championship contender, I would be so incredibly floored to see this team even represent the West in the Western Conference Finals. Like, I'd like to make it to the Western. This feels like a team that's like a first round playoff out, because unless they get the right matchup against a young team that doesn't know what they're doing, and they go in there and just stun somebody just on experience alone.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not putting it past him to win a round or two, but it's just like I see Drew down in the chat saying, I don't think Moody and Pods are going 2 for 12 from 3 every night. They might, though. I'm not ready to trust Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski in a playoff series. Are you kidding me? And then there's no back-to-backs in the playoffs. I don't give a damn, dude. It's the Spurs.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Oh,
and you needed it.
It's the Spurs in a game you needed, and they're trying to lose. You had no answers for Stephon Castle or Keldon Johnson? That's tough, bro. That's tough.
That's crazy.
Not a great scene for Golden State, who is now 7th in the West. They have Portland and the Clippers remaining. The Grizzlies are 6, Clippers 5, Nuggets 4. The Lakers still a game up on the Nuggets and Clippers. In the 3 seed, the Lakers have Houston and Portland left. The Nuggets, Memphis, and Houston. The Clippers, of course, play Sacramento tomorrow, and then they play at the Warriors to close their season. The Grizzlies still have Minnesota, Denver, and Dallas. The Warriors, Portland, and the Clippers, and then the Timberwolves have Memphis, Brooklyn, and Utah to close the season. Utah, by the way, they technically won. They beat the Trailblazers in the Tankathon.
Oh,
but they were victorious like on the scoreboard, which I think is like losing for them right now.
I also believe it's losing. You know what's crazy? Harrison Barnes, right? We got used to seeing Harrison Barnes play every night. Mm-hmm. Harrison Barnes has played 80 games this season, with 2 games left. He will play 82 games 3 years in a row. That's crazy.
HB?
Right? Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, one of the most durable players in the league. He's down to 27 minutes a game this season, but shooting 43.8% from 3. It's been solid for them.
Yeah, dude. Rock solid NBA veteran, Harrison Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
Like at this point. Was he lackluster at times for the Kings over the last couple of years? Like, yeah, for sure. But man, just a effective rotational NBA player that I think a lot of teams would take. Kings would take him right now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he would have helped them.
Yeah, big time. I need to talk about the NFL draft with you.
I've been waiting for you to talk about the NFL draft for like 2 weeks.
Moving
this.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
For it.
There's been a lot of King stuff going on, and then Michael Malone got fired with 3 games left, and that kind of took over a show. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
I have the player that I like the most in this year's draft, to borrow a term from friend of the program, Matt Barrows, covers the 49ers for The Athletic. A draft crush, if you will.
Oh.
And it is Boston College defensive end Donovan Ezeraku.
Oh.
6'2", 248. He's got 34-inch arms. And there are so many reps where he either just wins off the edge with speed, but he's also got a really nice inside counter move, which matters a lot. And then there's reps where he just gets bodied, like he'll get pushed and knocked off balance, but he has the bend and the athleticism to keep his balance and stay after the quarterback. And on a team that cannot rush the passer and that purposely let go 3/4 of its starting defensive line, they need players, the 49ers do, they need players who are going to affect the pocket and are going to force teams to devote resources to trying to slow down that player. There are probably better edge rushers in the class just in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
But the available players when the 49ers pick at 11, or if they trade back, which I think they're going to try and do, I think Ezeraku fits the most what the 49ers need from an edge rusher. There's Mike Green from Marshall, but he's got some off-field stuff that I think are pretty significant red flags. There's a guy like Jalen Walker from Georgia who might not make it to 11, but he's also very, very small. He's probably more of like a 3-4 outside linebacker type of guy. And after that, to me, and then there's Abdul Carter from Penn State, but he's going to go in like the top 3 or 4. Ezeraku is the guy, man. I am such a huge fan of him. 20.5 tackles for loss last year, 16.5 sacks. His run stopping numbers, his run defense numbers are really, really good. Looks like he can play for 3 downs. I'm all the way in. Even if they overdraft him at 11, I'm in on Donovan Ezeraku. Let's go.
Where is he at in most drafts?
He's considered by a lot of people I've spoken to who cover the draft and are like deep draft analysts. He's like the number 4 edge rusher in this class. And he's projected to go in like the 20s.
All right. Yeah. Hey, look, I don't study the NFL draft like you do. And I don't, like there are times where I dive into it, but there are definitely like the 49ers need to me is on the defensive line, and then the next need is on the offensive line. And if you can get like a future star left tackle in this draft, that's where I'm drafting. But if not, like load up on as many interior defensive and offensive linemen as you can, and then use, if you have the number 11 pick or you move down a few spots, use that pick to secure a top end edge rusher. And so I'm with you on this. The flaws to the 49ers defense to me has always been that they're just banking on Nick Bosa to get to the quarterback and save their defensive backfield. And if you're not a team that puts money into cornerbacks and safeties, then you're going to have a big problem if you don't have a good defensive line. You can't put pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I'm so interested to see, because like Ezaraku is a player I love. And like I said, if they took him at 11, there'd be like, oh, they overdrafted him. But I think he could be an effective player, and that is what really matters to me. But to your point, they've been such a build front to back defense. They're going to focus heavy on the defensive line. And when your defensive line is getting to the quarterback, it lowers the bar for like the level of play you need in your secondary, right? There's still like a requisite level of play, but that bar comes down if you're really getting after the quarterback. Think about it like you don't need a rim protecting center as much if you're just awesome at defending the perimeter, right? Like if you're just really good at the point of attack, it matters less that you have a paint defender, because it's rare that those guys are getting into the paint, right? It's same kind of deal. Yeah. So I almost wonder though, and again, we're doing this based on mock drafts and speculation from analysts, that it's very rare that the mock drafts line up exactly with how teams are kind of thinking. But there's Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, and then Jahdae Barron, the cornerback from Texas, who are both more projected to go in that kind of 11, 12, 13 range. Where I kind of wonder, with the 49ers, they drafted Renardo Green in the second round last year, and they drafted, they extended Diamador Lenore mid-season last year. I'm kind of wondering if the pieces are falling for them, where they go, okay, we're going to flip the script here. We're going to go defensive back at number 11. I don't think they're going to do this, but it would make sense logically. We're going to go defensive back because that's the way the board fell. We need defensive line help, but we think we can do that on days 2 and 3 of the draft. We're going to go corner first, and now we're lowering the level of defensive line we need to build. So same concept, you're just doing it backwards. And I don't hate that idea. I just don't know if that's what the 49ers are going to philosophically do.
They've got to find bodies. I mean, that's the startling thing. Like, you got 3 open starting spots. Like, I guess if you can move back from 11 to say like 24 or something, and you can pick up like a 3rd round pick in that, then I can see just going with like 2 or 3 guys in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round that makes sense. But you also need to do the same exact thing on your offensive line. You're going to have to fill out your offensive line at least a couple of spots. You're gonna have to bring in a couple of bodies. You can't just hope that, all of the guys that you lost this summer that you're going to replace in-house with players that you already have.
Yeah, they can't. They just don't have. They literally don't have the players to do it.
No,
I mean, so I'm with you, man. They have to walk out of this draft with 3 or 4 defensive linemen, minimum. If they walked out with more than that, it would definitely make sense. I don't like poo-pooing a mock draft idea, because who knows? Like, it just, unless you're super tapped in with front office members, like, it's really, really tough to be like locked in with what's happening in a mock draft. So I just take everything as a thought experiment. It's an idea. What if this is kind of interesting? Would a team do this, and how would the dominoes then fall? It's just they're putting different stuff out there, talking points. And I think it's really fun. It's one of my favorite parts of certainly the NBA draft and the NFL draft. But my guy Thor Nystrom, he writes for Fantasy Life, did a mock draft that I was like, this is insane. He has the 49ers trading their 1st and 2nd round picks, so 11 and 43, to move up to number 5 to draft Penn State tight end Tyler Warren.
What?
This is not an anti-Tyler Warren thing. I'm a big Tyler Warren guy. If 49ers drafted him at 11, I wouldn't hate it. But here's the philosophy here. They're trading their first and second round pick in a draft, as you just laid out, where you need picks. This is a quantity over quality draft for the 49ers for me. You need to get good players to be totally sure. But this is not a, hey, cool, walking out here with 5 picks because we traded up a bunch of times.
Yeah.
No. It can't be that. You just need to find players, right? That's been the Rams strategy the last few years. Is just, hey, we're going to have these 9, 10, 11 player draft classes, and we're going to, the more darts you throw, the more chances you have to hit, right? Trading up to take Tyler Warren. Tight end's the only position the Niners have actually invested in this offseason.
The only one.
They've lost 3/4 of their defensive line. They lost a starting cornerback, a starting safety. They lost a starting linebacker, a starting left guard. They actually signed a tight end to a 3-year deal, 3 years and 15, 16 million, just shy of whatever. It's 11 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
And then it sounds like they're going to extend George Kittle. So you're telling me they're then going to trade big draft capital, their first 2 picks, to move up and draft a tight end? That does not. That's the one that I'm taking that off the board. I really don't think that's going to happen. Never say never. I would be floored if that's the move. I wouldn't be that shocked if they trade up, if Mason Graham, he's the consensus best defensive tackle in the draft. But his measurables aren't great. His workout numbers weren't great, but he's just a dog. He's a beast, and everybody kind of knows it. The reason Aaron Donald fell was that exact thing, just the measurables, right? He doesn't check this box with arm length and height, so he's going to fall in the draft. That's kind of what might happen to Mason Graham, who's really freaking good. And if he falls into that 5, 6, 7 range, it wouldn't shock me if the Niners tried to move up. If Abdul Carter, like I said, consensus best defensive end, he's got a foot thing. He's got a stress reaction in his foot that they're hoping doesn't need surgery, but it might. It's kind of a question mark. He hasn't been able to work out pre-draft. If he falls into that 5, 6, 7 range, it wouldn't shock me if the Niners tried to move up. And that would make more sense. Because now, okay, you're giving up some draft capital, but you're getting an elite player at one of your 2 biggest positions of need.
Yeah, something you can build around.
Yeah. But outside of that, I don't think they're going to trade up for Tyler Warren. As much as I like Tyler Warren as a player. He's awesome. But I'm not trading up for him. So those are my draft takes right now. We're 2 weeks out from the NFL draft. We'll have more, of course. We'll get some people, some actual analysts on to help us continue diving into this with the 49ers. The Raiders have a big draft coming up, although it looks like they're just going to pick Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise State, which I'm here for. I love me some Ashton Genty. He's so much fun. But we'll continue diving into that. What we're going to do next is dive into the handoff. One of D-Lo or Casey, I think it's a D-Lo day. One of D-Lo or Casey will join us next on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil is there. James Ham is there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think the 49ers are going to draft an offensive lineman in the first round because I don't think, what's up, Michigan? I don't think they view that as a need in the way we do. I think the disconnect between the fan base and the 49ers coaching staff and front office on their offensive line is pretty massive. Hi, Zabo. How many games does CMC play this season? I'm putting the over-under at 13.5. Yeah, Shanahan and Lynch both were yeah, offensive line, not a problem. All right, guys. It's lying season for sure, but it wouldn't shock me if they try and take an offensive tackle on day 2 or 3 and plug him into that Jalen Moore role where he's a swing tackle and then try and develop him and hopefully fall kind of backwards into their future starting left tackle. That wouldn't shock me at all. I agree with this, Matt. This would be if the Niners called me and said, hey, what should we do? I'd be do anything you can to move backwards. Yeah, I agree. Mason Graham's a really good player. Actually, Michigan, Mel Kiper's last mock draft had Will Johnson going to the Niners at 11 and then Kenneth Grant going to the Niners at 43. I like Kenneth Grant a lot. I think Kenneth Grant's a really freaking good player. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan did like a impassioned, full-throated defense of Jake Brendel. Pause. I don't know. You tell me. Great point by Drew. This Angels game, which was 2-1 going into the bottom of the fifth, is now 10-1.
Whew.
Angels just mashing.
Well, there's Damian.
Damian Barling.
How are you?
Good.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way, huh? I'm so interested to see where Ted McMillan goes, or where Shedeur Sanders winds up going. It wouldn't shock me if some weird stuff happened where like Jackson Dart or somebody like that winds up going early in the first round. Oh, well,
Coming back.
all right. What?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, I see. You guys switched seats because we got to do the change. Okay, I see what's happening now. All right, so Damian Barling is in the building, getting set up. James Ham switched seats. That was deeply confusing for me. We were neck deep in Indianapolis Colts draft talk at the break, so I did not notice you guys switching sides. That's on me. That's my bad. Why can't I hear?
Oh, well, we'll
just. Hi, Damian.
Let's just switch.
This is weird to me. The setup is throwing me off.
You got it, buddy. You can do it.
Can I though?
You can do it.
This is where I always am. I don't know what you're talking about.
I got all the faith in the world.
Okay. All right. Damian Barling's here. This is the handoff. D'Lo and
Oh,
KC
we back?
coming up next. Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Oh,
Oh,
on air.
This is all on air. No, we're good.
Whoa.
We're on air right
Good.
now. Are you eating a donut?
yeah.
What kind of donut we get?
I don't know. It's a chocolate one that Hammer brought.
No,
No?
JC saved us.
Yeah.
Oh,
I forgot about donuts, and JC sent a note, which I missed. I walked in the door and go, oh no, I forgot donuts. I walk in and there's donuts on the counter.
oh that's
Well, and
tremendous.
this is-
Shout out, JC.
It's my donut day. It's a payday Thursday, which is Kyle's donut day. And I woke up like in a panic because I was like, oh shoot. Okay. Am I door dashing donuts? Should I Venmo James? And then I see this chat alert from JC that's like, boys, donuts on me today. And he
That's
had no
awesome.
idea. So shout out to JC,
JC is awesome.
new member of the donut committee.
I'm with it.
Yeah.
I don't need to be eating them, but they're there. And this one looked exceptionally delightful. So I was like, I'm going to go get that before someone else does.
Just chocolate, nothing on it.
No, it's not what you think. There was something else on top of it. I don't know what it was.
It
but
looks
was
good.
Delightful. It was delightful.
Yeah. He stops at a donut shop. There's some really good donut shop in Stockton. So he lives down that way.
Yeah, he's out in Modesto.
JC lives very far.
And he's always here before me, which is insane.
I think he's trying to beat
No, I
traffic.
think that's what I think he gets here really early and then kind of like dips out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to JC.
JC's him.
Big fan. Kings lost last night.
Yeah.
It's the first time in a while that I've walked away from a Kings loss and just kind of been like, meh.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
they're
the only thing,
down a couple important guys.
the only thing, and yeah, that that's the other thing. Like it's this is tough, and you hope it's not a glimpse into the future, but like there's only so much you can handle at this time of year with guys being out. I think the only thing that bugged me about yesterday's game is I didn't really think Denver as a whole played great. Like, I mean, Jokic was extraordinary. I hated that Christian Brown was just surgical against Sacramento. That was maddening. But outside of that, it was like if the Kings had just been a little bit better, it wouldn't have needed a big run. Like
Mm-hmm.
the game was there for him at the half. They had that run in the third quarter. Jokic drawing up plays and doing all this stuff he's doing. And it's like, all right. I'd kind of like, I don't know that they're going to be able to get this one. Then they make the run. And I think it was Michael Porter Jr. who hit that killer three.
Yeah.
It was like, all right, well, they put up a fight. Like, I think that was the only thing. And I'm not walking away from that game sulking, more like, yeah, maybe Denver was a little more motivated in that one. I just didn't think Denver was great. That's the only thing that bugged me. Like, they weren't like, oh man, let's go win this for David Adelman. Like, it wasn't that. It was like they had obviously Jokic was great. Christian Brown was really good, but like other than that, and I think Michael Porter Jr. had a day which kind of drove me nuts. It was like, all right, he gets one of those, once every 6 games, and he got this one against Sacramento. So it happens. I think Friday will be interesting because the Clippers are playing for a lot after, Harrison Barnes decides to hit a game-winning 3-pointer at the Chase Center.
Dude, like 10 levels of difficulty higher than the one in Game 4.
Not like they're not even like the same. The shot in Game 4 was a 3-point contest shot.
Yeah,
that one last night was a contested, off balance, not even full control of the basketball 3-pointer.
That shot went up, and I was like, all right, OT. Nope, wrong.
But the point in that was that dropped the Warriors down. That put the Clippers ahead. You've got, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, it's the Clippers and Warriors on Sunday.
Clippers Warriors on Sunday, correct?
Yeah, that's everything. Like, you lose, there's a good chance you lose that game. You don't have a guaranteed playoff spot.
Oh yeah.
So I think that makes Friday's game here at the Golden One Center. LA's not. The Clippers aren't walking in here with their feet up. Like, they're playing for something, whether Sacramento is or not. They're playing for something.
And they're playing well.
I watching the game last night. I just thought Denver's a better team. Like, they're missing Jamal Murray, but the Kings were missing Keegan Murray and Jake LaRavia and Malik Monk. Like,
they are. I just feel like Sacramento matches up really well with Denver. I feel like those games are always really good. I feel like there's at full capacity. I feel like the two rosters match up really well against each other, but we didn't. From neither side, we didn't have full capacity last.
Well, and that's what I think. The Kings were missing too many, and you had no one that could play against Aaron Gordon. You had no one that could like really slow down both guards. You had to pick your poison. Yeah, it's just tough.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Denver had 4 starters with 20 plus, and their starter who didn't get there had 18. That to me was a direct reflection of, man, Keegan Murray really would have helped. Jake LaRavia really would have helped. And then we were talking about this. That's all a bigger deal than what I'm going to bring up. But I thought that stretch early in the game where DeMar DeRozan made it look like it was like his personal mission to score on Aaron Gordon. I thought that took him out very, very early. And we talked about this earlier. They lost the first quarter by 8 points and played to a draw the rest of the way. And I thought getting off on that foot was really, really tough last night.
Yeah, it was kind of noticeable, and I didn't know if it was DeMar feeling like he had to get the shots because where else were they going to come from?
Zach!
Well,
it's the same team they've been playing with for the last couple of games and winning with.
Yeah, that wasn't my favorite stretch of Kings basketball right there. It wasn't my favorite stretch of DeMar DeRozan basketball.
Yeah.
He had been really effective in the last 2 games. He had kind of been overshadowed, I should say, by the way Zach LaVine has been playing. But like, DeMar was really good against Detroit. He was really good against Cleveland. So
I totally agree.
Taking the trying to get aggressive out of the gate. I think I would have preferred maybe the ball move a little bit more in the first quarter. Then if you feel you need to get aggressive later, like, DeMar is a good enough judge to fill out the game and understand what's going on right there. I'm with you, Kyle, though. I didn't love that level of aggression from DeMar in the first quarter. But again, he had been playing well. So if 3-4 of those shots kind of go his way, we're having a different conversation.
But you can't score 22 points on 26 shots.
I hear you. I understand.
And he's been playing well because, at least to me anyway, he's been facilitating and distributing and allowing the shots to kind of come to him more. It was like
Sure.
last night, his first shot went up against Aaron Gordon, and he talked about this earlier, but he like went shoulder into chest. Gordon doesn't move. He gets vertical. The pump fakes aren't working, and he throws a bad shot at the rim. And it was legitimately the rest of the first quarter was him going like, no, I'm going to solve this problem.
Yeah.
Like
He even flopped on that play.
Yeah. Like,
He
dude.
fell down, and Aaron Gordon just looked at him and shook his head like, no, bro, that's not happening. I didn't bite on the pump fake. Like, go ahead and get up, run to the other side, or don't run to the other side. I don't really care because, to be honest with you, I'm going to score on you either way.
That was brutal.
It's tough because the Kings did get good performances from Keon and Trey Lyles yesterday, and those are 20 and 17. I think Trey had. That's what you need from guys like that. But you're just so depleted elsewhere that kind of stuck.
Yeah, limited what you could do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damien, I have a thing to do real quick. Do you want to disappear for a moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I will.
Okay, yeah, just take a break. Yeah. Cool. Perfect. Because man, last night in Underdog Daily Fantasy, which I play every single day, especially now with the NBA playoffs coming up, I'm going to be locked in. You should be locked in too. Use promo code KYLEM, KYLEM when you sign up. Underdog's one of the leading sports apps, and you can now play here in California. If you want to win up to 1,000 times your money, of course you do. You can with Underdog. Last night, I leaned on the Kings to do the ball movement thing. DeMar DeRozan, higher than 4.5 assists? No, he had 4. Domantas Sabonis, higher than 6.5 assists? No, he had 2. Christian Brown went higher on his points, rebounds, assists. Zach LaVine went higher on his points. Keon Ellis, I told you Keon Ellis was due. Keon Ellis had a great night last night, went higher than 10.5 points. Alas, the assists were not there for me. But I'm back on the horse tonight. I got a baseball entry tonight. But you can do NBA, you can do baseball, you can mix and match sports. I got all your favorite sports, all your favorite leagues. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KYLEM, KYLEM, to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KYLEM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Anyways, now that we're done with that, I'd like to bring Damian Barling in for the handoff.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Damian.
Hey, man.
Yeah, the ball movement stuff last night was brutal. That was tough for me.
It was.
There's nothing worse than in any daily fantasy you play when you have DeMar DeRozan assists and you realize, oh, I'm not getting these assists today.
Mm-hmm. Even when the number's 3.5 and it's just like, oh, it's not happening.
Yeah.
Yep. We're at 1 at halftime and the Kings are down 10. Like, oh no.
Yeah.
And the bummer is a lot of times he's at like 7, 8, 9. You're like, hey, but the games he's not going to be at that. And it's really strange. Like that's, I think like at the end of the year, when he's not going to have a great game, you see it so early and you're like, this is not good.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
I mean, obviously we'll talk a lot about not just this game, but kind of what happened around the league, the Harrison Barnes shot, what that means for the Western Conference. Obviously doesn't really matter for the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about the emotional night in Dallas. That was something to watch. I think the Luka Doncic babyface turn is complete. At least in my eyes, it is, despite the fact what he called you, Kyle Madsen. I think the babyface turn is complete. So a lot of NBA stuff ahead. Matt George coming up final hour of the show also.
We didn't get to talk about that he got ejected for getting loud with a fan.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And I kept thinking, I know what he called him.
I know exactly
what he called him.
D-Lo and KC coming up next. They're going to take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. For Joe Brazil and James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders back at 10 a.m. tomorrow, right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water, be nice to people. See ya!
Clear.
Good stuff.
And then
Thanks,
Luka
everybody.
got his tech rescinded because he got the second tech because the ref thought he was talking to him, but it's like, no, he just said that heinous thing to a fan instead. And the league was like, oh, okay, that's fine.
That's not a technical offense. It's a finable offense, but not a. And who cares that we threw him out in a 1-score game or a 1-point game with, however much time left.
Marquee matchup.
Yeah. Yeah. No one needs that.
Tomorrow, I would like to redo the Western Conference tiers on your program.
Mine.
I might do it on our program too, but I want to
I
run through them
will.
again because last time you just demolished mine.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna redo them, and I want to
Okay.
see where we're at.
Well, I'm going to be devastated because I'm actually taking tomorrow off.
Oh,
So you can definitely do that, but you'll be doing that with Kenny Caraway. And it's awesome, too,
That'll
because
be
I was finally, after like 6 months, was able to book Dr. Luke Wood, and I was able to book him for tomorrow. So it's fucking fantastic.
Oh, that's so brutal.
Yeah, it sucks. But what am I going to say? Like, no, the spring game is on Sunday. Like, there's a reason he wants to come on. So it's like, well, all right.
No, not today. Can you do next week?
Yeah, no, jackass, I can't. So, but yeah, I was going to text you later. I'm off tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
sweet.
I'll tune in though. I think I'll be on the road at that time, so I'll tune in and listen for the Western Conference redo.
Yeah, it's gotten a big shakeup. Gotten a big shakeup since the last time.
Very good.
Stay tuned. 10 a.m. tomorrow, everybody, and then again at 12:15.
All right, friends.
All right, later, guys.
All right, thanks, Kyle.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Let's get in here. Hey. One more time for the Thursday vibe. We welcome you in here to the April 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Yeah, a little more slump today.
Damn.
For some reason, I don't mind losing to David Adelman as much as I did Michael Malone.
Oh, I would have been pissed.
I don't know why, but coming here with an attitude if they lose to Michael Malone. Instead, David Adelman gets his first win as a head coach. He did it in Sacramento. That feels okay to me. I wish it hadn't come at the expense of the Kings, but It in fact did. I don't have a lot of kicking and screaming to do about last night's game. It's tough.
I thought the same thing.
What?
No, I ain't gonna do that. No, for real, I ain't gonna do that. I thought it was just a loss. I thought, hey, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Denver was better last night. They may be better overall, but last night
I feel like they
better.
match up well. I feel like the Kings always got a really good shot anytime that they play Denver. It's not a matchup that I'm particularly afraid of. There were things in the game I didn't, love, but I don't know, like Keegan was in street clothes, Malik was in street clothes. Jake LaRavia is a rotation guy. He was in street clothes.
Yeah. Jay Crowder didn't play.
You kind of, well, damn it. You got kind of a performance that you got a useful performance from Trey Lyles. You got a useful performance from Keon Ellis. I think you got a more than useful performance from Keon Ellis. There's just, you didn't have enough.
Yeah.
I didn't think Denver played great. That's the only thing that agitates me a little bit is I didn't think Denver was great. Thought Jokic was great. Christian Brown was frustrating.
Christian Brown was
really, really frustrating. And like he's a good ball player. I put that more on maybe what Sacramento was doing rather than what Christian Brown was doing, but his name's on the test. He gets the credit for it.
And he's played that way all year. He's been pretty
surgical
good.
yesterday. He was surgical.
Some of the things, and he's killed the Kings before this year too.
Right.
But some of the things that he did in that game last night, he's been doing all year long, sprinting out, off of misses and getting up and down the floor.
He finds the basket.
Mm-hmm. That's his game.
But to go 10 points over your average is a little frustrating. But those guys needed to step up and do work for their new head coach, and they were able to do it. So, hey, salute. I would have loved, after, and we'll talk about it later, what went on in Dallas. I would have loved for the Sacramento Kings to put the home court conversation to bed. It didn't work, and now we wait. Can they win one more, or can Dallas lose one more? And if they're able to, either one of those two things happen, then the Kings will host that play-in game 6 days from today.
And, the Kings can lose to anyone. Like, they can lose to anyone. We've seen it a week ago, multiple times this year. If you lose 2 games to not have that home game, you get what you deserve. Because Phoenix
and Dallas has to win both in that scenario.
Right,
Dallas would have to win both of them.
Right. You get what you deserve. Because I'm looking specifically to that game on Sunday night or Sunday afternoon.
Phoenix, yeah.
Come on, man.
Phoenix's season is over.
Yeah.
Like, they can't get into the play-in. There's no reason for Kevin Durant to probably ever play for the Phoenix Suns again.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with a lot on the line for you, if you, at worst case scenario, if you can't get that game, then you deserve to get on the plane and go to Dallas. So they're in control of what
Bring
they
some
wanna
Kings
do.
fans with you to start the Fire Nico chant, and you'll be just fine.
Oh man, we'll talk about that one.
Yeah, well, that was a sight to see. That's for sure.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk about it. And then also, Jesse, I didn't mean to Coach K. Coach K. Jesse said, "No, talk about it." And I said, "No, let me talk. Let me finish. No, shut up."
Man,
Kenny's been yelling at me all week.
Remember
Kenny got something going on. We just don't know. He definitely got something going on.
All these locked up. Nah, he's been yelling.
Well,
all
the
week.
market's been bad, and for guys, the ilk of the Caraways,
And he was telling me about his portfolio this morning.
Oh, you're the one with the portfolio.
That could be millions of dollars.
I'm still working. I'm a rookie.
There's no way you're a rookie.
I'm a rookie out here.
No
man.
way.
Come on
Ain't
now.
no way.
But yeah, no, I hit him with the Coach K. Remember Coach K? They were trying to cheer him in his farewell speech.
Yeah.
He said, no, be quiet. Let me finish. Stop.
All right, Coach K, I was just trying to have your back.
No, you grouchy ass old man. Will you please get out of here?
Sorry for annoying you with my friendship.
Trying to cheer him on. No, stop. No, stop it.
What was Coach K's problem that day?
It wasn't that day. That's Coach K. Coach K is a crabby old man. That's what it is.
They were cheering him, and he said, "Shut up." Oh man. So yeah, no Coach K, Jesse. My bad, bro. My bad.
Well, it's too late. You already did it to him.
So I'll say what I was gonna say was, and like I said, I don't want this to be the case every time.
Mhm.
But I woke up, like, man, the Kings lost. Oh man, they just didn't have it. You know what I mean? Like, man, Denver was better than them yesterday, and you just lost the game. Sometimes you lose a basketball game.
Mhm.
It's whatever.
Mhm.
And I turn on the insiders, and it's like, that damn DeMar DeRozan. God damn it.
What do you mean?
They said he said he was a ball hog again yesterday. That's one of the main reasons why they lost.
Well, I don't think that's what they said, because Kyle just said it a minute ago. I think he said he was frustrated with DeMar's. I'm going to change his words a little bit. He was frustrated with DeMar's aggressiveness in the first quarter, where it was like DeMar DeRozan versus Aaron Gordon in the first quarter.
I don't even know why that's a talking point. But we got shows to do.
Well, it's because he has a job, and I get your job is to stand for DeMar DeRozan no matter what.
DeMar DeRozan.
Like, that's Kyle's opinion. Like, let him allow him to assess the game the way he assesses it.
He can assess the game however he wants to. But every time they lose, it's DeMar DeRozan. That's the first thing we talk about.
DeMar DeRozan wasn't particularly great yesterday, and they were -8 in the. I think his point was they were -8 in the first quarter when he took all of those shot attempts against Aaron Gordon. And even the rest of the way,
and that's fine.
That's an assessment.
But that's fine. But Christian Brown was running up and down the court on them as well.
Yeah,
like that.
I feel like the bulk of what he did was in the first half too.
Yeah,
that could be wrong.
I think in the first half.
In the first, okay,
yeah.
So that 9 in the second.
So I just don't understand it. Like I said, and the games weren't too much different than the last two games. That's the other thing that gets me. Like, why is he shooting the ball so much? Look at the box scores from how he shot the other day and against Cleveland, against Detroit. That's just me. Won't bring it up. Won't bring it up no more. It's good. It's good. I just don't understand why in a loss, that's where we first go to all the time.
Well,
that's just me.
Kyle will be here tomorrow. You can ask him.
Like, leave it there.
He's here and he can ask. And I don't know. I didn't hear the 10 o'clock spot. Did the show start with the Kings lost because DeMar DeRozan was too aggressive in the first quarter? And I'm not trying to be funny. I did not hear the 10 o'clock.
Paraphrasing, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
10:03. Yes.
Okay.
And I was like, damn. And like I said, it was just a shock to me because I watched the game and I thought they just lost the game. Obviously, you got to break down this. You said he's got a job. We all got a job. We got to figure out, like, hey, what's going on? This offense wasn't moving, or this guy didn't defend, or something like that.
And the ball got moving. And again, without hearing the discussion, I could probably get you the exact number if I look close enough here. First quarter, 5 assists. So probably not that big, because they wound up finishing with 25 assists. So it's not like the ball wasn't moving at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's one of those things where you got what you needed from Keon, you got what you needed from Trey, but you had two starters and a rotational player in street clothes.
Mm-hmm. And I also look at those two guys that, like, your two best scorers, DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, they're jump shooters. So sometimes the jump shot is going to fall, and sometimes it's not. For DeMar, it didn't fall much at all in the first half for him.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach LaVine, he kind of got going a little bit later or whatever. But, even towards the end of the game, when they were trying to mount a comeback and it got to 4 or whatever,
mm-hmm.
LaVine took a couple jump shots. Like,
he got going late in the third.
Yeah. And the ones that he made and the ones that he missed, like when, okay, we're down 6, we need a bucket right here. Is jump shots. You got jump shooters on your team. So that's what's going to happen a lot of the time. So I thought they just kind of lost the game. I didn't think it was in particular one reason why, outside of the obvious they didn't make shots. But sometimes you play a team that's better on that particular night. And Denver's probably better just in general too. But yeah, that's what happens.
Okay. Well, it happens. They got the Clippers coming in. That Clippers game is massive on Friday for the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
The Clippers they close out with the Golden State Warriors on Sunday, and that is now a massive game because the Warriors dropped one of their 2 games against the San Antonio Spurs. Oh, we're going to get our jokes off in a few minutes. Trust me. We hitting game winners at the Chase Center now.
We celebrating now.
Man, walk your ass off the court into the locker room. But I think if I remember correctly, it was Spurs, Clippers. That's how the Warriors season closed, and it felt like they were potentially walking into that last game of the season in driver's position. Now they're walking in the 7th spot. So there's quite a bit to break down as it pertains to the Western Conference. The NBA put out a graphic earlier, and like I think they said 15 of the 20 spots haven't been decided yet.
It's crazy.
And I mean, there's just so much movement that can happen over the course of the next couple of days. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about what the Kings have ahead of them. We'll talk about what the Dallas Mavericks have ahead of them. We'll talk about what a night it was in Dallas last night. Luka Doncic's return to Dallas. And I told Kyle Madsen, in my eyes, the babyface turn is complete.
the American nightmare.
Nothing.
The Slovenian nightmare
screams babyface like a quivering lip in tears. This man is he's cupping his ear. He's posing. Oh yeah, he is babyface central right now. We'll talk about all that. Of course, the phone lines are open for you as well. Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. Steele and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, he was going in last night, JT. I saw he was going in.
Oh, I didn't see.
He was going in.
I didn't see. I got to look. I've stopped the practice of looking up Jim. It's Jim Parks? Jim Park?
Jim Park.
No, I got him. Yeah, it's Park. It's Park, singular. Let's see. What's Jim talking about? Steve Kerr just ruined everything the Warriors have done since the Jimmy Butler trade. Oh, no, these have to be read on the air. That's right, Drew Downs. All Steve Kerr's fault. Am I a Giants fan? No, I'm not really a fan of any baseball team, but I'll root for them for sure. I'll root for the Giants. I'll root for the A's. Doesn't hurt my soul or anything if they lose. Love that they started the season well, though.
Big Cowboys guy, though.
Yeah. It's a good point. Good point.
Lies.
On pools, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm probably not even gonna watch it. Like they went 81-81 that year. I'm not too curious about it. I think like it's good, but like for me, I'm not gonna watch. Scooter, my take has not changed since the last game of the season. I've been saying trade him, so trade him now, trade him yesterday, trade him tomorrow.
What did he do something today?
He domestic dispute that ended in nothing, I guess. No crimes committed or anything like that, but like there's all that, but he doesn't contribute to winning it on the field either. He's just a headache.
I tried to split my attention last night between Kyle Draper and Jerry Reynolds, and of course our man Mark Jones over on ESPN. Jerry, I think I always knew this, but man, it was really jarring. Jerry has had that silver hair, that white hair, since he was like 30. You could make the argument that 81-year-old Jerry Reynolds looks younger than he's ever looked.
That's a gift too. Like I hope I'm able like to keep a full head of hair. Like
Oh, Jerry's hair, magnificent.
Yeah,
just like terrific. But as they're showing him with the Budweiser and they're showing all of these, I was like, Jerry has looked exactly the same since he entered our life.
I wish I would. I didn't get a chance to really tap in with changing the channels because I was doing some other stuff. So I was on ESPN. But I was like, man, afterwards, I was like, I didn't really get a chance to listen to the Jerry broadcast the way I wanted to. I love listening to Jerry Reynolds, man. Love his insight on the game. And like you said,
there were Michael Jordan references, Larry Bird references, everything that you would expect from Jerry Reynolds. They were there for us last night. Yeah. I don't know if we're allowed to say Jerry's name anymore because
gotta be careful.
Yeah, Jerry redacted on this show.
Jerry, well, yeah, not that Jerry did anything wrong,
no.
but
right, no,
he's being compensated to no longer be our friend.
That's really what it is.
Like Sam redacted of The Athletic.
Right, Sam redacted, right?
Yeah.
But it was great to see Jerry on the broadcast last night. I just couldn't stop laughing at that when I was watching the tribute rejoiners and buffers and all of that stuff that they did. It's just Jerry has had that white hair since he entered our life some 40 years ago or whatever it was.
The legend. Somebody
Absolutely.
said it. How did they phrase it? I wish I'd remembered it, but basically, like if we're all like as Kings fans, we're all like siblings, we're all brothers in arms and stuff. Jerry's the father.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Jerry is our guy, man. Great to see Jerry on the broadcast yesterday.
Hey, real quick, because if I'm gonna do this, it needs to happen now.
Okay.
Because it's kind of time sensitive.
Okay.
Wow.
PrizePicks.com, PrizePicks app.
Okay.
They've got you covered for everything that you need as the Masters get underway today.
Wow.
Yeah. And your boy, I said I was gonna do it. Oh, I've got the Masters lineup ready to go with.
I'm really uncomfortable
NHL.
with your language right now. I'm being honest.
I've got the PGA lineup going to go along with that NHL lineup. Now, the reason why it's time sensitive.
It's an all-white Wednesday. It's an all-white Thursday here on Prize Picks.
What'd you call it the other day? The white
party. It's a white party.
So I got to get it to the people because they're about to start this part of the lineup. Like some of them in like, I guess it's a little longer than I thought, a little more time than I thought, like 30 minutes though. I got Bryson DeChambeau. Bryson DeChambeau.
Good.
Was he the one that got
good?
Was he the one that got arrested?
No, I don't think. Maybe.
No.
No.
Who was that?
No, that was that Scheffler that had the moment.
I thought it was.
I don't think it was DeChambeau. It was Scheffler. Yeah, it was Scheffler.
Okay. He
Got arrested. I mean, he did. That's crazy.
Hey, look, man. I'm just talking about the game of golf, man.
Oh boy.
Hole 10 through 18.
Play on.
Okay, just making sure.
Play on.
They got him at 36 shots. I'm going more for Bryson. I don't think he's going to do.
Do you
that
actually know what you're wagering on?
Yeah. Is he
Okay.
gonna for a hole 10 through 18? Is he gonna
Okay.
have
You're
more than 36 shots?
To be clear, you're pushing it just a little bit. Just
That's
calm
what
down. You're pushing it just a little bit.
That's what it is. Is he gonna have more than 36 shots? I say yes. He's gonna have more. So put that one down. Rory McIlroy. I know him.
Yep.
Hole 10 through 8. The whole 10 through 18. Is he gonna have 35.5 shots? I went less. Rory's gonna be cooking on the back end of the first round. He's gonna be cooking. All right. My boy Rory, he going to work.
This is
35 and a half. I'm taking less.
This is humorous for so many reasons. Okay.
And then, like I said, we're crossing sports.
Okay.
Sean Monahan, is he going to win 11 face-offs? I say less.
Okay.
That's a good call right there. I like that one.
Yeah, I say less. All right. And then Jake Oettinger.
Jake the Snake Oettinger, yeah.
Is he going to have 24 and a half goalie saves? I said more. He's going to stand on his head today.
All right. No. No, I don't think he is. Not today. Not on D'Lo and KC is not a flag.
That's what they say.
Not on
He's
D'Lo and
standing
KC
on-
is not. I'll tell you that much.
Hey man, that's what
You
they
were saying
say.
something else.
That's what Barry Melrose would say.
Well, this isn't hockey night in America.
So I'd say 24 and a half goalie saves. Give me more. All right. I'll have the lineup posted on socials. It's going to be posted in no time because everybody's got to get their PGA lineups together. And I'm gonna have that for you. All right. I got that for you. The Masters started today. I got you. So download the PrizePicks app. Put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup.
Promo code WHITE.
You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. PrizePicks. This guy's on fire. Run your game. Zabo. Oh, he did it again. Sorry, Miss Mac-10. Just a little late, Miss Mac-10. Zabo's on fire. He's got a commanding lead in the RYGL league. Or league is redundant. Or repetitive, excuse me. It's the RYGL. Zabo, the first of 5. See you, Zay.
Enter the keyword pale over at PrizePicks. That's PA.
So we're gonna put those in right now, man. It's gonna be up on socials. So you guys can get your the reason why I think
Watch Kenny's gonna get paid off of this. He's gonna make like
this is the
it's
one.
it's like a $10 wager. It's gonna pay off like $750.
I could be wrong, but isn't this I'll ask Damien, is this the last grouping of the day? That's why I gotta get it in right now because I don't know if anybody's starting later.
12:26, 3:26. This got to be the last group.
Yeah. All right, so I'll get it up there.
Get it off my TV already.
I'll get it up there for you guys. Hey man, the goalies, that's what they do though. When they're saying, Jesse, you watch hockey? That's how I get a flag for that. You know that. You know when they stopping the goals, what do they say they doing?
I don't know. What'd you say?
They're standing on their head. That's what they're doing. That's I'm talking hockey. Don't do that. I'm talking hockey.
No respect in this
Now,
game.
now,
Yeah,
we're
hold on.
talking hockey.
Our guy Will in the chat says, let's see if I can find his message or whatever. Says again, correct terminology. It's never mattered in this league. We don't care.
Yeah, Will. Thanks, Will. Come on, man. Go on the socials, man. The lineup will be there.
Terminology is all of a sudden important on this damn
Yeah,
show.
all of a sudden, yeah, we got integrity in this league, huh?
Jesus, man. Goodness gracious.
Oh, man.
All right, we'll set your lineups over there at Prize Picks app, and all of that good stuff. The magic number is down to 1 for Sacramento. 1 win or 1 Dallas loss, and the Kings will have home court against the Dallas Mavericks on Wednesday. The Suns got their ass beat last night. Their season has been over, but it is officially over. They have no shot now at making the postseason, and what has to be I think the only thing that saves Phoenix from being the most disappointed cut in 3, 2, and 1. I think the only thing that saves Phoenix from being the most disappointing team in the league is that the Philadelphia 76ers exist. The 76ers, to me, are the most disappointing team in the league. Phoenix is close behind. I thought Philadelphia overall had a better roster. I thought the top end of their players were even a little bit better. But nope, it's not happening for either one of those two teams. And Phoenix is out, and I have to imagine the Booker, KD, Bradley Beal experiment is over.
You mentioned it earlier. I agree with you. We probably have seen the last game Kevin Durant's ever going to play in the Suns uniform.
Yeah,
we probably should. I mean, it's the only one that's kind of been quiet about it. It feels like is Kevin Durant. The Phoenix Suns have whoever's working there or leaking things or whatever. Oh yeah, it's the worst kept secret. KD is on the move. We'll be fielding calls to move him out of there. And yeah, I don't know what you do if you're Phoenix, right? Like, because moving KD, Brian Windhorst was talking about it earlier. You're going to have to take probably less than what you think you should for Kevin Durant just to kind of move him out of there.
Well, the thing is, the market has been set for Kevin Durant, and you're not going to get there again.
No.
Like that was the market a couple of months ago. Not the market today. Mm-mm. And anybody familiar with what's going on in the market know that it's different. It is not the same. Yeah. Kevin Durant is Monday's market.
Can you get anything,
and it's not good.
Can you get anything good from the Knicks or for the Suns for KD?
Yeah, probably. Like, I don't think you're not getting second round picks.
Well, I wonder, are you even getting player for player at this point? Not like as far as as good as KD, but are you getting for what is a return for KD at this point?
If I'm the Knicks,
Phoenix, I'm sure not getting 5 first-round picks or 4 first-round picks at this point.
Tell me if this is just not enough. But unprotected first, pick swap, Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart.
Okay.
Is that too cheap? About right?
No, I think that's what you're looking at. Players of that caliber, like Josh Hart's fantastic. He's a very good player who can start for you today.
Right.
Yeah, you're not getting. I think you're not getting Anthony Davis, right? You're not getting that star play. You're getting a combination of assets back that's going to be less than the combination of assets that were traded before for Kevin Durant. And so for a long time, the Rudy Gobert deal and the Kevin Durant deal kind of loomed over superstar trades. Well, that's not the case anymore. The Rudy Gobert deal will always be like an anomaly or a mulligan if our opinions prove to be correct on that team. And KD, I thought the KD trade at the time was fine, but now you're older. Now you have, more wear and tear. Now you have less life. Like, that's probably just less basketball life. Mm-hmm. It's just not the same. Like, it can't live out there as a 1-for-1 the way it was before.
Yeah. And then the other aspect of it is you've got to match the salary. So, it's going to be, I think it's going to be filler, and you kind of expressed it too. It's going to be filler guys like that, like a Josh Hart, like a Mitchell Robinson, where you combine and they make the type of money that you're looking for, as opposed to, you mentioned Anthony Davis, just one guy that just makes all the money. He's a star quality player, and you can match it up that way. I think it's going to be a combination of guys if you're Phoenix. So
Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis, call it in.
Yeah, so here's a kind of a footnote to that. I think you can get players of that caliber for Kevin Durant, what you just did for the New York Knicks, what Jesse just did for the Boston Celtics. If you're talking about the New York Knicks, if you're talking about the Boston Celtics, if you're talking about teams who are looking for that one small edge to win a championship, or perhaps in Boston's case, to continue to win championships, you might not get that type of return if you're dealing with, I'm just saying, it's the Pelicans. Right. If you might not even get that type of return if you're dealing with a team like the Los Angeles Clippers. But if you're dealing with that team who thinks we are right there on the cusp of a championship or on the cusp of another championship, and Kevin Durant is what we need, and here's how this balances out, I think you make that move. If those teams prove to be kind of I don't know if KD's the guy for us, and they kind of aren't in on this sweepstakes, and you start dealing with, kind of more of the mid-tier teams. Maybe Detroit gets in on this. Maybe Orlando gets it. Teams like that, you're not going to get that type of return because it doesn't hit the same. You need the Josh Harts there. Right. You need the Drew Holidays or the Kristaps Porzingises on teams like that. So you can't afford to give them up. That's where heavy draft capital comes into play. That's where, if you're one of those teams looking to acquire Kevin Durant, you hope you have like the mulligan contract that you can move off and expires quickly enough to entice Phoenix. I think that's there's probably tiers of teams that are looking at him
just for fun
that have different types of offers.
Just for fun, I was trying to see something with the Kings, and I don't know if they obviously have the contracts, but I'm saying you're not trading. I don't think you're trading Sabonis and Levine for Kevin Durant, right? So I was trying to find the money. I don't even think they got the money, like the contracts to match up, because the two that I put in there were DeRozan and Keegan Murray. That ends up being $31 million, and that's $20 million short of Kevin Durant. So to your point, to Jesse's point, it's going to have to be a couple of guys that make $25 million plus. Like, you're not going to be able to put $4, $8 million guys together and get to the money, because Kevin Durant making $51 million.
Yeah, you can't be going to the KD store with D'Lo and Jesse money. You need KC money for this.
Well, what?
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, what's the store? Remember the Tiffany store? I think you say
Cartier.
Store? Cartier store.
Yeah.
That's Kings can't go to the Cartier store.
No.
This guy switches every day, bro. Switches every day.
I'm telling the truth. Me and D'Lo have never been to the Cartier store.
Come on,
it's facts. It's a broadcast journalist right there.
Man. Yo, are you finished? Are you done?
Yeah, actually,
I'm sitting here trying to talk NBA trades, trying to figure out.
I thought his analogy was perfect. His analogy was
at me again. This is why I'm leaving at 2 today.
What's wrong with you this
week? This is why I'm leaving early today, because of you. I'm tired of it.
Is Ryan being a little more difficult than usual? You've been yelling at Jesse for 4 straight days. Now he said he won't work past 2.
He's been calling me, "Hey, producer," all week.
Man, I would never.
Jerry, Jerry.
Oh, he did it again.
God damn it.
My name is Jesse. All right, I've worked with you for the last 4 years. Nice to meet you. I'm Jesse.
Wow. This essentially just called him a little punk kid.
Do I look like Jerry Reynolds to you?
Jesse, where did you eat last Friday for dinner?
I don't even remember, bro.
I know where I ate. I ate at like a bar. Like, they got a hamburger.
I think I had maybe some In-N-Outs.
Jesse's analogy was perfect.
No,
the Kings can't shop at the Cartier store. Kevin Durant is a Cartier bracelet. You're getting served champagne to have a conversation about Kevin Durant. The security is stopping the Sacramento Kings from walking into that building.
It should be me and Jesse, not you and Jesse. Like, then when you talk about like, oh, you got to have money like Damian to get there, not like KC, because I ain't got it like that.
Well, you hung up on the wrong things, man. Jesse was really putting an exclamation point on your point. He's like, "Hey, KC's right."
No, he was, but it was not accurate. The comparison wasn't accurate.
Okay, so what part wasn't accurate? I haven't. No. Jesse asked the question. Have you been to the Cartier store? Your answer is yes. Have I been? I haven't. Jesse, have you been?
No, I don't even.
That was literally his point.
You said the Kings don't have money to go for KD.
We are the Kings.
Yes,
we can't get into the KD store.
That's where we got a problem.
Hold on.
That's where we got a problem. We are the Kings. Stop that.
How many times have you been to the Cartier store, Kenny?
3 times.
You got KD, Beal, and Booker.
Oh, I don't know that NBA fans put Beal at the Cartier store.
Oh man, they be
the Booker definitely, but they put Beal at.
I saw
Nordstrom Rack.
I saw.
If you're lucky.
I saw something where they're people. I don't know who feels this way, but they're saying they may have to have like a historic buyout for Bradley Beal because they won't be able to trade him, navigate past the no trade clause. They don't need him there, next year. That would be a disaster. Just a crazy buyout. That'd be like, it shouldn't be.
If I'm Brad, I was like, yeah, you can buy me out. You're gonna buy me out the entire contract, though.
It shouldn't even be that bad. Like it shouldn't be to the point where you got to do that if you're Phoenix. Sit down with that man in the offseason. If you can't make a trade, like if you're, tested the waters during the trade deadline, it's like, man, trade's probably not going to happen. See if you can figure it out. Because the other thing about it is.
But he has the control. It's not just a trade not happening. It's a trade that he's okay with.
Right. Well, I'd even have a conversation with him. Like, all right, we know maybe you were being a little petty or you were in.
I would not start the conversation like that.
Well,
if you're trying to get something done, I would not start the conversation. You were being a little
jackass to start, but
you are the worst general manager ever.
No, because I would.
How about bring him in and say sorry?
If you don't mean it. Like if you're trying to trade him, it wouldn't be sorry. And it's the conversation I have. I know things got a little petty.
I know you were being a little jerk.
I know things got a little petty, but what do you want to do? Do you want to stay here? Do you want to be traded? Because if you want to be traded, we can work on some stuff, but you got to also work. It can't be just everything, no trade, no. Like we could trade you. Or if you want to be here, we made some mistakes. Well, Coach Bud made some mistakes. That's how they put it.
Or former Coach Bud.
Coach Bud made some mistakes.
Yeah.
We'll keep you here. Let's get on the same page. Let's work together.
Okay.
But I don't think, because I think people in a vacuum talk about Bill as like he's just unplayable.
Yeah, that's crazy. Brad's a good basketball player.
He's still cool. Is he?
I don't think Brad fits on this team.
Yeah,
he doesn't fit on this team.
Yeah, that all can be true, but you can still have some good moments on the court with Bradley Beal on your roster and playing minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would start by saying, what do you want to do, Brad? If you want to stay, let's work on what we can do to stay or make this happen.
But you also were being a little jerk, so.
Well, and look, I would tell him, like, you're being petty. Then I understand it because Coach Bud,
of course, because it was his idea.
He was doing all that.
Yep.
Then I understand it.
That's right.
He's gone now.
Yep.
And now
we threw his ass out of here for you, Brad. That guy sucks.
Let's throw him under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't there no more.
Do what you got to do.
So Phoenix's situation it's ugly, man.
It's fascinating.
Chad Hale's not being very nice today. Stephen Brown, Bradley Beal is Ross.
No, see, that's just disrespectful.
No, that's not true. Damn.
Brad is offer up.
Wow.
Oh, come on.
Shout out Payless. Beal at Payless.
This is terrible. You guys
Bradley Beal definitely Timu.
Why? This stuff is just wrong. It's not okay.
I don't think Brad's that. I think Brad needs the perfect setting. Not even the perfect setting. He needs a better setting. Yeah, he needs a better setting.
This setting has been trash.
Yeah, it has.
Don't put that. Not you. I'm just saying.
Don't
put that on Bradley
Beal.
This is garbage.
What if he became a Sacramento King that one time?
when we reported that he would waive his no trade clause.
Yeah. Do we know what they were offering for Bradley Beal?
The Kings, I don't think that was the thing.
Yeah. The wording was he would
be willing,
but he'd be concerned they'd have to give up.
I don't think it ever got past. Hey, would Brad be interested in coming here? Brad saying yes, and that kind of being why that so quickly made its way to us. Yeah. I have no idea, but I think he was traded before the end of that day, wasn't he? I think he was traded that same day.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. The game is weird. We'll come back. Let's go to Dallas before we go to San Francisco.
Okay.
We'll talk about the night. I mean, obviously, that's who the Sacramento Kings are going to play one way or another 6 days from today in the play-in tournament, with Phoenix being eliminated. We'll talk about the night that they had, the night that the Lakers had, the night that Luka Doncic had, and why the babyface turn is complete. He is stone cold Luka Doncic now. It's next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Does Kevin Durant get a video when he returns to Phoenix if he gets traded? Does he hit video status?
He probably shouldn't, but you might just do it just because he's Kevin Durant.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. He's KD, so you do it.
So many damn videos.
A lot of video. I mean, nothing like the Luka video, but just a nice little. I don't even know what Phoenix Suns highlights you there.
Well, yeah, you should. Yeah.
Maybe not.
Hey, Kevin, thanks for getting us to the play on one time.
It's just
old ankles.
It's just a thanks Kevin graphic on the. Or they could be petty and just put thanks Eddie.
Just do it like the. just do like the Office. Kevin Durant, you were a son.
That's right. You were a son.
No, Drew Down, you had it right the first time, man. Don't need to run it back. He gets a tribute because he's KC. Good call. Good call.
Wonder if they'll throw our jerseys in the Raptors here one day.
They won't even know what's going on.
Finally, those guys are on. We can eat the snacks now. Fridge is already getting kind of light.
Oh, jeez. What was that? Monday, this stuff got filled up. Is this right? Morris Chestnut is on 2 shows. Good for him.
Man, what a night it was. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line open for you, by the way, 916-909-1320. You want to talk Kings, you want to talk basketball, you want to talk about whatever, man, we got you. Man, it was quite the sight when that video tribute started airing in Dallas yesterday. And Casey and I kind of stopped what we were doing, started watching it. and they get that ISO shot. Luka's sitting there by himself. And before the video starts to air, he looks down at one of the Lakers attendants and says, "Hey, give me a towel." And that video starts, and he is instantly emotional.
Yeah.
Like, not just eyes watering and tears dropping. It is lip quivering. It is, face into that towel. Like, he was feeling some type of way. And I think we both felt, I don't want to say we were emotional, but I think we both felt a certain way about it. And I know for me, I was like, God, I forget he was 18 years old when he got there. He's essentially a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And, he had spent, however many years it's been at this point with the one place in this country that he called a home.
Mm-hmm.
That was tough.
He was supposed to be a statue guy there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He
there was never a scenario over the last 8 years or whatever it's been that we thought the Mavericks would be playing basketball without Luka Doncic.
Right. Everybody thought he'd be there for his career, or at the very least, the vast majority of his career.
Yeah. He'd be a Dwayne Wade move at the end,
right.
like when the Chicago move or whatever,
right.
But not this.
Luka, I'm not a big fan of Luka. I'm a fan of like the production he has, or I recognize the production he has, but the way he goes about playing the game or the way he moves, I'm not like a huge Luka fan. I felt bad for him.
Mm-hmm.
I felt bad for him in that moment, like seeing him on that bench, being emotional. Yes, he's probably, in a what he deems as a better situation, or, better for him or whatever, but it was already known, but it was a reminder in that moment that he did not want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he never wanted to leave there. He loved it there.
Mm-hmm.
They had love for him. And that was a little bit of the human element of the game of sports, right? Where, you can love it somewhere. You can be embraced by the fans and be embraced by the city and the community for X amount of years. And the second they tell you got to go, the organization, then you got to go. And I don't want to be over dramatic with it, but it was like tough to watch. Like, I felt bad for him.
Absolutely.
Night, having to face those emotions.
Absolutely.
With the tribute video and everything, and then seeing all those memories and the people. I don't know who those people were. I don't know if it was Maverick staffers or just random offices around the Dallas
people who
area.
were hugging him.
Well, no.
Oh,
tribute,
thank you. Yeah.
I mean, that was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough for him. I can imagine.
Yeah, it definitely was. And he hugs LeBron. They break. And I thought, man, he's going to go out there and score 7 points. And he didn't.
No.
31 in the first half. 31 in the first half. And he took all of that. He took all of that energy. He took all of that hurt, anger, frustration. He took all of that. And he walked on to the place that he's best.
Yeah.
And that's the basketball floor.
He is box office. He is absolutely box office. He's not a guy that maybe looks the part all the time, does the preparation to be in the best shape or anything like that. Like, I think he does do what I'm about to say, but who knows if he even watches tape or studies or anything. Like, he might not do any of that. But when he gets on that basketball court and when them lights turn on, there aren't many better. He's one of the greatest we've ever seen when them lights are on. And that's something that you can't quantify. Like, you can't prepare for. You can't regulate or legislate, right? Like, oh, we're going to move on from him, or he's not good because he's out of shape. You just can't. Because when them lights are on, he's damn near the same every time. And those lights turned on last night, and he took it to the Dallas Mavericks.
Man. And that crowd at American Airlines Arena or Center Arena. Is it the same in Miami and Dallas?
No, they are different. The AAC, I think it's
American Airlines
Center.
In
Miami.
Loved every second.
They did.
Every second of it. They love home court advantage in the plane. Psh, I don't care. Whatever. We're here to cheer our guy. We're here to cheer Luka Doncic. And perhaps equally as importantly, we're here to boo the guy who's standing over there in the tunnel. And for 4 straight quarters, they let Nico have it. You're about to say something stupid. I know it. You just took that deep sigh. You're about to say something ridiculous. Go
I don't know
ahead.
if it's ridiculous. It's just not. It's just fans doing what fans what they can do. Voice their displeasure. So I'm not. That's what they can. They have no legislation over the moves that are made or nothing like that. What they can do is voice it on sports radio, voice it in the arenas and stuff like that. Voice it on social media, right? I did feel some type of way about all these people saying fire this man. I don't know what it is. I'm not perfect. I'm sure if we go through the archives, I've said somebody needs to be fired. I've also said a number of different times, like when NBA coaches or players get fired, it's not the same as me or you getting fired. These guys are walking away with life-changing money when they get fired. So it's I don't have the same, come on, don't do that. It's somebody's job. Don't say that. Like, I don't necessarily feel that way, but I don't know. I just felt some type of way seeing all these people talk about fire this man.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm not saying it's wrong or anything. I was just like, all right, man. Like, all right. Like, you may disagree with it and you may have your reasons, but we don't know the whole story. And he did what he felt was best for the organization.
There is a very, very consistent discussion that the owners didn't want to pay that. They didn't want to pay Luka that $300 million contract. And I don't know if it's just Luka or if they don't want to pay anybody a $300 million contract. These are brand new owners. This is not Mark Cuban. We don't know the way that these people tick. They don't even have experience in basketball. They don't have experience in professional sports. They could just look at it as no professional athlete deserves $300 million. We're not paying them $300 million. So there is there's the story that Nico quietly reached out to Rob Pelinka on his own and set up this deal for Anthony Davis because he thought it was best for the basketball team and their defense and pairing Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving. That's a story that has been written out there. And the people who have written that story probably believe that that's the story. There are other stories that the owner or the person in charge now is not on board with paying Luka Doncic $300 million. And Nico was tasked with the guy who had to make the move. And maybe there's some semblance of truth to both. And I'm not sure. I did say to my barber this morning because we were watching those
fresh,
clips.
by the way. Looking fresh.
Yeah, thank you. My man is cold. Okay, so you fire Nico. Luka's not coming back. Like, you can't undo this. And it's just kind of the pound of flesh thing. I want my retaliation. And I understand fans are mad, and I understand voicing your displeasure because some of you probably bought season tickets with the expectations that you were going to see Luka Doncic for years. Now, if you bought season tickets as a Sacramento Kings fan thinking you were going to see De'Aaron Fox for the next 10 years, that's not paying attention to the NBA. De'Aaron and Luka are not on the same level. There's a handful of guys like Luka, 4 maybe in the entire league that are Luka Doncic levels. And yeah, fans are frustrated. I bought my season tickets for next year thinking I was going to see Luka Doncic. It's $40,000 or whatever season tickets cost. I have no idea. Yeah, I get it. I get being angry about it. Not just frustrated for your sports team, not just passionate about the Dallas Mavericks. I understand the emotion of anger in this situation.
I do too. Like I said, I'm just.
And you might not know who the right person to direct it at is. Like, the owner's not there. The owner walked to his seat after the game and he got booed loudly. He got booed. So they might not even know that guy's name. Right. Hell, I don't even think he's the owner. He's the guy that the owners tapped with being in charge of the team. He's not the actual owner. The owner of the Adelsons, the casino people.
Right.
They tasked this, I think it's Dumont guy, in charge of running the basketball operations.
Right. And once again, even with that, like you just laid out, he may have to answer to somebody.
Right.
Nico, this guy, both would have been like, man, we love Luka. We want to keep him here. And their bosses said, we're not paying him that.
That's right. Yeah.
So figure out what else you're going to do.
Yeah.
But we're not paying him that. And it's, like I said, people do what they want to do, guys. Fans, it's part of the game. It's part of the game. The game is the game. Nico, you're going to be an NBA GM. You're going to be the face of something. Something that goes wrong, they're going to boo you. They're going to talk about your job or whatever. 20,000 people, all this fire Nico. That man ain't do nothing to nobody. He did his job according to what we know. He didn't do nothing to nobody. It's just, like I said, and I'm not even saying don't do it or people are wrong for it. I'm just saying I felt some type of way. I don't think I would partake in something like that. Like I said, man, he ain't hurt nobody. He ain't do nothing wrong. And you want that man fired. Or you chant that he needs to be fired.
People get fired for doing their job poorly, right? And those people feel like he did his job poorly.
Or he did his job perfectly.
But we don't know yet.
Right.
Yeah, we don't know. But in the moment right now, they're hurt. And I understand. Like, they're hurt.
And that's also, like what you just said, is also just the thing I think about. Like I said, I'm not trying to police nobody. I want to be perfectly clear. But we don't know if he did his job perfectly or poorly. But we'll go towards he did it poorly. Even though we don't know. Does that make sense? Like, we don't know, but let's err on it. He was bad. Because his job might have been to trade Luka. That might have been his job. You may think his job is to do something else. You may think his job was to get second rounders and build this this championship and go get another Derek Lively or something. You may think that's his job, but the people who hire him said, your job is to move on from this guy so we don't have to pay him $300 million. And if that's what his job is, he did his job. But we don't know. We don't see that. So we just err on he did bad. No, you think he did bad because he didn't do what you think he should have done. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you. I think I'll side with fans on this one. It just
if you're
being
a Mavs
emotional
fan,
and frustrated.
Well, yeah, there's no like, oh yeah, like they didn't want to. Like, no, you got to boo that. You traded like a top 100 NBA player of all time. Like, you can't. There's no justifying that. Like, I get like maybe Nico to do a job, but if you're a fan, like, hell, no, I'm gonna boo that forever.
Yeah, and you also and you also boo that without
you almost kind of undercut the next 5-10 years of your team, maybe. Like, you had the guy, you had like the guy there, and you traded him. Like, you might not draft a Luka anytime soon.
That's a guy you pay $300 million. Like you just mentioned, there's like maybe a handful of them in the league. He's one of them.
Yeah.
So I know basketball. You know basketball. Jesse does. A lot of people listening and watching know it as well. He's worth it. You know what I mean? But we also don't have to put no expenses out there. I'm not defending ownership, but you say it all the time. It ain't our money. Sure. Pay everybody $300 million. It's not my money. But when you actually have to write the check, maybe you think about it differently.
Yeah, but and you're right. The most owners aren't running their sports franchises like as their business. Mark Davis is an exception. Mark Davis I believe Mark Davis's business is the Raiders. I believe he's obviously he's expanded off. He's got the aces. He's got, other things going on right now. But Mark Davis's primary business is the Raiders. I don't believe Mark Davis had a what we would even consider a pot of wealth in liquid money until he started selling off pieces of the Raiders.
Mhm.
Now Mark Davis is a very, very wealthy man, but he doesn't own 100% of the Raiders anymore. And I think when you look at, Jerry Jones, the Cowboys are his biggest moneymaker, but that man makes money everywhere.
Mhm.
And Kroenke has businesses well outside his professional sports franchises. This group that owns the Dallas Mavericks, they run casinos in Las Vegas.
The sports team are to play money.
Right. Basically, yeah, that's what they are. Like Ballmer's a billionaire how many times over?
20 or something.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So the Clippers got to pay Kawhi Leonard, $250, $300 million. Oh, okay. It's not like he's destitute if they do it. And so the idea now, when you're navigating the salary cap and you're navigating aprons and hard cap and everything, okay, now we're having a different discussion, which, okay, this is a conversation. This is a conversation I think a lot of teams in the league are going to have. And Dallas is not a championship contender, regardless of what they did last year. They're not a championship contender. So do you make the decision, we're not a championship contender, we're not paying Luka Doncic that money? I'm not sure. But the idea that you don't start whatever you're trying to do with the Dallas Mavericks with Luka Doncic is kind of wild to me.
It's absolutely wild. It's asinine. The only point I was making there is just as person to person. Like Jesse, if we're talking to D-Lo and we're like, hey man, just go buy that other house. Yeah, it'll cost you this, but you got it.
Well, yeah, we kind of did that with his past one. Like, hey, he's like, oh wow. I was like, yeah, it's got everything you want. Plus, you get to walk outside in the backyard and see the city.
You got it. You
you are a turncoat.
What are you talking about?
I'm joking a little bit, but if you got $200 million, no disrespect, I know you got more than that. I'm just making a point. If you got $200 million, and I say, hey man, go buy that $5 million house, you got it, do it. You would probably be like, that's not the point. If I don't want to, I ain't doing it. The point isn't that I got it. The point is whether or not this is how I want to spend my money. And when we talk about owner, I think that's greedy for people who think that way. I think the owners who are like, oh, I'm making $300 million a year, I don't want to spend 100 of that on the play. I think that's greedy. How much money you need? Ballmer, he doesn't do this, but Ballmer, you're worth $20 billion. What's this to you? I think it's greedy, but I also realize, how am I going to tell somebody else how to spend their money?
Well, what else are you owning the team for? How do you not pay Luka Doncic? I get.
Well, see, that's
Jalen Brunson or whatever, insert player, but you own a professional sports team. How do you not pay your biggest money maker, the guy that sells all your jerseys, blah blah blah? How do you not pay that guy?
I know we believe these owners get into it. They, it's all ego for most of these people. They want to win a championship. They want to, show everyone look what I did, look what I helped build. When in reality, some of them might just want to be in a club. You got people paying, what was it, $250, $300 a month to go eat at the Jacqueline because there's 10 people there, and complex mixing to me and you and nobody else. Yeah. But you got people who want to do that because there's an exclusive nature to that. Mm-hmm. You can't really find a more exclusive group than a sports owner. There's 30 in the NBA. Mm-hmm. There's 32 in the NFL. Was it 30 in Major League Baseball? There is such the richest of the rich. We've gotten to the point where sports franchises now, they're so expensive that, there might have been less than 1% of the population could have afforded to buy a professional sports franchise before. Sports franchises are so expensive. We're probably at less than a 0.5%. that can afford to do it now. And those numbers are probably way inflated. It's probably half of a half. Like, it's so significantly smaller now because you need. I mean, the Celtics just sold for what? $6 billion?
Yeah. 6.1, I believe.
You have to have $6 billion on hand to purchase. And like, it's maybe it's not about winning a championship. Maybe it's not about fielding a competitive team. It's about being an exclusive. Hell, wasn't that the argument that what Donald Sterling was doing? Mm-hmm. Donald Sterling wanted to be in an exclusive club. Mm-hmm. And that's why he ran the Clippers of San Diego and Los Angeles the way that he did.
You said it perfectly. Like Jesse asked, like, well, what are you owning a team for? To own a team. that may be why you're doing it. Like some people are owning it because they want to own a team. They want to hoist a championship and all this other stuff and win, right? And winning may be part of why you're doing it. It may not be the top two though. There are some owners, I'm sure, of these sports teams who, if you list it, like, why do you own this team? Number one, like you just mentioned, to be in an exclusive group, to have that status of being a professional sports team owner. Number two, I want to make money, and this is an avenue to make money. Number three, I want to win in this league that I'm in. Do you see the tiers there, right? Yeah. The tier is, why am I in this? To be an exclusive group. Yep. The second tier, I want to make as much money as possible. The third tier is I want to win basketball games. And I'm not going to, some owners, I'm not going to move that thing that's in tier 3 up before tier 2. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. Sure.
And I'm not, we're sports fans, so we think that's ridiculous. But for them, like I said, it's toy money. It's another asset. It's another tool to bring in money.
That's a good word.
But it could be to these guys.
Yeah.
So
it's a stock that if you present it right, can become significantly more valuable. Mm-hmm. We all know how dumb Vivek is. He can't do anything right, except his little Sacramento Kings stock has quadrupled in worth. Now, not all of that is what he's done. A lot of that is getting in at the right time and the market inflating. Mm-hmm. The sports market is the sports ownership market has inflated, and the in price is far, far greater. And now the club is more exclusive than it used to be.
Right. And Drew Down, my guy Drew Down, he says, I'm never siding with billionaires. I don't think this conversation is about siding with billionaires. At least it isn't for me. Not side. Like, I think it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like the whole Luka situation in Dallas. All I'm saying is, just because that's your priority doesn't mean it's theirs. And honestly, to be completely honest, who's to say one is right over the other? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Just because we want to win basketball games doesn't make us right in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, ain't the whole point of sports, though? That's the whole point of all this.
That's the whole sport. That's the whole point of sports. That's not the whole point of business. These are business people that got into this.
Well, but
this is different, though.
But the business aspect is, if we're just here to have fun, like, I'm going to support somebody else. You can't have my money. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not a accident. There's a God knows how many Warriors fans here.
Right.
I don't blame anyone in this market who's a Warriors fan. I'm not supporting y'all no more. Y'all threatened to move to Virginia Beach, Anaheim, Seattle.
And y'all ain't no good.
Right. And y'all suck. Come on, man. Like, no. Like, you're not trying anymore. Mm-hmm. You've stopped trying. Okay. Well, man, there's this kid from Davidson just 90 miles from here. Mm-hmm. I'm going to root for him instead. Mm-hmm. I don't blame anyone who does that.
100%.
Laker fans, that's different. Y'all just wish you were from L.A.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, y'all get out of my face.
Boo them.
But I don't blame anyone who's a Warriors fan. And all kidding aside, I don't blame anyone who's a fan of a different team here. Mm-hmm. Because it's tough when you see that. And that's not a year. That was a stretch of years There were multiple relocation sagas. I mean, losing is one thing. Like not being a properly run basketball team, like that's one thing. But what this fan base went through, I don't blame them for saying, "No, man, I'm not doing this." Until it was, oh, they're gonna sell. Oh no, we'll support this team to get their asses out of here. If our support means they're gone, oh yeah, I'm back.
Facts.
I'm all in.
Facts.
But it's the dicey relationship between a team's owners and its fan base. And yesterday, whether fair or not, Nico took the brunt of the reaction from that fan base.
Yeah. And once again, that's just part of the game. If you're Nico Harrison, I like I said, I think somebody said it in the chat. I did feel a little bad for him as a person, human to human.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Like,
have to deal with that. And once again, that's what you sign up for. That's why you're making the money you make, or just taking that job in general. But I felt bad for him.
Fan chants are like social media. Like you can drown in the is the word anonymity. You can drown in that. But if you're, walking past Nico and hey, they should have fired you. And Nico looks at him and says, yeah, I thought it was best for the basketball team. Their tone is going to change. Like no one's going to puff their chest up and try to fight Nico Harrison over this, especially by themselves. Now, when you're with 18,000 other people, it's different. But it's no different than hashtag sell the team. It's no different. We'll come back. Daniel, we see you. Hang tight. Actually, want to hear what you have to say. Anyone else want to get in on this conversation or any conversation? Hit us on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. Stealing with Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jersey devs, you can. That's what you want to chant, then you can chant that. It's cool.
Michigan, I was talking to KC before the show. I told him I had a dream or a vision that Canelo's getting knocked out the ring by Terrence Crawford. I seen it with my own eyes.
I saw the pain in his eyes when he told me that too. I saw the pain. I was like, oh, brother.
Yeah, blue trunks and everything. If he comes out with blue trunks or whatever that day of the fight, oh my gosh. It was so vivid.
And here's the other thing about this as well. Like we have fun with it or whatever. Because there's a certain way that we think you should go for fandom, but who gives a shit? Do what you want to do. If the Kings ain't no good, then you want to enjoy your life by rooting for a team that will have wins, by all means. It's fine. Nobody's any better than anybody because they stuck around longer or didn't switch up or whatever. We talking about sports, man.
Not true, Casey. I'm tough because I've watched the Dolphins lose my whole life.
I think there are things that you don't experience. You don't get to experience if you do move around from team to team like that. The highs that you get from finally reaching a level or something like that. But
you can go follow another team too, but you'll never love that team the way you did your first team.
Yeah, and that just goes into the experience, right? Like there's things you won't experience because you weren't around for bad times or something like that. But man, do whatever you want, man. Like if somebody want to go, or if Suns fan wants to go be a Lakers fan now, or a Celtics fan, it's whatever. I think sometimes people do too much with that.
A lot of the new Warrior fans are old Laker fans. It's fine.
No. And then they're about to go back to the Lakers.
Yeah, that's what it is. Michigan, yeah, I'd say it's 60% Canelo, 40% for Crawford. Yeah, there's a chance, no doubt.
I think I'm picking Crawford. We talked about.
When's
it
the last
before.
time you picked Canelo though?
I pick Canelo all the time. I thought he would beat Bivol. I picked Plant. I thought he would beat Charlo, but I'd said for almost a decade that Charlo would win. So that's why I picked him. But I said that in the 13th round. I thought he would beat all those Euros he beat. I picked him. I think I picked Triple G all 3 fights. I picked him against Berlanga. I said he would destroy.
It's an easy
Berlanga.
one.
Danny Jacobs. I think I picked him for Danny Jacobs.
Collins, I don't know. I low-key disagree. I've never seen the Dolphins win a playoff game in my life.
That's tough.
Like you've seen it. You've seen 3 wins.
That is tough.
They've done the whole bad draft pick. Should have drafted that guy. Yada yada yada. Ownership sucks. Like they got all that too.
Some people feel this way, Emiliano. Some people say they've got it figured out. People who feel this way.
All right, let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320. Our man Daniel. Daniel, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man?
Hey, D'Lo, man, you're so right about these guys trying to buy a team to be in a club. Look at how long Cuban has wanted to. He's tried to get into the NFL a long time, and I know he finally got a minority stake in the Cowboys, but that can't be a big stake. I'm sure. You got the owner of Oracle. He's been trying to get a baseball team for the longest time. The guy's got $216 billion.
Yeah.
And the guy just can't get into the club. He wants in, but he can't get into the club. These soccer teams are selling like crazy too to all these the 49ers bought their stake over there. It's just a club, man. They want to be in the Premier League. They want to be in, they want to be loved. That's what I think.
Yeah, like I there's probably something to that too.
Yeah. And once again, appreciate you, Daniel. Once again, I think multiple things can be true. You can want to be in the club, you can want to make money, and you can still want to win, right?
Sure.
But I do think there's sometimes, not all the time, there's a list of priorities, even down to like say I won't use Vivek because it's too much of a lightning rod, but just Celtics owners at the time, like, all right, we want to win. We gonna spend some money to win. We're gonna spend some money to win about 3-4 years, but after that, we got to get back to making money. Like we're not just going to keep. And I don't know the numbers. I don't believe they're taking a deficit with how sports are now, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the case. But
not
maybe,
the Celtics.
No,
yeah.
But like maybe we're taking less money than we could. We'll do that for 3 or 4 years in the name of winning. We ain't gonna do that forever. Like we're not gonna do. And then if you win, say you win 2 of them or whatever. All right, we won 2. Now we got to shift the priorities back to making money. We got to do that. And you're seeing it with like these rules that I think are just awful in the CBA. Like
Raymond was right.
You got that one spot on. Teams they want to win, but like how bad you want to win. Even Joe Lacob reached the breaking point where he's like, all right, I'm not just going to keep spending money into the abyss.
Well, I will on him though, but not him.
Right. Not going to just keep spending money into the abyss, because the tax money is money that's like it's almost not even towards nothing, right? It's beyond the salary that you're paying these guys. It's tax, literally that. Like you got to spend an extra $200 million just to be able to sign this guy to $100 million contract. And some people don't want to do that.
Well, I wonder how much money that like you could be missing out on because like the Charlotte Hornets, like they don't win at all. Like how much more money are they making than everyone else though? Than teams who are spending, I guess, into the luxury tax or right around there, like actually trying.
Yeah, I would think teams like that aren't.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're
Wizards, like Brooklyn, like whoever, like
yeah,
lower level
because
teams.
you
Like,
got to remember too.
how much more money could they be making?
I was pretty good friends with the president of basketball operations on the business side for the Sacramento Monarchs.
Mhm.
And she was the president. She had that position when Chris was traded, Weber. She was just like, you've got to understand like the way that this all works. Like she spoke from the WNBA side. She was like, we went to 2 straight finals appearances. Mm-hmm. And you don't this was the W in 2005 and 6. You don't break even till you're in the playoffs. The further you go in the playoffs, the more money you make. There's got to be some truth to that for NBA teams too, because their overhead is so significantly higher because of the contracts that they have. Now, of course, ticket prices are greater, attendance is greater. That's how this all starts to balance out. But she was like, financially with Chris, if we weren't going back to the Western Conference Finals, paying that contract was going to be really difficult in Sacramento. And if you're not running game, 3, 4, or 1 and 2 or whatever, the Western Conference Finals, that number in the black is going to be significantly less. You try to, like, your Phoenix, I can't imagine what Phoenix's, profit number looks like, if it even exists, because you have a frustrated fan base. You have a season that's ending after 82 games, and a little murky. Weren't they one of the ones who had a screwed up television situation?
Yeah. They
with the regional,
they went back local.
So
or like network TV out there or something.
So what are you pulling with that? Like when you have 3 $50 million a year players, and so it's all sometimes it feels like it's all a house of cards. Sometimes it feels like it's a juggling act. Sometimes it feels like Joe Lacob, and I'm just, if I got a competitive team, and I'm gonna ride this as long as I can. You talk about Joe. Even Joe had a breaking point. Joe's breaking point, he may never admit this publicly, or maybe he did. Joe's breaking point was, I don't think we can win championships anymore. That's the breaking point. Mm-hmm. That man, at least in my opinion, Drew Down and Uncle Loon and those guys can correct me if I'm wrong. He said, I'll pay this if we can win a title. Mm-hmm. And I think he realized, I don't think we can win a title anymore. I'm not going to pay it. Right. And I don't blame him for that. Right. But he held true to that word for as long as he could. And when push came to shove, the question of, can I win a championship with Steph Curry, Draymond, a new Draymond Green contract, a new Klay Thompson contract, does that win me a championship? Either he, the people around him, the front office, whoever collectively decided, no, I can't. And that's where you started to see some change. That was the first time you started to see some change in the way that they approach business.
Yeah, and that's the way you laid it out was perfect. I don't want to say I'm sympathizing with owners and billionaires and all this other stuff.
Oh, those are your people. Like, you're in the club.
Those are not. I'm not in the club. What team do I own? None. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Well, it's next. You've worked for Michael Jordan.
Stop it.
You got a championship ring.
It's true.
Stop it.
It's the next logical step.
You're a TV star.
No, I'm not.
I've seen on Pros versus
You've
Joes,
been in
season
movies.
5, episode 8.
You've been in movies.
It's true. Multiple scenes.
Have you been in a video game?
Never in my life.
I've never been in a video
I can
game.
only create myself. They barely started putting my last name in the audio wise.
Have you been in a video game?
Yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying it's the next logical step.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's a compliment.
Come on, man. These guys, the
College
exaggeration
basketball
is crazy.
star.
One day, Casey's going to be like, hey, did I ever tell y'all I recorded a record with Tupac?
He low-key did that with the movie, too.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, did I tell you I was on Nipsey Hussle's mixtape? Oh, I didn't tell y'all that? Oh.
Well, that will never happen.
Did I tell you I own 3% of the Golden State Warriors?
3% of Elk Grove.
But the like you ask about like Charlotte, like
he's even got himself. He's got a picture of himself on his shirt.
well, this
It's
was
just
true.
dawned
Yeah,
on
you
me.
win yourself.
This was just a nice drawing that somebody made into a crew neck.
You say somebody. Your son drew that.
Well, he didn't make it into a
Oh.
crew neck. Yeah, shout out D'Lo. But like, only so many teams can be a playoff team. Only so many teams can win it. There's only one that can win a championship. But like, have a real belief of winning a championship.
Mhm.
And I guess you could say I understand if I'm Charlotte, like what am I paying into the tax
Yeah.
for?
Well,
Right.
Charlotte comes off as a team that just never tries, or not. I don't want to say that, but just they've never done anything to show that they want to be a winner or anything.
It feels
that.
like they can't get off first base.
Yeah,
Like
like-
every time it's like, all right, we got a star.
Mhm.
Like we have a real star here. Okay, we got to get the right coaching, we got to get all the right things in place. And it's like, well, we missed that.
Charlotte feels
We
like
missed that. And they just wind up kicking the can down the road in terms of correcting this roster and being bad.
Yeah, Charlotte comes off as a team that feels okay with their situation. Like, yeah, I want to win, but whatever. I feel like they're okay with their situation. Like, make their money here.
That's a good way of that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, I want to win, but whatever.
So let's bring it home though. Do we think Vivek is like Charlotte?
No,
No.
not even close. I don't think Vivek tries to win. He
I
just
don't-
doesn't know how.
Yeah, he's not like Charlotte.
What do you think? Because we've talked before, like the people always talk about the luxury tax. And we always say, well, what's he going in the luxury tax for? Like it's on Whiteside, the team that he was on. Like it don't make no sense.
To be clear, we don't talk about the luxury tax. So, God bless Rory, he did.
Mhm.
And I think maybe securing the Bagley does. Securing the where are we at 12th
12th
pick?
yeah.
Yeah, maybe he does, but like I've never. Man, why doesn't he go into the luxury tax? I know why. I wouldn't do it either. I'm not going into the luxury tax for Bogdan Bogdanovic. I don't give a goddamn how happy you are for him. I'm not going into the luxury tax for his ass.
Did they pay Sabonis early, and more than probably what anyone else would have paid him?
Probably.
Mhm.
They don't get credit for that.
They should.
No, they're dummies for that.
Well, I know, like now.
Now the tables
you
are
get-
flipped.
you get my
Yeah,
point
no,
now.
they're idiots for that.
But you get my point. It's
Yeah,
like,
sure.
He'll spend like
And they had to
luxury
get
tax, you haven't had anyone like to spend for, like you said, but like you'll spend, like give Darren Fox contract, paid Sabonis proactively.
Now I think James Sams is the one who said it. He said it on our airwaves, I believe. Like they're always aware of the luxury tax, and it's almost like the Joe Lacob thing. If I'm sure this is gonna, make me a contender or verify me winning a couple of rounds in the playoffs,
Mhm.
sure. But if Mason Plumlee is the one that's going to put me in the tax, I'm not sure he changes your.
But you
fortune.
also got to remember how the tax works too. You have to have the assets to acquire someone
Mhm.
that will take you into the tax.
Right.
Like you want that player has to be here. Like Domas, they got creative with how they extended Domas's contract early. And it was I'll just say it was an extension. I'll just leave it at that.
What?
It was an
Play
extension.
the game.
Well,
the
well,
game.
didn't James
What?
used
No.
to-
What? All right. What? Go ahead. say
didn't
it.
James call it a raise and extend?
Oh, I didn't know he said that. Yo, hey.
Hey,
Yeah.
not on D'Lo and Casey at the gas station, maybe. The flag.
I didn't know he said.
I don't even think he said that.
I think that is what he said. Text him. He said it was a raise and extend.
I'm not talking like that on my phone.
Oh man. Wow.
So stupid, man.
You see how easy we baited this guy into a flag?
Anyways,
Oh man, John Paul said that's what happened.
they
That's what
had
it was
this.
called.
They had this. But the component to that was when they did it, they had to stay under the salary cap.
Mhm.
Like you couldn't. So like if they had waited and signed Domas, and I don't remember if it was last offseason or this offseason, whatever it would have wound up being. then you can sign him to whatever. It probably would have cost even a little bit more than that did, and gone over the salary cap if you needed to.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's timing issues involved with how they did this, and there's ways to go over the salary cap that makes sense. You acquire a player that you wind up signing. If you, I know this is going to upset some Kings fans. If you wind up re-signing Zach LaVine, you can get into the luxury tax for that. If you put together a roster this offseason around Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis that you feel like, yo, this is it. Like we had a great win. We finally pulled a 50-win season, whatever, won around in the playoffs, did whatever. We feel like we could have 3 to 4 years of this. We're willing to pay Zach LaVine and go into the luxury tax in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
This is a conversation that hasn't had to happen in Sacramento for a decade and a half. The lone one, and I there's so many smart basketball people who said, sign Bogdan Bogdanović and figure it out later. You just created two, in the basketball sense, worthless players. Because everyone in the league knows you've got to get rid of one of them. You've destroyed the value of one of them. The one you try to trade has no value. And that's why I'll always believe that I think it was Monty's decision to let Bogey walk was the right decision.
Yeah.
Hell, his decision to trade him for Dante DiVincenzo was a great decision. But the Milwaukee Bucks got a little too excited, had to let their buddy Shams Charania know that they did this deal. So Giannis knew, oh, my team's taking things seriously, and the whole thing blew up.
And we end up losing.
And the one team that didn't get in trouble was Sacramento.
Right.
But we didn't get what we wanted out of it.
We didn't get the player. Yeah, man. So my fault if we went down a super different road. Because I don't empathize and sympathize with the Dallas Mavericks ownership over not wanting to sign Luka. Like I don't get that. I don't agree with that. I did feel bad for a little bit for Nico last night. That was the premise of what I was talking about.
No, I got you, and the discussion is fine. I mean, that was Luka's return was a huge story, and the chants from the crowd. The real story isn't fire Nico or even the discussion, in my estimation, the discussion of the Dallas Mavericks, because there was a lot of, you rarely hear, people like Mike Breen, Doris Burke. You really rarely hear people of that ilk. Like, yeah, I mean, Mike didn't flat out say it. He more alluded to it. Yeah, they messed up. Like, and I know Doris was talking during the chants, like, yeah, this fan base is hurt.
Yeah.
Like, you rarely hear that from announced teams, talking about how, yeah, I think the team really messed up with this one. Especially from a guy like Mike Breen. The likes, maybe you hear it from Stan Van. He'll get his shots in there, every now and then. But
I just don't know what the Kings are doing.
Well, every coach for the Sacramento Kings is an interim coach. Stan. Love Stan. But yeah, you don't hear that very often. And it's because this is probably the most infamous trade in the history of sports.
Yeah.
And it Nico holds that forever. I said yesterday, I'd rather GM like Nico Harrison than someone who sits on their hands. I'd rather believe in something, take a swing at it, and hope that it works. Now, not this particular deal, but in the sense of I'm going to take a massive swing because I think it makes my basketball team better. If it fails, at least I failed doing it the way I wanted to do it. And if And again, we have no idea. But if this was Nico's idea, he felt this was what made Dallas better, then he can ride and die off of this decision. It was just it was such a focal point last night. But Luka scored 45. Like, Luka responded.
Right.
And I wasn't sure he was going to be able to. With the quivering lip and the red eyes and the towel and the extra long embrace with LeBron James, I was like, oh man, don't go drop 7 out there in front of that.
Right.
Don't essentially the Lakers were playing on the road, but Luka Doncic was playing at home. Maybe you're not cheering. Maybe that Dallas Mavericks crowd wasn't cheering LeBron James when he scored, but they sure as hell were cheering Luka Doncic. Especially, there was a point in the second quarter where I think they realized, oh, we're seeing we're seeing something.
Yeah.
And there's always that, it's wrestling is funny in this way. If a crowd senses there's a title change coming, they're really excited. They don't care if they hate the person who's winning the title. They just know they're about to see something special. That crowd was already on edge. They were there to boo Nico and cheer Luka. And then they saw him doing something special, and it got even louder.
Yeah. Nah, that is
that was punk in Chicago last night.
Yeah, it really was. And like you said, he stepped up and did his thing. Talking about Luka.
Yeah.
He
should be commended for that.
Absolutely.
That's a difficult situation for him to be in. That's an important game for LA, and the emotion going into the game. You're the centerpiece of it.
Me and Kenny make our jokes about crying and stuff, but yeah, like that's a tough moment. It's not like being in the summer league, like Willie Green and crying during that or something.
That was the playoffs. That wasn't the summer league. That was the playoffs.
The playoffs in the summer league.
Yeah, it was a playoff summer league championship. He was crying.
I don't think
it's like, all right, man, settle down. Bro.
Yeah, Willie Green, chill out.
What are you talking about? They just had a jump ball. It's the second quarter.
Get up, coach.
Willie, seriously, is Willie going to be fired on Monday?
He might
probably.
I kind of think he's.
What else are you going to get out of this Pelicans team? Not
I don't know.
Yelling at you guys, but like what else?
Well, it felt like you were. I don't know.
Apologize immediately.
I don't know. Like, and that's why I don't know that that's the right decision. But like, what else? What are they going to do?
You need to fire him and then trade Zion.
Man,
that's what you need to do.
What happened in New Orleans wasn't his fault. It shouldn't cost him his job.
They're like, and that's where like you get into these. This person should be fired. This person should be fired. Like, a 21-58 team is Willie Green's fault.
Been 3-4 seasons. This iteration of the Pelicans didn't work the way I see it. Get everyone out and get some new voices in here.
And maybe that's
not necessarily his fault, but yeah, let's get some new guys here because this group didn't work.
But that goes to like what we talked about earlier. Like you said, it's not Willie's fault what happened. It's not his voice that was. He can only speak to these guys that aren't good enough for so long. This year was a little bit of a lost year. And it ain't even his voice or his fault or the team building fault that DeJounte Murray ripped his Achilles. You know what I'm saying? Like how that's tough that cost somebody their job when you talk about everything that had to go through. Then the season was pretty much done at this point anyway, but Trey Murphy, then he rip his shoulder up or something like that. Yeah, his labor. But that Willie ain't do nothing with that one. So, but it's also the nature of the beast. Like, yeah, what Jesse said is probably how things are going to go down. Like, got to get a new regime in there.
There's probably a clean house, take a breath, start over type thing again. I don't know if that involves David Griffin or not. My gut tells me it doesn't, that he's not fired. And he gets the opportunity to rebuild this with another coach and figure out what to do with the likes of Zion Williamson and so on.
And they've got some assets to work with.
They do.
They've got probably.
But where are they going? Like, you were in the playoffs a year ago. Like, what are you trying to do?
You could be right back in the playoffs. You could be a top 6.
But what is that predicated on?
Zion's health.
Okay, well, how's that going for you?
Struggling. You got some,
at this point you're keeping Zion Williamson because you're scared that he stays healthy somewhere else.
That's about it. That's about it.
Zion, I think, in New Orleans have run their course.
It feels that way, but if I'm Griff, I
understand. I understand.
I don't try to.
You better. Hey, I don't care if he played 30 games this year or not. You better have a deal that you better get my attention. You better Godfather me.
Yeah,
right here.
And that's the thing. I think they would trade him if
don't play me.
What they
don't play me.
They feel they deserve back. Because I'm not. If I'm Griff, I'm thinking about it where I'm not going to necessarily trade him for like his shortcomings, not being able to stay healthy or whatever. I'm kind of trading him for what he could be. Like so.
Yeah.
So
right.
Don't give me your second rounders and
That's
your
right.
role player
Yeah.
because that's what he's shown so far.
Yeah.
You better come to the table with, like you said, a Godfather offer or somebody that will represent what he could be.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know, but they got a top 10 pick. They got Zion to either have or trade. They've got CJ. They've got Herb Jones.
Mm-hmm.
They
lost
Murphy
Herb Jones. Yeah.
They've got, and I say those guys on the team, but you could also look at them as assets as well, like one or two of them. So they're interesting. I can see them being in the playoffs next year.
Running through this real quick. You think Chauncey's out on Monday?
I don't think he should be. I think he's done a good job this year. Trista had me shook though. She says he thinks he's gone. I don't think he should be. Coach Bud, yeah,
that's
he's probably
crazy.
Gone.
That's Phoenix is crazy.
Yeah.
Not because I think Bud is great, and I don't think he's partly responsible for all this, but Bud, Vogel, Monty, man,
another coach on the way for Phoenix.
Is Nick Nurse out?
No. I got one for you. I'll ask you when we get back though.
All right. I guess we're firing coaches here. We went from don't yell fire Nico to firing head coaches. That's what we're doing here. Oh, and we'll show some love to Harrison Barnes.
Oh, this guy.
Who decided in the most meaningless game he's going to play, now would be a good time for a walk-off three.
Yo, this guy. Hey, whose man's is this?
At the Chase Center. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I realized my bag ain't in here.
Your what?
My bag.
Huh. All right, man. Have fun. Best part of wedding planning. Y'all don't know this, man, but your boy battles headaches like a motherfucker. Sometimes I feel like I'm eating these pain pills like they're candy. Anyone ever been to the Monterey Bay Aquarium?
I actually, me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I went this weekend.
Oh, really? For sure. That's what's up. Yeah. I went about a month ago for my buddy's birthday. We went golfing out there.
Sitting out there in the lot.
That place is dope. It's really cool.
Yeah, it looks great. I'm excited. Very, very excited. Never been. It's a whole new world for your boy, Steven. It's a whole new world, man. Never, ever thought I'd experience it. What you apologizing for, Michigan? I'm not sure. But the pool's done. Yep. It's all done. It's all done. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't know why. Oh, okay, Soren. I see you. I see you, Soren. I see you. I hate zoos, but for some reason love aquariums. That feels.
That's not crazy. And this aquarium's dope because it's they're like rehabilitating the fish, like they're helping. They're not capturing. So,
Got you. Got you. Y'all are funny. Yeah. KC's been so mean to Jesse over the course of this week. Jesse just left.
Get him the hell out of here.
He just grabbed Joe and said, Joe, cover me the rest of the way. I'm sick of Kenny. I'm out of here.
You want some of this too, old man?
Careful. Oh, Joe strikes me. Joe could be a little volatile. Joe might walk in here and be like, what you want to do?
Yeah, hit me with a chair.
Well, he could.
Do that. I had a question. We were talking about coaches.
No, come on, man. Keep it real. We're talking about firing them.
No, we weren't advocating for their firing. We just know how the game goes. So we're saying, is this guy going to get fired?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I know for a fact. For a fact, we'll have to be dealing with this on Tuesday. But maybe a couple weeks later. Is Doug Christie the head coach of the Sacramento Kings? I say yes. I think he gets the job.
I, honest to God, don't know.
That's fair, too.
I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Like, I wish I had it. I can't. Like, I feel like if I said yes, I need to provide you with a reason. And I could, and if, you know, I say this all, if this is debate class, like I could, they've responded to him. I think he's done well. Like we talk about, you know, the roster being short yesterday against Denver and, you know, maybe it caught up with them. Roster was short against Detroit. Roster was short against Cleveland. Roster was short against Charlotte. They won those games. So, you know, Doug didn't make any excuses last night. He went to the podium and said that's a tough one. You know, we could have done a few things differently. We didn't do this well enough. We didn't do this well enough. Like that was a tough one. They didn't go in there with the expectations of not playing well because Keegan Murray wasn't there, or Malik, or Jake LaRavia, or whoever. So, like, there's something to be said for the way that this group is playing with Doug Christie. There's something to be said for the way that, you know, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, those types of guys are playing for Doug Christie. If I were to say no, I feel like I could provide an answer too. They didn't play good enough. They had a lightning stretch when Doug took over to essentially level things back out. Doug gets credit for it, kind of levels things back out. And if I remember right, they won their first 7, but I know we looked it up. I think they won their first 10 of 11 or something like that, as with Doug as the coach. Yeah. And so when you look at that 10 of 11 and then you look at everything since then, it hits a little bit different. It was like, oh, the final 40 games was pretty tough. So I think you can make an argument either way, which is why when you flat out ask the question, I don't know. I cannot figure out if this team is going to retain Doug or not. And part of it is, admittedly, I can't figure out if they're going to retain Monty or not. I don't think that they are, but I don't know. And when you get into the Monty's out, Doug is in, like, I don't know that that's good for anyone. Including Doug. I don't know that, because Doug will be the latest guy too. Oh, sure, we'll sign you to an extension. But if you fall short 30 games next year, you're out, dog. So, like, I don't know what the ideal situation is for anyone involved past if Vivek Ranadive and his decision makers decide they want to move on from Monty McNair and whoever is left in this front office. You bring in a new front office, that general manager does his coaching search and decides, you know what? I think Doug Christie is the best coach for this team. Then great. Then you're off and running. I don't know what, just like I don't know what to expect from the Sacramento Kings Friday night versus the Clippers, or Sunday night versus the Suns, or Wednesday night in a play-in game versus the Mavericks. I don't know what to expect from them when this season is over and decisions need to be made.
Yeah. It's a good breakdown of it all. I like I said, I do think Doug will be back. I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, I feel like he's shown enough that I think he could be a good leader of men, given, a full season, training camp time. Like, He hasn't even had a full staff there a lot of the time, and he's for me, he's shown enough to say, hey, he should get this opportunity. The other aspect of it is, I don't know how desirable that job is. I know there's only 30, 32 or whatever all the time, but the Kings name is so mud right now. I don't know if you're getting a guy that isn't essentially in the same position Doug is in.
That's right. Yep.
Like you're not going and getting, this veteran or this guy that has proven that, he's worth his salt. Like I think
who wants the job?
Right. Right. So I think if you're looking at all those reasons, I think you bring him back. There's a part of me, if Doug signed and he's in control to negotiate, but if he signed a contract, what would it probably be, a 2-3 year deal?
No, it better not be. It better be like 4.
Okay.
Like that's the remember. I think. I don't think I have the number wrong. Ty Lue would not accept the Lakers job because the standard at the time was 5 years and they offered him 4. I could be off, and it could have been the standard was 4 years and they offered him 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
There's kind of a standard to the length of a coaching contract. You can't sign a coach to a 2-year contract.
Right.
And I don't even think
right. I don't even know why I said 2.
Yeah. It should at
3.
minimum be at 4, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It at minimum should be 4.
Yeah, I think it should be. I think they start at 3, maybe. Like the lowest part is 3 for a coach, but you're right.
Where Doug
should start at 4.
Yeah, where Doug would
4 with a option on that 4.
Sure,
yeah.
And the concessions for Doug are probably in the yearly salary.
Right.
Like you're a first time head coach. You're not going to make what Mike made. You might make what Mike made the first time. Like I think Mike was like $6 million. He was one of the lowest paid coaches in the league. I don't know that Doug needs to be that. But maybe he's looking at something between $7 and $8 million his first go around, or 6.5. I would hope he would be at like 7 at least, 7 to 8 million.
I thought 2 weeks ago.
But you do have 3 years of Mike Brown to pay, so who knows what they're willing to do.
I thought 2 weeks ago that Monty was gone. Much like you right now. I'm not sure. I'm not as sure of that. Help me out here as we talk through this. If you're, part of me says, why not? I know why not, but just like I said, work with me there. Why not just bring Monty back? Because we talked about it with James. There's not this massive overhaul I think you'll be able to do with this roster. There's only so much that you can do. Like, you're not going to be able to get rid of all 3 of the high-priced guys and start a rebuild or do something like that. It's going to probably be like a DeMar. Like, you move on from DeMar, see what you can get back in return, and do that. If that's what it is, you won't have a draft pick, hopefully, because I'm hoping to make the playoffs. So you won't have a draft pick. If that's what it is, I don't know if you need to clean house in that respect, because you're cleaning house to do what? Because you don't have a lot of moves, right? Like, because of the 2 contracts. If you were in a Phoenix situation, right, where you could say, we got 2 contracts that we can move, and we're just deciding which one. 2 massive contracts. Devin Booker can net us this big return. Kevin Durant, he can, net us a return as well. But we can move both of those. And as a GM, as a new GM coming in, I can use that to springboard into what I want this roster to look like moving forward. I don't think there's a springboard here in Sacramento right now. Not this upcoming year. So because of that, why start the motion of the mismatch GM and coach?
Yeah, you don't. There's no reason to do it. It doesn't put anyone in a good position.
Yeah.
Doesn't put the general
and
manager in a
that's
good
probably what I was
position.
trying to say. Like, no, there's no perfect situation by doing that right now because it puts everybody in this awkward situation.
And you can't, like, you don't have to extend Doug the day the season is over. But you don't, like, you probably don't have to say anything regarding Doug Christie after the season is over. Well, there might not be anybody to say it.
That's true too.
I mean, there is a world where Monty McNair is retained as the general manager and conducts a coaching search. That's a thing. Like, that's a real possibility. But in terms of exit interviews, there might, like, you fire. Could you imagine Vivek? Could you imagine they fire Monty McNair and Vivek has to go to the podium?
Oh my goodness.
After the season is over.
When was the last time Vivek spoke locally?
Cesar Chavez Park, this is your team. Here's David Garibaldi painting something upside down. Like, I don't, has he, I mean, I was one of the few in the crowd who was in attendance the night of the Stephon Clark protest. He spoke that day.
He did.
That wasn't about the Kings.
Yeah.
I've always said that's Vivek's finest moment as the Kings owner. I know there's video of it. Not everybody, experience, and I know a lot of people won't agree with me, but he was forced into the moment. He wasn't, it's not like he's like, hey guys, come here, I'm going to rally everybody. He went to Garrett. He went to Garrett and Vince Carter, and they were like, no, man. And I think Vince was like, we're tired of doing this stuff. You do it. Like, Vince told us that story that night. He's like, that was a great, like, he wanted us to do that. Like, no, it'll mean more coming from you. Yeah. You do it. And to his credit, he said, okay. And so he walked out there and gave that speech. I don't know that I've heard his voice since then, other than play ball. Right. So I cannot imagine him facing James Ham answering questions about this basketball team.
Play ball, and I remember they did a piece on the origins of Light the Beam. ESPN did.
Okay.
And he sat down and
I don't think I saw this.
He was recorded for it, right? Like, it's not like Q&A. It was just like, hey, where did this come from?
Well, as Steven says, they just have the Mark Jones interview.
But yeah, I couldn't imagine Vivek sitting down and fielding questions from people locally.
No, I could not.
I don't know if we'll ever see that.
But maybe he does a Twitter video like Kroenke did?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Kroenke. Yeah, Kroenke did the Twitter video after the Mike Malone, because Calvin Booth can't do it.
Right.
So you literally have no one to do it.
Vladdy.
Oh, how well would that go over? Well, you know what you could do? Alvin! Alvin, no one gets mad at you. Come sit down.
Yeah, man.
Alvin's just going to go up there. Hey, we're not going to quit. We're not going to quit. All right, Alvin.
Oh, man.
I hope Alvin is here forever.
I do too.
He should be the first statue outside. I love Alvin Gentry.
Alvin, have you talked to Alvin Gentry before?
I talked to him once, and I introduced myself. He goes, no, I know who you guys are. And we talked for like 10 seconds, and that was it. Other than now, it's just, it's just the dap up and keep it moving.
I've only talked to him once too, like, in just, having general conversation.
Yeah.
And he's hilarious. Like, it was probably about 25, 30 minutes, and we were in a group. It was like 4 of us. We were just all talking, and Alvin was part of it. And it went from basketball to his kids at college to just random stuff. He's hilarious.
He is hilarious.
I hope he doesn't go anywhere. Alvin funny.
Speaking of hilarious, we have a very funny moment happening tomorrow here on D-Lo and KC.
Oh, well.
After months and months of chasing down Dr. Luke Wood, the president at Sac State.
That's right.
Got an email this morning and said, D, Dr. Luke Wood wants to join you guys. He wants to come on tomorrow and talk about the spring game coming up this weekend. I said, Brian, that's fantastic. What do you want to do? He's like, what times are available? I said, we got this time, we got this time, and you got this time. Lock it in at 12:45. I said, great. I'm not here tomorrow.
I was wondering, like, did you rearrange some stuff and maybe you are?
I'm not here tomorrow unless you want me to join you from the car. That'd be ridiculous. Like, I'm not. No, like, no. So Dr. Luke Wood will join Kenny tomorrow at 12:45 to talk about this spring game that they are hyped about.
Me too.
They are super hyped.
Yeah.
For this spring game jumping off Sunday.
I am too. I keep seeing every day. It feels like I see something new.
Yeah.
About what's going down at that spring game. I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm planning on being out there. It should be a great day. So, like, weather-wise. So
there's no way I'll make it back for the 12:30 Kings game, but I'm going to try to make it back for that. I think that would be a good time to be out there at Sac State.
Yeah, man. And forgive me, Coach Thompson or Coach Taylor. I can't remember a spring game at Sac State before. That was at least publicized. I'm sure the team practiced and had a scrimmage game or something like that. But making it an event the way they did, I can't remember this before. This is awesome. This is great.
It's great. And that way, the next time I see Dr. Wood, he will try to figure out where he knows me from. Will is it he'll look at me like, is that the guy from the radio? Is that the guy from Sky River? Is that the guy whose seat I took at Dr. Taylor's retirement party?
All the above.
All one and the same, Dr. Wood. But it's cool. It's all good. So, yeah, Dr. Luke Wood will join KC tomorrow. For the first time here on this show.
I see it in the chat. People, come on, man. You know, I like to talk to people. Damian is really, really good. Really, really good. Like, elite at talking by himself. Like, really good. It's not my strong suit. I like conversation. I like bouncing things off of people. So, yes, Casey and friends tomorrow.
That's a good look. That's always a great thing, especially when I'm springing on you last minute. So it's one thing. Normally, I know when you're not here. I can, you know, the planning, the preparation for a show when I'm by myself is very different than for a show when you're here. You know, I think it's only happened one time where it was like, hey, I gotta go. That was just self-preservation. It's just like, all right, my guy's not here. I could do it. But yeah, so tomorrow will be a fun day. We know Eddie's here tomorrow. Kyle's here. So it'll be a fun day on Dealing with KC tomorrow for sure. As I'm fighting traffic. So that'll be awesome.
It'll be good.
I'll be locked in. I think I'll be able to hear the whole damn show.
Well, that's another, I shouldn't say sore subject because my people around here, they handling business. They doing stuff. We just got to get that figured out. Like if you get far away, you should be able to hear it anywhere in the country at any time. But if you get too far away, then it'll go. The tune-in thing, I don't believe has been taken care of.
Oh.
I don't believe it has.
I don't think we're taking that car.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I think we're taking the car with gas.
Okay.
I don't think we want to stop and make the charge.
That matters.
Yeah.
That absolutely matters.
Especially with a 4-year-old. I don't want to do the because that could be a 50-minute charge.
Yeah. Yeah, we go
down and back.
We go somewhere. We hop in the car.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably beneficial for households to have one electric and one gas.
Exactly. They be getting. I realize what happened and how it worked out, and they're geniuses for doing this. When you make a drive down to LA, right before the Grapevine, they have the Grapevine. There's nothing there for X amount of miles. So if you're on the fringe, you're like, man, let me charge up. But they got a gang of chargers at the outlets right before the Grapevine. So yeah, you're going to be charging for about 30, 40 minutes. I don't want to sit in the car the whole time.
No.
Let's go see what's in these
Yeah,
stores.
yeah.
Boy, oh boy, they got me tough a couple times. The Nike outlet, the Polo outlet. Oh yeah, they got me good a couple times. So yeah.
Thoughts and prayers to Casey's credit card statement. Let's talk to our man Titus here, 916-909-1320. Titus, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up with y'all? Can y'all hear me? Because I'm on speakerphone.
Yes, sir, man. You sounding good, man.
With me. I got Chi-Town with me. What's up with the brother?
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Chi-Town, what's good, boy?
Yeah, the double connection.
Yes, sir.
I told you we were going to tag this.
That old three-way party line right here.
Hey, this the new other half of the Real Brothers out of Sacramento.
Oh,
I'm with it.
Okay, I'm with that. I mean, why can't you guys be like the New Day or what was the other one with?
We got to do something about out of Sacramento though. We got y'all put it together.
Okay.
We'll come up with
something. All right.
Okay. So have you guys heard anything? Is they trying to shop around Levine? And then if they was like, where? If y'all did hear anything?
No, I hadn't heard nothing about that.
There's no reason to shop. Like it's make the playoffs. Like that's the only thing this team needs to be focused on right now.
And that's a tough deal to even expect to make. Trading Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine is at a good. I don't know. Zach LaVine is at a good run with Sacramento.
I think he's been good too. There's been frustrating times for sure.
Sure, absolutely.
But I think all in all, like he's been fine. He's been fine. There are times like the last week or so, like that's been like, yo, we get that Zach LaVine. This is great. Like we spoke about earlier, I don't know if you can trust that, over the course of a season, that level of aggression. So because of that, like it's cool. It's cool. Zach got me hyped last night after his 3 in the fourth quarter. I think cut it to 4.
Yeah.
And he got hyped.
Yeah.
And when Zach gets hyped, I get hyped.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And I was like, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I even called him 8.
Mm-hmm.
I even hit him with an 8 on the.
My house is a big
Twitter.
fan. My house is very fond of Zach LaVine.
Yeah. I like Zach LaVine. I hope what we've seen over the last 7 days or so is consistently what we see from Zach. And once again, it doesn't have to be 40 points, but it has to be that level of aggression, taking that amount of shots every single time.
Yeah, I like Zach LaVine too. Like I mean, I know. Yeah, I like Zach LaVine too, and Zabo's right. It's because he looks like us. That's what it is. He looks like us. Me, Zach LaVine. We all in it together.
Yeah, man. Shout out Zach, man. Shout out Zach. But like I said, he's so chill that when he does, because he got hyped in the Pistons game. I think it was a shot he made at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
And like Crowder and all these other guys were coming off the bench, LaRavia. They were, it's one of those moments where a guy hits the shot and either a timeout's called or the end of the quarter or half or something like that. And the bench just immediately meets them in the middle of the court and starts getting hyped. And they had one of those moments. And I was like, that's what the hell I'm talking about. Zach got hyped. So I was like, let's go. Let's go, Zach. And then last night, like I said, he hits the 3, cut it to 4. He's yelling at the bench. He's flexing on. I was like, let's go then, Zach. Let's go. I don't think he had another shot the rest of the game.
Oh, God. Wow.
He might have hit 1 or 2 more shots, but yeah. Yeah. I'm a Zach LaVine fan.
Does the team go as Zach LaVine goes?
Feels like it. It absolutely feels like it.
And does DeMar need to? And I'm not trying to upset you.
No.
Don't get mad at me, Chris.
Ahead.
Don't hang up, Casey. Don't hang up, Casey. Does I'm not asking DeMar to defer. That's not what I'm asking him to do.
Give him the space to do that, huh? Like give
LaVine
the space.
Yeah, like if we're doing a first quarter check, do you start with Zach LaVine?
Sure, you can. I don't think it's necessary to start with either or, right? Like I think if you started with Zach LaVine, that doesn't mean, all right, DeRozan, like you gotta find your way throughout the game, and if you don't, it's tough. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think both of whoever's shooting 8 times in the first quarter, the other one, all right, find your opportunities.
Yeah.
They should both end up with
20 plus.
18. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
18 to 20 shot attempts a night,
Mhm.
especially with no Monk, especially with no Keegan. Like the games that we've seen this past week, that's probably how the shot attempts should go. Because those are the two guys that can create their own shot. Everybody else is kind of dependent on the ball swinging and hitting spot up threes and stuff like that.
We'll come back. KC found an interesting Hoop Central graphic about the trajectory of current players in their Hall of Fame status. It's fascinating.
I thought so too.
For so many reasons. We'll run some of this by you. We got Matt George coming up at 3:15. Excited to talk to our man Matt for the second time this week.
Yeah.
More Kings basketball here. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
It's Thursday. We got Kicking It with KC. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups. They locked in. Shout out to Colosimos as well. This is actually like a different Kicking It with Casey. Just a little different, right? Because I normally don't do this, but they're new. Don't do nothing crazy. I came across a pair, shout out to the Connect, of these Nike Rejuvenate shoes. I'm wearing them today. The Rejuvenate joints, man. And, people have been going crazy about these shoes. They're like Rejuvenate Reacts, whatever they're called. People have been going crazy about these as of late. Like they don't stay on shelves. The Grinch joints and the orange joints, those are tough. Even the like powder blue ones or whatever, been going crazy, right? So I was able to come across these, and the colorways, whatever. I wasn't really tripping. It's just like, hey, man was like, I got an extra pair. I'll send them to you. Cool, it's whatever. But the thought has been like they're unbelievably comfortable. They're easy, all this other stuff. And all that is true. They feel great. And I don't like Crocs like that because I just don't think they look good. These, they look whatever. Like they're okay. But the colorways that they have, like I do want some of the Grinch joints. Those actually look pretty dope. The orange joints look pretty dope as well. But like I said, people have been going crazy over these. And I think I'll get another pair. I think I will. Like I said, it's got to be the right colorway. I don't want the black ones. But I think I'll get another pair of these Rejuvenate Reacts, whatever they are. I think they had some at Phenom. Go check them out over there if they still got some. But like I said, they can't even stay on the shelves right now. They're all over the place. I think they're also having next week, maybe 2 weeks, they're having a restock on Nike.com. So go check that out, man. And that's Kicking It with KC. Comfort level on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd 9. 9. I mean, I probably could say 10. Like they feel great. They feel really comfortable. Socks or no socks, I always wear socks. I wear socks with slides.
Oh, dude, you gotta.
I never don't have socks on, so socks for me.
Are they?
But they said you can wear them without socks because of the material or whatever. It's not going to leave like an odor or nothing like that. So,
are they light? Are they super light?
Yeah,
that's what I like in a shoe. Like if they're super light,
very, very light. So, I guess you can go no socks. I just won't never go no socks. If you're a 10.5, you should get an 11.
What was the restock this morning? Did you look?
I did. Was it a Jordan restock?
Yeah.
I didn't see that it happened, but I think it was the The all white 11s were one of them. Because I remember seeing it a couple days ago. I think the Taxi Jordan 12s.
I don't think.
Let me see.
I don't think I've ever seen all white 11s before.
The ones that came, the Carolina.
The ledge. Oh, right. Of course. Yeah.
I think they restocked on those.
I could never wear them, but these What the Kobe's are so fire.
You could. And they are.
I'd look ridiculous.
No. You got it. You got it. Come on, dog. You got it.
I like the accompanying gear with it too. It looks good.
Yeah, those are fire though. Those I like those.
One of my favorite shoes is one I could never. I think it's only a hoop, but it's that ultra high What the Kobe that runs all the way up to the lower part of your calf.
Yeah, those are my favorite ones to hoop in.
Wow.
What?
Don't what me. It's not a shoe you just come across every day.
Well, yeah, I haven't gotten them outside of when they were on sale.
On sale. That's it.
Well,
when they were available.
When they were available.
Joe, you might not know this. Casey is filthy rich.
Joe, don't listen to this.
Casey,
I've heard whispers.
Don't listen to those. See, now you got people whispering.
Joe sits all the way back there. Joe sits damn near by Complex. That's how far away he is. And he's heard that you're rich.
See what happened? So now whispers are going through the office that I'm rich. That's not even true.
It is.
I mentioned that I'm normally in the nosebleeds at Kings games,
Yeah.
so they thought it was hilarious that I'm nosebleed Joe, and then we got courtside Kenny.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
nosebleed Joe.
Yeah, yeah, I'll take it. It's cool,
man.
Oh man, don't listen to him, Joe. Don't listen to anybody else that's telling you whispers. I am 100% the common man.
Have I ever steered you wrong, Joe? Ever?
No.
Don't put pressure on him.
No,
don't put pressure on him.
It wasn't pressure. I just asked my brother a question.
No, it's a good question. No, you haven't.
See?
He did here.
Okay.
Wait. Man.
He hasn't either, though. He hasn't either.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, all right.
They have those. Well, they went up a little bit price here. $209 for those Kobe's.
For what Kobe's?
I'm looking at the ones you're talking about, the high top joints. I like the red one, the Christmas.
$209?
Yeah.
No chance that's what they are. We're not talking about the same shoe.
This type of shoe?
Okay. Yeah, we're talking about that type of shoe, but not that shoe.
Well,
you know I'm not talking about that shoe.
The other. Let me see if I can find it.
Is that the one you're talking about hooping in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine because that's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that looks like the white horse I had on the other day.
Yeah, those. Well,
those are hella expensive.
Yeah, well, they're coming back out with them too, so that's why. Like those, I think these are the ones you're talking about. These,
yeah, those joints. Now, what's the price tag on those?
That's a $600 shoe.
Yeah, okay.
But I think they're coming back out with them. Like those Christmas joints before they re-released them this past Christmas. That was a $800 shoe, and then they re-released them. So it might be the same thing with these Kobe 9 Elites, but they're fire, all of them. He's got the gumbo ones that I like too, of this style. I love them, absolutely love them.
All right,
the masterpiece joints are coming out, I think too. Those are fire.
Kicking it with KC, extending into the show, not to be confused with Kicking It with Kevin, which is 10 to 12 on the 106.5.
Yeah, I saw Kevin leaving out of the parking lot this morning.
Kevin was here hella late.
Yeah, and I was like, first thing I did, check my damn calendar. Did I miss something?
So I felt bad because I got here pretty early. But not pretty early. I got here with the intention of going in because I record my stuff for San Francisco in the Wake Up Call studio. And I walk in there and Kevin is sitting there working at his computer, and Jonathan's just sitting behind the board. And I'm like, am I interrupting something? Kev's like, no. Jonathan's like, no. Like nothing was happening. Mind you, Jonathan is our engineer. He's if he's in there, he's fixing something.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, do you mind if I log into Jams? And yeah, go ahead. So Kev had his headphones on. He was working. I was like, cool if I record? He was like, yeah, do your thing. So I recorded Jams with Kevin editing his whatever
Shout out kicking it with Kevin.
Kevin is literally the funniest person you'll ever meet.
Oh,
Like
he's
Kevin
hilarious.
is hilarious.
He is.
Absolutely hilarious.
He's hella funny.
I actually think Katie's the funniest person I've ever met. But Kevin is hysterical. And those two together are ridiculous.
It's great radio.
It is great radio.
Yeah.
Kevin pretending like he knows stuff is one of my favorite things in the world. Maybe Kevin can explain to us why Harrison Barnes decided he needed to hit a game-winning three-pointer at the Chase Center with a degree of difficulty of like 10 when it didn't matter at all. But he did it. It was a hell of a shot by our brother HB.
Wow.
And it sent the Warriors to the play-in spot. It has grabbed a significant more amount of intrigue into Friday's game at the Golden One Center, and which is against the Clippers, and then the closer, which I think is at the Chase Center.
I think it's the Chase Center too.
Clippers at Warriors to close out the season, which I gotta imagine that's going to be for a spot in the top 6.
Yeah,
because of what happened last night.
Yeah. So I came across this. It's just the Warriors scenario.
Okay.
Of like all the ways to get into these slots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I want to see what would happen to get them in the play-in. And if the Warriors, after last night, go 2-0, they would need Memphis to go 2-1, the Clippers to go 0-2, and Denver to go 0-2.
Memphis plays tonight and tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis is the only team with a back-to-back in this stretch. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they would need those scenarios to go down to stay out of the play. They're in the play. The Warriors are in the play, and if they go 1-1, first and foremost, that'll get them. I think it could get them at 8. But if they go 2-0 and Memphis goes 3-0, the Clippers split. Well, this is a mess because he's got Memphis up here twice. I think he means Denver on one of them. But basically, they're going to need a little bit of help at this point to stay out of the play-in.
The Warriors will.
Yeah, a little bit of help. They're in control of it a little bit because the Clippers, their record, they play the Clippers.
Yeah.
So you could put a loss on them. But even if the Clippers go 1-1, and I don't know if it matters which one they win.
I feel like you'd have to beat the Warriors. No? What? Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't even know. I look at the records. 48-32, 47-33. Yeah, but I don't know their tiebreaker situation. So let me click on this real quick. Yeah. We're gonna figure it out on the air. Don't worry about it.
But that the overwhelming point that I was trying to make is that was a bad loss.
Yeah, that's tough.
For
the
Warriors.
This reeks of. This is hilarious. It was the Spurs, Denver, and San Antonio last year.
Yep.
Oklahoma City was the 1 seed because Denver lost on the second to last game of the season, and that set in motion the standings at the top of the conference.
Yeah, the Clippers they're 3-0 against the Warriors. The Warriors have to clear the Clippers.
The Clippers are 3-0.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
so the Warriors have to clear the Clippers to get ahead of them.
Are the Clippers okay? You're going to say, I think, okay, let me not tell you what you're going to say. Let me just ask you the question. Are the Clippers the most realistic are the Clippers the only dark horse in the Western Conference?
I'm so you probably know I'll say no. I think
and
Minnesota
you're going to say
is.
But is Minnesota really a dark horse? Like, I don't like Minnesota.
Yeah.
But are they really a dark horse?
I think they are.
You know, that's not who I thought you were going to say.
Who?
I thought you were going to say Houston. Because I feel like Houston, second seed or not, I feel like Houston's more of a dark horse than Minnesota.
That's fair.
I understand they're the second seed, but Minnesota was in the conference finals last year.
I would throw Houston in there too, I guess,
Okay.
now that you put them that way.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't throw any of them in there. I feel like it's this is how I frame the dark horse conversation. We're sitting around, we got the chatty house jumping like, hey, would you be surprised if Houston made it to the conference finals? Mm-hmm. Would you be surprised if Minnesota made it to the conference finals? Or maybe you go a step further. Would you be surprised if Houston made it to the finals? If Minnesota made it to the finals? Houston would obviously be, I think for me, Houston would be surprising. Yeah. I just don't think it's realistic.
Yeah.
The Clippers, I think, I thought the Clippers would be where the Suns are.
Yeah. Me too.
And they're 13 games better than that. With the exact group we knew, we knew who would be there. It's the exact same group.
Yep.
And man, just significantly better than we gave them credit for.
No, straight up, man, straight up. And to your point, at least for me, when you talk about dark horse, I think you kind of project and you kind of guess. If we ask 10 people, how many people would be surprised if Houston got to the finals, or if Minnesota, or if the Clippers did? I think the number would be high, right? If you ask 10 people.
Really?
I think so. I don't think
okay.
If we ask 10 people, I think 7 of them would be surprised if any of those 3 got to the conference finals. To the NBA finals, I think you're looking at 8 or 9. That constitutes dark horse.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So, because like we've talked about it, we've kind of broken it down. Like we're kind of like, I see the pathway. But if we ask Wesley, she would be shocked if they got there.
Mm.
Wesley would be shocked that she's even been asked this question.
Probably. She'd probably like, get your stupid ass out of my face. I am here to do a job.
But I think the Clippers they are a real dark horse. And they're for real. Like, I think they can make some noise. I think they're a team you don't want to face in the playoffs. They're getting,
oh my God.
They're getting better.
Certainly don't want to face them in the play-in.
Oh, I don't know if you'll have to. Somebody said it last night, and I think it was King's Film Room who said it, but they're like, we're headed towards Kings Warriors 3, aren't we?
They've
Kings
won
Warriors 3.
So help. I genuinely can't remember. In the only post Jimmy games, we've lost by a combined score of like 60. Like, because we didn't beat them with Jimmy that day we FaceTimed everybody. No. That wasn't with Jimmy.
No. That was before.
We thought we thought that was the ultimate dirt on the grave of the Golden State Warriors.
So let me do some quick math here. That'd be 24 in one game, and in the other game, some more quick math. We're looking at 26. So
I don't care what the number 50. Is. In my head, it's 60.
I'm about to say that's 50, right?
50.
Yeah. Combined
60 sounds better.
60.
Thank you, Joe. Joe's conforming quickly over there. What did we say yesterday? Why tell the truth when the lie is a better story?
That's right.
Hulk Hogan body slammed 700-pound Andre the Giant, and we lost by 60.
Oh, that reminds me. My family, well, not really my family, but Reese is ready to fight me to the death.
Oh.
That Andre the Giant is 7'4".
Oh, Reese.
No,
young fella.
He even went to Google, went to Alexa. I said, yes, that's what he's listed. He's not.
Andre the Giant, 6'5".
He said, bro, what are you talking about? He's 7'3". Alexa, how tall is Andre the Giant? And of course, Alexa, Andre the Giant is 7'3".
Hey, Siri, how tall is Andre the Giant?
It might be mine.
Look, Siri doesn't even know.
7'4". No, it's mine.
Oh,
it's mine. 7'4".
No, I love that Siri answered you and not me.
You probably just had a ton of people's phones give them that answer.
Sorry about that,
but
everybody.
everyone but your phone. So
That's great. my phone said, "Bitch, leave me alone. Stop asking me to do stuff. You asked me to turn off the lights. You asked me to do this. Asked me to do that."
Yeah, but
I love that
60
he wants to fight you
60.
over that.
He's
Hey, okay.
no, you don't know what you're talking about, Dad.
Have you had the Undertaker and Kane aren't brothers conversation yet?
No,
That's the true wrestling birds and the bees conversation.
I haven't, because he's kind of out of wrestling.
Oh, okay.
He's kind of out,
But he's going to fight you over this Andre the Giant take.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because when he was in on wrestling, I told you this before, he went and watched everything, everything the network had.
Yeah.
He was watching for like 2 years.
Okay.
So all this stuff on the backstories and all this other stuff, he was locked in. But he kind of been out on wrestling for a couple
Did that
years.
WrestleMania documentary come out? The WrestleMania
might have been
9
yesterday.
thing? Was it?
I thought it was
That's
the
what I
9th.
thought. I thought it was the 9th too.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll check it out. Check it out for sure. But yeah, 60. Lost by 60. The combined 60.
Chatty House After Party says, just like the public, D-Lo, your phone gravitated towards KC. Well,
That's not true.
no.
The
True
lies
story.
that go on in the show is crazy.
It's
crazy.
Kenny said tomorrow's KC and Friends. Bruh, every day is KC and Friends. Every day.
Oh man.
Shout out to the San Antonio Spurs. They back-to-back years, they have shaken up the Western Conference standings. That is a brutal loss on your home floor. Oh, I still have it here. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Parks. Steve Kerr just ruined everything the Warriors have done since the Jimmy Butler trade. All the work Steph Curry, Butler, and the team have done for the last 2 months, wasted with a single nonsensical coaching job by Kerr. Disgusting. Here's a link to my rant.
It's a link to my.
Steve Kerr is the most uncompetitive coach I've ever seen. There's no way someone who actually wants to win a game uses the combination he does. Kerr, Pods, Healed in quarter 4 of a must-win game. Yeah, uncompetitive behavior. A G League team can school that unit.
Oh,
can I tell you something? Do you want a real humbling experience?
Yeah.
I clicked on this link.
Oh, they tapped in. They tapped in.
17,000 people have tapped into.
Oh, wow.
I've never seen Jim before. He is pissed. I love this guy. I want Jim Park on this show. I love this guy. Okay, I have to put this on the screen. You have to see the face he's making. This is incredible.
Man. Jim Park that's a wild boy.
I don't follow him. Now I need to follow him. This is my guy.
Apparently 17,000 people feel the same way.
Man. All right, let me see here. Let's go Jim. There's my man Jim Park right there. This guy is go. Let me click. I have no idea what he says in this either. Yeah, okay. All right.
I wish we could play, but you never know.
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty upset, so I don't want to. I don't want to risk anything. I just want y'all to see.
Boy.
I just want y'all to see.
And turn the volume down.
No, it's off. It's off.
So we can see him in real time.
No, this is what the video looks like when you hit play. My man is pissed. I want to hear. Okay, I'm gonna unmute it for a second. You know where the dump button is? I just want to hear. I've never heard his voice before. I just want to hear his voice.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, please don't cuss like right at the beginning.
I hope you guys are ready for what's about to come in this video.
Okay, we'll pause. That is okay. All right, Jim. Hey, I like Jim. Well, that's a tough way to start your career on D-Lo and KC.
I hit the dump like 4 times. It's good.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's see. What else do we got from Jim's Twitter account last night? He retweeted something. Buddy Hield, 26 minutes makes me want to puke. Retweets, Kerr needs to be fired this offseason.
Oh, brother. This guy's hilarious. He really is hilarious. Now, the funny thing about that is, once again,
oh my gosh. We got a FU clown.
Oh.
You ran Kerr, Pods, Hield lineups all day when the Warriors needed better defense. You ran experimental lineups with 3 must-win games left in the season. You went away from the lineups that blew out the Suns last night. Get the F off this team after this year. And he quote tweets an Anthony Slater video of Steve Kerr talking. Oh, man.
Why is that his bag now that he's just going to hate Kerr forever?
Well, it's working. 17,000 people watched his video. He even hypes it. I just did
17,001.
Well,
man,
there is I'm glad we didn't let that video play too long. There is a lot of F Steve Kerr tweets from last night. A lot.
Jim Park, as hilarious as he is, I ain't even gonna throw salt on it.
No, he's hilarious. There's no qualifiers. He is hilarious.
I ain't gonna throw salt on it, man.
Oh, here's a good one. Seasons with 300 plus 3-pointers made. Steph Curry, 6. Rest of the NBA history, 4. God bless.
Rest of the NBA is crazy.
Rest of the NBA history is crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, Steph crazy, bro. He's crazy. But Jim Parks.
Crazier. Steph Curry or Jim Park?
Jim Parks.
I love Jim. It's a singular.
It's just no S.
No S.
All right, Jim Park. Sorry.
I'm a Jim Park fan. This is my guy. I'm going to be 17,000.
What would you do? What do you
65 later and watch this video?
What do you think he would do if he really met Steve Kerr?
That's a good question.
I was wondering the exact same thing.
I don't know. Does he approach Steve?
I'm not going to say that.
I don't know the man. I have no idea.
I'm not going to say that he would ask for a picture.
Does he approach Steve like that? He is pissed. I'm going to scroll through this video just to see how much he might be.
I'm not going to say he would ask for a picture, but he absolutely would take the bass out of his voice.
Oh, this is very animated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I think there's a unique. Yes, I agree. I think the bass in his voice leaves. I don't know what does Jim do. He's not a media person, right?
No, he's just the guy.
He's a fan. That's fine. It's fine.
He's a jack.
No, don't do that.
He is. He's just a guy. He's not in the media.
Okay, he's not in the media. The other way you phrased it feels mean.
I just said the words.
Like I know, but it feels mean. Like Jill's not in the media, but we always turn to Jill. Now Jim Park is not their Jill, but still. I think when you don't have to face people, coaches, players, you talk differently. I don't know what he would do if he met Steve Kerr.
Like I said, I'm not saying that he would.
Like if he got a job at The Athletic, how would his voice change? How would his tone change? How would his demeanor change?
He'd have, to your point, he'd have the same demeanor as long as he wasn't going to games.
Yeah, but yeah.
If he ain't going to games, being there early, asking questions in post game and all this other stuff, he would sound the exact same. But the second he got to be there and face these people every day, and to a certain degree, like when you talk about the media and all this, work with this person, like you got to work with him.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be saying all that, and that's fine.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I'm
that's
not here
to but it's not, and that's fine. It's not his. He's not working.
Right.
He has a voice as a member of like the Warriors fan base, and he's utilizing it.
Yeah.
He's utilizing it for evil, but maybe in his mind it's not. Because this man does not like Steve Kerr. Whew. Boy, God. I just can't help but think about that conversation we had yesterday. Like right now, we'll just go chalk. if the Warriors lost to the Timberwolves, you have to point. You have to point to what happened last night.
Absolutely. They have that game now that the Timberwolves have.
Right. Timberwolves had the Bucks game.
Right.
And now the Warriors have the
Spurs. And then Harrison.
It's not
like
the
I said,
Spurs game, it's the Harrison Barnes
we
game.
didn't even get into that. And then, you know, so here's one thing I will say. And I like Harrison. I do. You know what I'm saying? But everybody, oh man, I'm happy for Harrison to get that. No, I'm actually not that happy for Harrison. I'm not mad, but I'm not happy for him. He could have done that 2 years ago. And I would have been really happy for Harrison Barnes.
I would have been elated for Harrison Barnes. Leezy would have had it all on film. Me, you,
we would have gone
Will,
viral.
Hannah. Nope.
32 Bruce Street would have gone viral.
Yeah, but it didn't. Why? Because he missed.
Leezy, if you're, oh, that might be too much of an ask. I want to see the video.
Oh, I don't.
I want to see what it was.
There's no way Leezy still has that video.
Leezy, if you got it, send it to me. I want to see the video.
I bet he's got it.
I remember. There's no way he has.
I want to see the video of that moment.
I remember. I just remember I was by Will, and I think I was crouched next to Will, and the shot goes up, and like me and Will both kind of rise, and then it was just like a collapse. I think I just felt like Will sat down, and I think I just remember doing this, like, oh, because there were Warriors fans in there,
yeah.
So there was a bit of a pop,
yeah,
and it was like,
yeah. I remember I skipped to the front of the screen, trying to. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing.
What'd you say, Joe?
I wasn't even part of the show yet. So I was in Capitola, and there was a lot of Warriors fans out there. And I was walking through the street, and I had the game on. I was decked out in Kings gear, purple, head to toe, and I'm watching it. And then they must have been a little bit ahead of me, and then I hear everyone erupt.
Oh.
And I'm standing in the street, and then they start pouring out, and they start talking, and I'm like,
Joe. I'll show you this when we come back from break. But Joe, him saying that, Joe kind of looks like the 49ers fan that was at the Seahawks championship parade.
We'll come back.
I'll show you the picture.
That's right. Will says, yeah, Hannah was hella pregnant too. I remember that. Oh, man. It's D'Lo and Casey. Matt George joins us in about 30 minutes here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sad. And the Kings still had a shot after that.
I was just telling Jesse, I always imagine that shot, like as the ball's going back out of the rim, you know, like the butterfly effect meme where you see like the butterflies and then just the world changing.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I imagine it. So,
yeah, it's, yeah, that's a hell of a what if. It's a hell of a what if. This is by far the worst batch of juice I've ever had. The whole batch that I got, that shipment was just awful. I feel like they forgot to put an entire ingredient in it, maybe two.
I think I might need to get on those though. Because I'm just drinking Red Bull, man. Like,
oh yeah,
that is so bad for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm gonna probably get on those though.
I'm a big proponent of juicing and juices.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of am too. Like, I naturally fast throughout the day. I don't really eat until like later, I guess. So something like that would be perfect, I feel like.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think that's true, Aldrin J. This one just flat out tastes bad. Like, I honest to God, like, not trying to be funny, I think they forgot to put the ginger and cayenne pepper in it. Like, it has no pop to it. I'll try to get. Oh, damn it, Aldrin J. Ugh. Nasty. No reason.
Yeah, I'm not fasting for any reason. It's just kind of how I eat.
John, I love Vibe Health Bar. That's the juice that I love the most. They have a juice called Birthday Suit. One, their vegetables are organic. That's a big deal to me, unlike pressed. They're a little bit more expensive, which is the downside. But they have the Birthday Suit has like a little drop of like orange juice in it, and it's perfect. It actually tastes good. Like, I enjoy drinking that. It was fine. I don't need to do it again, Cousin Pete. Like, it was cool. I don't need to do it again. You got it, my man. Great spot and great people. No, we'll because we have Matt today, we'll break at the 13. We'll come back, we'll have Matt, and then we'll go to the last break. Yep. Was that Jim Rome I just heard? Is that who that was? Is that like Jim Rome doing that commercial? I think it was. We normally don't hear the commercials, or we don't hear the commercials when we're doing the live stream, but Joe Joe throws them back in our ear when we know we're coming back from the break. And is that Jim Rome? I think it was.
KC. ESPN 1320.
Oh,
Rack
good.
'em.
An impression. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, that guy.
All right, that's solid. That's the best Jim Rome impression you could do right there. That is the best Jim Rome impression you can do right there.
I found the picture of Joe as a 49ers fan at the Seahawk game or Seahawk parade. This is what he looked like outside. Where were you at? Capitola,
yeah. In all Kings gear, yeah.
Yeah, this was Joe right here after that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was all purple, man. It was a rough day, dude.
No, I could have been. I know.
It was a rough day.
I
kept all the gear on though. I kept it all on. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But hey, at least Harrison made it yesterday. So hey, aren't we happy for Harrison Barnes?
Oh, I'm so happy for him.
I'm stoked.
Damn it, pal.
All right, man. I was looking real quick on that Warriors note. I was looking at the standing, and there's a lot of ways these things can go, but it feels like they need Minnesota to win tonight. Even though that would put it's looking tough. It's looking tough for the Warriors, for the Dubs. I think their best case scenario is if the Nuggets lose the next two. Because, well, Memphis maybe, but I think Memphis is going to win 2 of their last 3 at least. If Minnesota, but you're saying if Minnesota wins tonight, they're going to leapfrog the Warriors?
I don't think I said that.
No, not you.
But I don't know.
Because
that would put them, if they won, that would put them at 47. I don't know why my voice just cracked them. 44. That would put them at 47 and 33.
And that would leave Memphis at 47 and 33 as well. Maybe they wouldn't leapfrog them because Golden State has tiebreaker over Memphis. So maybe I'll put Golden State at 6. I don't know. But the whole point being that loss could come back to haunt them in a major way.
Yeah.
Major way. Oh, well, I only say that now, but
we got our own problems.
When it's Kings Warriors 3 at the Chase Center. Oh, brother.
Kenny's taking his bus down there.
Oh, man. Kings Warriors 3. I thought we got rid of these guys last year.
And they just keep coming back.
Jeez. Warriors have the tiebreaker over the Timberwolves. 3-1.
Okay, so they'll stay in the 7th spot if Minnesota wins tonight.
Yeah, they'd even.
The question was, so what happens?
Move up to 6, I think, because Memphis.
No, because Memphis would be 48-32.
No, if Minnesota won.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They'd have the same record, and the Warriors have the head-to-head over Minnesota and Memphis.
Got it. So Memphis needs to stay a game ahead of Golden State.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm just going. Sorry, Drew Down. I'm going for whoever makes life more difficult on the Warriors.
Okay, that's fine. We want the Warriors in the play-in.
Yeah, because they'll probably win the 7-8 game. Just want to see them stressed a little bit.
Oh, they'll win the 7-8 game, move along, and the Kings will have to hopefully the Kings will beat Dallas. Is it, given what we saw last night in Dallas, not in Sacramento, and given the course of the season, I feel like losing to Dallas would be embarrassing.
Yeah, it would.
Like, that would be bad.
I was watching that game last night, and I was like, this team
Dallas,
stinks.
you were watching the Dallas Lakers game, yeah.
Like, this team has one. It's like the Kings not hosting the 9-10 game. If you get in a position where you're not hosting, you deserve to get on that plane.
Yeah.
If you lose to that Dallas team, no matter where you play them, you deserve to go home.
Man,
because they're not good. They play hard, they compete, and there's you tip your hat to that. But if you're letting, and this guy's a good ball player, but like with your season on the line, you're letting Najee Marshall, send you home. All right, bro, go on home then. Go on home. That'd be and then to your other point, if you have that game at home, you lose that game at home. Come on, man.
You lose that game at home. Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, it's frustrating, man. And I mean, we're not there, but like just thinking how Dallas has kind of clawed their way out of this, clawed their way out of the grave, so to speak. Losing to them in the play-in would be really, really frustrating.
And
really frustrating.
Dallas, I want to check before I speak. Yeah, they've kind of crawled themselves out of the grave, but really the Kings and the Suns have stunk for 3 weeks.
Well, sure, but like Dallas lost Kyrie. Like you could do the Luka trade. You could, you stick with the grave analogy. You dug your own grave with the Luka trade,
right?
But Kyrie tore his ACL against Sacramento. Like that's the fact that you're even remotely relevant at this point. I mean, that's I'll give them a little credit. I'll even give Jason Kidd some credit for that. Casey's counting. I could see it. I could see.
They're 6-12 since losing Kyrie.
Oh, damn. Well,
if the Kings or the Suns had any kind of a pulse for 2.5 weeks, Dallas would have been good.
Well, that makes sense because the Kings were what?
Yeah, they were
4-14.
Yeah, they were awful.
If that's God damn it. Okay, hold on. You count it. I'm gonna count. Let me go back to the. Let me not use my notes. Let me go. Let me go. Let me do this a different way.
They did beat. Now they had some good wins. They beat Detroit and they beat Chicago. That was impressive.
Dallas did.
Yeah.
So Kyrie got hurt on what day? March 3rd?
Yeah.
In Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did we count that game or no?
I'm not. I don't think I did, but I could have.
Oh God, there's a lot of red. Hang on.
For the Kings.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna let you drink your Shasta. Then I'm gonna try to count this up because I got 1, 5.
Oh
God damn it. That's 1. Yeah, 5, 9.
Do they have any wins?
12, 13.
Oof.
Well, 3. Well, it's like it's 3, 6, 7, 7 and 13 since that Dallas game.
At the time of that game,
God, none of these teams had a pulse, man. You're right.
At the time of that game, they had the same amount of wins. After that game, After that game, Dallas and the Kings had 32 wins.
Great.
And what do they win?
And the Kings have 39 now.
And Dallas has 38 or 37.
I think 37. Yeah, you're right. This sucks. No, they have 38. I'm sorry. How is that? Oh, yeah, because they both lost yesterday. So, yeah, 38 and 42, 39 and 41.
And then let me see if I can.
Can I say another stupid thing while you're looking up what you're looking at?
Sure.
Is it dumb that I really want the Kings to win the next 2 games just so they don't have a losing season?
No.
It's not a winning season.
Right.
But it's not a losing season either.
Right. No.
Like you're like in Dave Yeager land right now.
Right.
At 39 wins.
It's not dumb at all. I thought about this last night too, because I was like, all right, well, like, yeah, I want them to be 500. But if they didn't finish 500 and they got into the playoffs, I wouldn't remember that they weren't 500. You know what I mean? Like if they lost one of the next 2 and then won the 2 games in the play-in, for me, it'd be a footnote whether or not they won. Or put that the other way, put it on the flip side. If they
damn shame what happened to the flip side. Got hit by a erratic morning driver.
If they finished 41 and 41 and lose to the Mavericks, I'm not going to look at that fondly at all. Or even, I don't think I would look at it fondly if they lost in the second game of the play-in. So I get what you're saying, though. And I thought about it. I was like, I wonder how I would feel 41 and 41.
It'd probably look better for Doug. Like just
that's a good point.
On all the way, remove everything else 20 years down the line. It'd look better for him to say he took that team from where it was at to get them there, even if it's 1 or 2 wins difference, you know.
So 41 and 41 would put him 5 games over. There's my math and the equation.
41 and 41. Yeah, because he started 5 games under. Yeah, so
he's guaranteed himself a 500 above 500 finish.
Has he?
Because they're
oh yeah, I guess he has. Because I mean, if they lose the next,
they can't get to 6 games under 500.
Right. Yeah. So if they lose the next 2, it's 4 games under, which means he's 1 better. Man, my goodness.
The other thing I was
remember when the floor was 52 wins.
Man.
Does anyone remember that?
Put it on a shirt. I said the floor was 52. Damn. The other point of reference as well from that whole talk about Phoenix, Dallas, and Sacramento is on March 2nd. Phoenix, well, I guess March 3rd too, because they didn't play that day. On March 3rd, Phoenix had 28 wins. And they've done nothing.
What a massive disappointment. An absolutely massive disappointment. I still don't think it's as big of a disappointment as Philadelphia.
I think it is. They don't have nothing to lean on.
What does Philadelphia have to lean on? Oh.
Injuries.
Oh. You mean excuse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Phoenix was, I mean, outside of KD went down, I think, on 2 different occasions and they fell apart.
Yeah, this was just bad. Yeah, that's fine. But the problem with Philly is you can lean on injuries if you want to. But like Paul George wasn't injured all year.
Yeah.
Paul George just kind of I know it's your man. Like he just wasn't very good. Good enough. He wasn't very good, period. And then you know how it's the game. We don't make the rules. We just play it. When your production doesn't match your contract, that's the conversation moving forward. Yeah. It's Paul George and his contract until he plays like Paul George again. And that pales in comparison to Joel Embiid because we have gone over those numbers exhaustively. Yeah. And Joel Embiid is like KC to D'Lo. He makes Paul George look poor. Joel Embiid's contract makes Paul George look poor, and no one is of the belief. Like, how'd the scope go?
Oh,
anybody know? Did y'all find something? Did y'all fix something? Run a little vacuum cleaner in there, a little camera. Man, Joel, I hate to say this. I feel like you say it way too often. His career might be done. Like his like a true career where he has an impact.
Right.
It might be over.
And
If you can't figure out what's going on with my man's body, it just might be done.
And once again,
and a scope ain't gonna do it unless you went in there and you actually fixed something. A scope ain't gonna do it. He could have had that after the Olympics.
Yeah, and
you could have gotten a scope after the Olympics.
And I don't know if all the work that's the wear and tear that's been on those knees. I don't even know if you going in there and fixing it is gonna, because he's not gonna be the same. He's not gonna be the same. So, and when we say this, that's not what we want. It's just I find it difficult to believe we're going to see an MVP Joel Embiid ever again. He can still play.
I'm with you.
He can still be productive.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if we'll see an all-star Joel Embiid.
Man, I hope we're wrong.
I do too.
I hope we're wrong. I hope we're wrong.
Yeah.
I just don't think we are. I don't know how whatever they did this year could possibly make him better. That man, played 39 games last year. I'm not going to kill him for playing in the Olympics. I get it. Played 19 games this year. And I mean, last year even you could have the conversation. 39 games, 34.7 points per game. Like, Joe is special. You've got to figure out a way to get him healthy. Yep. He looked awful in was it Tokyo? Where were the Olympics this year? Paris. Paris. I'm sorry. Tokyo was the last one. Did not look good there. And then 19 games this year at 23.8 points per game. His lowest since 2019. Man,
that's just, and you really do hate to see it from a guy that special. We talked about it a little bit. You know, is he going to be like one of those? He already is, but like, is he going to be the biggest what if guy of all time because of the skill level he had, what he could have been as a?
You know why I say no?
Player?
You know why I say no? He's had opportunities in the playoffs. What ifs feel like we never got the opportunity to see, like Derrick Rose, that Chicago Bulls team.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see Derrick Rose with that Chicago Bulls team.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, if he had gotten hurt the next year and LeBron hits a shot that bounces on the rim 4 times and goes in, Derrick Rose is a what if, but he might not be the biggest what if. The fact that people feel like we collectively felt like we were robbed of, you know, what would Derrick Rose against LeBron James have looked like that year? What would Derrick Rose in a playoff run that year have looked like? Joe had him. They just didn't pan out. Whether it was Ben Simmons not shooting layups, or it's Kawhi Leonard with one of the greatest postseason, one of the most dramatic shots I think we've ever seen in professional basketball.
I'm as you're speaking, I'm trying to think. Joe really had 2 opportunities.
At least 2. Yeah, the Raptors.
The Raptors game and then the Ben Simmons game. That's what it's going to be known as.
Yeah.
Even though Joel wasn't great at the end of that game either.
Well, yeah.
And they lost 3 home games in that series.
I feel like if I stop there, it works. If I go any further, it's like, it doesn't work.
But when you say tell the whole story, it's still funny there too. It's still funny. But I'm thinking about Derrick Rose. He did have 1 year. He did have 1 year, and it didn't work out. That was the MVP year, wasn't it?
He got hurt. Did he get hurt the year he won the MVP or the year after?
I thought it was the year after.
It was the postseason after, right?
Yeah. Because they lost to LeBron. They lost to the Heatles the first time. And I'm the only reason I remember him MVP because they had home court.
He won the MVP in the 2011-2012 season.
I think they won game 1. Isn't that when Taj Gibson dunked over Dwayne Wade? I think that was game 1. And I think they lost 4 straight.
Where is my brother's playoff stats? There he is. 2011.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. And then the next year was the year he got hurt. They lost to Philadelphia that year.
Still 2-1.
I don't
right?
like the way.
Still,
Yeah,
Joel had 2 opportunities to DeRozan's 1.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And that MVP year, was that his first playoff appearance?
No.
He was in the Boston series, wasn't he?
Yeah, they had Boston. They got eliminated by Boston.
The greatest round 1 series of all time.
Was that the one that was like
that was
like 19
crazy.
overtimes or something? That was insane.
Like almost every game.
That was the 7 games.
Overtime.
Yeah, that game was. Man, I'm glad. Oh God, I don't think I would have remembered this if you hadn't said that, or I wouldn't have noticed this if you hadn't said that. Derrick Rose in that season, 20 years old. Derrick Rose in that series. Excuse me. He averaged 44.7 minutes per game.
Oh,
God bless it.
Tibbs.
44.7 minutes per game. Well, I mean, how many? I mean, seriously, how many of those games were 50 minutes or 52 minutes instead of?
I know they had a.
Let me see.
3 overtime, or was it a 2 overtime game in Chicago? Oh, Jesse's not here, so it's not as fun.
Jesse. Yeah,
but that's
Jesse
when
would.
That's when Joakim Noah ripped Paul Pierce and got a dunk to seal the win in overtime.
Okay, so this is so annoying. Like I'm looking at it, but it doesn't say. So it's got the series. It doesn't say if it was overtime. Are we remembering this wrong? Or none of these overtime games?
Oh no, they were for sure. They definitely were.
The Bulls won the first game 105-103.
There might have just been 1 overtime game though.
105
and the other
to
ones
103.
were just really close.
Game 2, Boston won 118-115.
Ray Allen 3.
Blowout in game 3. This is crazy. Game 4, Chicago won 121-118. That game was definitely overtime. That game was 2 overtimes.
2 OTs.
Game 5, Boston won 106-104.
Wow.
Overtime.
Wow.
Game 6, Chicago won 128-127. 3 overtimes.
Yeah, wow. They had 3 overtime games.
Game 7, blowout.
Not an overtime.
109-99. It's a 10-point game, mind you. Absolute blowout. Holy crap. Okay, so now I'm seeing it. So game 1 was overtime. That game went to, that game went to overtime. Game 2 did not. Game 3 did not. Game 4 did. That went to double overtime. Game 5 did. That went to overtime. Game 6 did. That went to 3 overtimes.
Wow.
And Derrick Rose just playing all of it. He putting up Wilt numbers.
No, wait a minute. This must be just from this year. Okay. Because I was about to say, I'm looking at this ranking of like the greatest first round series of all time, and they had Knicks Sixers in there, but they were just talking about that particular year.
Well, that was that series we just did was Derrick Rose's first.
And he was 20 years old.
He was 20 years old. Yeah, that was his first playoff series. The next year, they lost to Cleveland in the first round. The year after that, they beat Indiana. They beat
lost
Atlanta.
To Cleveland in the first round the next year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a sneaky one. That's a sneaky one. I don't remember that.
That's Bron, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that's
Bron
Bron's
was
last
there.
year, right? 2010,
Yeah.
Summer of 2010.
Yeah,
it was Bron's last year.
I don't remember that one.
Then they beat Indiana. They beat Atlanta before losing to Miami. And then he gets hurt in that Philadelphia
He was
series.
23 when he got 24 when he got hurt.
Yeah, 23. 23. How did we get there?
Joel Embiid. I'm
Joel,
not sure how
that's
we got-
right.
Oh,
Yep.
who was most disappointing?
Yeah.
Philly or
Yeah.
the Sixers?
Yeah.
I mean, Philly or
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Yeah. I still think it's Philadelphia. But
That's fair.
Phoenix is pretty damn disappointing, too. We'll come back. Matt George joins us. We'll talk to him, Kings basketball. We'll talk to him about the playing game. We'll talk to him about his thoughts on Dallas, what the upcoming days look like, what the next 6 days might look like for the Sacramento Kings. That's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What?
I need to close Jim Park's Twitter account because it is too funny.
All right. I'm really kind of checking here. I'm pretty sure this is all legit.
Too legit?
Somebody needs to quit. Now let me just take the extra moment to make sure.
Have you ever worn Zions?
I have.
Comfortable?
Or
heavy?
No, not heavy. There's only one pair. I like the first Zions
Mm.
that I really like. I got the Zion 3s, I think. They're cool, but I like the first ones the best. The River Cats have a new alternate jersey.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in
and
on
a
it.
new alternate moniker. The Sacramento Gold Diggers. You can get a jersey that says Gold Diggers. There's nothing wrong with it. We are in California. I know the history of California. I know the history of Sacramento. Go to Sutter's Fort, get you some gold. I understand. It's just notable. The Sacramento Gold Diggers. Gold was discovered 40 miles from Sacramento on January 24th, 1848, which began the transformative era of the California Gold Rush. This moment in time significantly impacted the Sacramento region as it grew as the closest major city to gold fields. All right. Okay.
I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no funny.
I don't know how to turn this off.
What is
I
that?
don't know. It's true, but I don't know where it's playing from.
It's playing from the hotkeys. I got you.
No, I know, but like the hotkeys not playing. That is so bizarre. Yeah, you're gonna have to kill my hotkeys. Where is that playing from?
Must be like a super long bed, I guess.
No, it's definitely a long bed, but I put Gold Digger over that hotkey. Yeah, I can see it. It's still playing. I just don't know why. I wonder if I close out and go back to KIFM if it shuts off. Nope, didn't. Well, just keep the hotkeys. Hotkeys are dead for the day.
I got hotkeys over here.
D'Lo screwed it up.
Still going.
Yeah, it's still going. Like I can see it jumping. I don't know. It's just gonna have to die. It's just gonna have to play the whole song and then die.
That's good. We got hotkeys over here.
Very good.
I like the jersey, though. I do like the jersey. I might even get a hat. Looking like a Shane O'Mac hat. It's got a money sign.
Our man Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10, gonna join us here coming up in just a couple of minutes as we have been trying to solve not just Sacramento Kings issues, but NBA issues as well. I have mentioned this Hoop Sentinel Hall of Fame graphic for 2 days now and haven't even once touched on it.
And then you're going to be gone.
Well, maybe you and Coach T can talk about it tomorrow. Coach JT, maybe y'all can talk about it.
Dr. Luke Wood, I'll just ask, hey, what do you think about Rudy Gobert making the Hall of Fame?
They had Rudy at 100%.
That's the one that really got me. I could say 0.
Well, they had DeMar at 60%, but Wemby at 50.
Right.
Like, okay, wait a second. Like I get it. Like, I promise I get it. But what?
Wemby's already halfway there.
Like, what? All right, man. Wemby didn't even qualify for postseason awards. And you got him in the Hall of Fame.
Wemby doesn't have one award in his.
I guess DeMar is just trash. 16 years, just garbage, I guess.
The Rudy one was the one that got me because he's a 4-time defensive player of the year.
Yeah. Much to the chagrin of you know who.
Let me ask you this. We'll never know, but I'll ask you. Would Ben Wallace have made the Hall of Fame without the NBA championship?
You know, I don't think so.
Well,
but I don't know. Like that Pistons team. Yeah, I don't know.
I want to say when I asked that at first, I wanted to be like, probably not, but he probably would. Because those DPOYs carry weight. Dikembe Mutombo never won anything.
Yeah, is Mutombo though deeper stats wise than Wallace is?
Probably so. I was thinking Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert versus Dikembe
Mutombo.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Okay.
And
well, same though, right?
I think if I had to guess, I'd say Rudy's numbers offensively are probably a little better than Dikembe's. And you combine that with the the blocks and the DPOYs and stuff like that. And they're probably right. He probably is 100% about to get in there. Dikembe did, I'm using the word loosely, lead a team to the finals though. Yeah. Rudy's barely gotten anybody to the conference finals. I don't know. I don't hate Rudy Gobert. I'm not going to be telling Ryan about Rudy Gobert.
Well, that's too bad.
I'm not going to be like, boy, I know you see this guy, Craig Johnson. He's a bad boy, but let me tell you, Rudy Gobert, when he was playing, when you was a little girl, nah, he was true. Go watch him. Daddy, I can't find
when you was a little girl. Oh, that's hilarious.
She's gonna be like, Daddy, I can't find any footage of him in these close games.
No. Oh.
I can't find it. Everything's in the second quarter, Dad.
And what's great is, it's like what 10 years from now. So Ryan's got the Will Z screen where like she's just searching like clutch moments in the sky. She's like, oh, I just want to watch the last few minutes. And she's tapping buttons like in the sky. Hey, Daddy's not here. You search clutch time, Rudy Gobert, no results found. Oh, Dad.
Oh, don't worry. Change the filter to first quarter.
Oh. How come he doesn't play in the fourth quarter, Dad?
They're asking me why doesn't he play in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, why doesn't he play in the fourth quarter?
So, yeah, that's interesting. Soren has a great point. Is This probably is his number one offensive highlight. The fadeaway against the Kings.
Oh, the one who threw the
Metu.
Oh, it was Metu. Metu
was disgusting.
Metu was so mad. So mad. You got the whole bench.
Oh man. But yeah, they're probably right. He probably is. He's got 4. I don't even think I think Dikembe got like 2. So
man, that's crazy.
Yeah,
really?
Rudy's going to the Hall of Fame.
I don't really. Rudy's not outlandish to me. I know people hate Rudy Gobert, but
I don't even know if it's that. For me, it's not even that.
He started COVID.
He did. He cried when he missed the All-Star team.
Okay.
That we talk about Willie Green a lot. That Rudy one, that was kind of gloss over that one.
Well, okay. So this is kind of crazy. Rudy Gobert has won the Defensive Player of the Year more times than he's been an All-Star.
Wow.
I get the feeling Matt George said the hell with us. You yelled at him earlier this week. Jesse's already left because you yelled at him all week. I think Matt
I'll be
was
better
just like,
next week, guys.
Screw you
I'll
guys. I'm not doing your stupid show a second time.
I'll be better.
By the way, okay, I thought that was Dikembe has 4.
He's got 4.
Yeah, Dikembe has 4 NBA Defensive Player of the Year awards. The difference is he's an 8-time All-Star.
8-time All-Star, yeah. 3-time block champ. 3-time All-NBA. Rudy's a 4-time All-NBA? All right, man. I shouldn't say that about Rudy like that.
Well, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Don't do that. He was second team and third team 3 times. Years ago. I don't even understand the NBA. Hold on. Okay, so he won the Defensive Player of the Year 3 times that he made All-NBA. He won it again in 2024. He did not make All-NBA. He's been All-NBA. He's been NBA All-Defensive Team 7 times.
That's crazy.
And Dikembe, I think, is 8.
No, he's less. He's 6, I think.
6, okay.
Yeah. He's getting to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he's actually 3. He's 3 first teams, all defensive first teams, 3 all defensive second teams.
Are you on Basketball Reference?
No. I'm on old trusty Wikipedia where nothing is ever wrong.
They have the nicknames for Rudy Gobert.
Oh, dear.
And there's just should I say, well, I don't have we're playing without refs here. I don't know if I'll get a flag. Look, I'm just reading what Basketball Reference has as as his nicknames. We've heard the Stifle Tower, right? That one makes sense. These French makes sense. The French Rejection. Never heard anybody call him that, but it makes sense. The Gobert Report. That one's never heard it either.
Cut to the chase, Caraway.
Big Roo. They got a nickname for Rudy Gobert. It's Gobzilla.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe. I see you. You got it, Joe. Throw it. Throw it, Joe.
That's the nickname.
There it is. Come on, man. Come on, man. Matter of fact, we're just going to put this here to rest. That's disgraceful. That is absolutely disgraceful.
Hey.
That is absolutely disgraceful. This show used to mean something. We used to do important work on this show, and this is what we've been reduced to.
Come on, man. Hey, I don't know. Cool.
When you
Come
go
on, man. It
home
can't be
and
that.
people ask, "How was your day today?" I want you to tell them this story. Wow.
We're doing work. We're talking about Rudy Gobert and these. I don't know who came up with that one though. And if I'm Rudy Gobert,
I'd be scared to find out. I'd be scared to find out.
Don't call me that, bro. Just call me.
In fact, just cause there's another one.
Just call me Big Roo. Don't call me the other one. What are we doing? Wow. Rudy Gobert, Hall of Famer.
Why do they call him that?
Big Roo?
No.
Oh, I don't know.
All right, man.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But yeah, he's 100%. Draymond's 100%.
Gobert ain't even his last name.
What's his last name?
Well, it's not phonetically. I don't know. Borgaro?
Huh.
I think it looks like it's hyphenated. Rudy Gobert Borgaro. I don't know why they have Gobert phonetically spelled, but they don't have the other part of his last name phonetically spelled. The Dikembe has an iconic name.
Oh, he's got. Didn't he have 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Stuart Scott used to always say him.
And Mutombo, I don't think is his last name.
No,
It's his first last name. Yeah.
And they would call him Mount Mutombo. That's a much better.
That's a
nickname.
good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Mount Mutombo.
Rudy averaged.
Well, look, just real quick. Look up the Hall of Famer Ben Wallace, 4-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA second team, 2-time All-NBA third team, 4-time All-NBA Defensive Player of the Year, 5-time NBA All-Defensive First Team. It's a Hall of Famer.
It's a
certified Hall of Famer.
The Hall of Famer. It's Rudy gonna skate in. Rudy gonna skate in.
I don't have a problem with it. Now, what caused what one of the things that got my attention on that list you found, is this a Hall of Fame resume? 6-time NBA All-Star, 2-time All-NBA second team, All-NBA third team, as consistent as they could possibly be, from Compton, California, fellow Leo, DeMar DeRozan.
I think it is, man. I think it is.
You know why it is? What was the percentage? I closed the screen because I didn't think we were going to do this because I thought Matt George was going to join us, but he's figuratively told us to go to hell. Didn't they have Al Horford at like 80%? 90%?
Yeah.
Al Horford, very good ball player. If we talk about, like, I think Dan Patrick coined the term Hall of Good.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Al Horford is.
Yeah.
But good generally gets you to the Hall of Fame. That's what DeMar DeRozan is.
Right. And no disrespect to Al Horford, but
you're going to say something really disrespectful right now. That's what you do.
DeMar's had a better career than Al Horford. He hasn't won a championship.
It's on par though.
That's probably even more fair. I don't want to say
NBA,
better, but they're on the same level.
5 All-Star teams, All-NBA third team once, All-NBA defensive team, All-Rookie team. Al Horford does have, and this is important because it's not the NBA Hall of Fame, he has 2 NCAA championships.
That's true. Back to back as well. So that puts you in a different category too. When you a rarefied air of being able to go back to back.
That's right.
So that's a good point. That's a really good point.
DeMar doesn't have that. He has Pac-10 tournament MVP.
I was about to say, does he even have a Pac-10 championship?
He has Pac-10 tournament MVP. Nope. No. He does not.
So they should, wherever one is at percentage-wise, the other should be there too. Because DeMar is about to be.
Why does DeMar look exactly the same?
As an Asian bitch, just grew his hair out.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I think he had braces.
Yeah, look at this. He definitely got braces. This is year one Kenny Caraway vibes from DeMar DeRozan here at USC.
Yeah. So
Or your
DeMar,
Invisalign leader over here at ESPN 1320.
DeMar's gonna. Maybe we could figure this out. Maybe you're quicker at it.
Okay.
Is he gonna get to top 20 all-time scoring? He's definitely gonna get 25.
Let's see. Let's see if I could do top NBA.
Because he's gonna pass. 20 seems a little ambitious, I think, but he's gonna pass Reggie Miller.
Do you have the scoring leaders in front of you?
I do not. I'm
Okay.
working on it.
DeMar's at DeMar's at 30.
He's at 30.
Yeah.
I thought he was like 26, 27. Is
that
updated? Because he passed Jerry West. So they have him in front of Jerry West.
Yeah, he passed Jerry West.
Okay, I thought he was a little higher than that. Okay.
I got him at 30 this season. So this I mean, if he has a pulse on Friday night, he's gonna pass Reggie Miller.
Okay,
he's gonna pass Rick Barry. That's gonna move him to 28. Because Rick Barry and Reggie Miller are tied. Steph Curry is in front of him. He probably won't pass Alex English this year. He's going to easily move to top 25. I'm bad at math. How many points has DeMar DeRozan scored this year?
Oh, boy.
I need a barometer because it's the same number of points he scores every year.
Yeah, right. Let me see if I can get to.
This is just riveting. We're just looking stuff up on the air. No, that's fine. Blame Matt George. Again, this show used to mean something, and now Kenny's just throwing around crazy terms. So DeMar scores roughly. He scored 1,600 points this year, 1,800 last year, 1,800 the year before. So if I go back to this list, DeMar should easily get to. Yeah, DeMar's going to get to top 20.
Wow.
Harden obviously is still active. Russell Westbrook is still active. Steph Curry is still active.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant is still active. And obviously LeBron is still very, very active.
So the highest, and like you said, it's going to be, people are going to be active and moving up as well. But man, what's the highest you think can he get to?
Top 15 isn't outrageous, assuming he plays
too.
Assuming he continues to play. Top 15 isn't outrageous. I think that the tricky part is Russ is probably, I don't know how much time Russ has left, and I think his minutes are probably going to be below 20 the rest of his career. I actually have been wondering if Russ retires this year. By the way, shout out to Russ. I got a text that he was enjoying some Sacramento establishments.
Oh, word?
Mm-hmm. I didn't ask.
I need a text.
No, I mean, he was just at some establishments, just having a good time.
Okay,
trying to get a triple double.
Wow.
KD. So KD, yeah, I think he can move into the top 15. I think DeMar can move into the top 15.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the list too, and I'm looking at everybody in the 26,000 range, and yeah, I mean, I feel like Elijah.
I mean, James is already 13th, so he doesn't have to worry about like that.
Right.
It's really obviously Steph is going to continue to go into the probably. Man, could Steph get to a top 10 scorer of all time?
That is about 3,000.
What's that, Joe? What'd you say, Joe?
Are you guys looking at the Basketball Reference all-time leading score?
Yes,
yeah,
I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay. Because the other ones are a little outdated.
Okay, got you.
Oh yeah, yeah, top 10. Because if my math is correct,
it's probably not.
Steph is about 3,000 away from Shaq. That sound about right?
And Steph, Let me go back to the list.
Steph said,
yeah, he's about that
roughly.
Yeah, a little less, but yeah, about that, roughly 3,000 away.
Yeah,
and he's at 1,600 points this year.
Yeah, he's gonna do that, and yeah, he's gonna finish top 10. Steph gonna finish top 10. Wow.
For some reason, I expected Steph's point number. I expected that number to be way higher. But 1,600 this year. It was 1,900 last year.
Huh. And I guess I said Shaq. He's at 11. A whole 1,000 more points is Moses Malone. So maybe he needs 4,000 more points or so to get to the top 10. And I think he'll do that too. Oddly enough, I think James will do it as well. I think James will end up being top 10. Wow. Both of them, I think, get to 30,000 points. There's only 9 people in the history of the league right now that have gotten to 30,000.
James gonna be a top 10 scorer of all time.
Mm-hmm. And he's gonna get to 30,000. It's gonna be.
That's impressive.
It's gonna be
That's
Steph
impressive.
and James will be the only ones, of this current era.
James Harden is bordering on iconic scorer.
Mm-hmm. He and you also consider he didn't start as the man wherever he was at. He was third fiddle,
Right. Yeah.
Like for instance, KD's at 30,000 right now. KD from the day he stepped on the floor was the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
So he, as a rookie, second-year guy, he got all those, hey, you're shooting as much as you need to, 30-point games, all this other stuff. James had to wait maybe 3 years before he was doing that in Houston. And to be where he's at, that's pretty impressive.
9.9 points per game, 12.2 points per game, 16.8 points per game, 6th Man of the Year award. Traded to Houston, 25.9 points per game that next year. So this is one thing that's I saw JJ rant and rave about most improved player. And I do think that is such a odd award. James was obviously really good. He went from 6th Man of the Year, 16.8 points per game, to being the leading man on the Houston Rockets in 25.9 points per game. How did he not win most improved player? Going from, I know people get really excited when someone goes from 4 points per game to 16 points per game. To me, when you jump from 16 to 25, though, you're entering a different conversation of player. 16 points per game, you're a good basketball player. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to be funny. We all saw it. You're Christian Brown.
Right.
Christian Brown scored 10 points over his average last time. But you're Christian Brown. You're 16. You're a good basketball player. You're valuable. You're going to have a job in the league for a long time. You're 25 points per game. You're the guy. Mm-hmm. You're the leading man on that team. And not a single vote, it appears, for most improved player.
If I have this correct,
JJ was right.
JJ was right. If I have this correct.
He's still a smug, little, arrogant person.
No, you're right.
But he's been right about a lot of things.
He knows his basketball.
And he appears to be a damn good coach.
He knows his basketball.
So I'm not apologizing to James Harden, but I might say sorry to JJ. Good coach right there.
You look at James and to the argument that you're making. He went from a non-all-star, not receiving any MVP votes, to the next year being 8th in MVP voting. If that doesn't scream most improved,
right?
I don't. Then but there's a different criteria for the award. Then the actual wording of the award is then. If that's not what that is. Because I can't imagine somebody being more improved than that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Who did win it that year? Now I'm going to go down a rabbit hole real quick.
We've been just throwing dirt out of this rabbit hole for 25 minutes. Joe, this show should just be renamed the Rabbit Hole. It started with a horrible nickname that KC himself gave to Rudy Gobert.
Well, I didn't give him that.
I did kind of see it after that. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
we go.
it's over.
Time to buckle in.
No, Joe. The show effectively ended 30 minutes ago.
The show ended once I sat down, essentially.
Oh, and see, Jesse leaves and we lose. Just the whole thing falls apart.
The winner of the George Mikan Most Improved Player Award in 2012-13 was Paul George. He went from 12.1 points per game the year before in Indiana to 17.4 points.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What'd I just say? Why? Okay. Paul George. All right.
The one thing that Paul did not have the year before that James had, because they both didn't make the All-Star team the year before, James was the sixth man of the year. So he was essentially on the radar to a certain degree. He was the sixth man.
Yeah, it's not scrub to good basketball player. It's the.
Yeah, I know.
Let me ask another question. Because I don't even think he was on the graphic. Where does Domantas Sabonis fall into this conversation? 3-time NBA All-Star, 2 All-NBA third teams, both of those with Sacramento, 2 NBA rebounding leader crowns, and that's where it ends for Domas right now. Nothing in college of note. Fine overseas player, but again, nothing of note.
How many time All-NBA? 2?
2, yeah, last 2 years.
3-time All-Star?
3-time All-Star.
I would say if we did the status bar, his status bar is, I'd put it at 50.
Oh man. I thought you was about to say 80.
Well, I was gonna say 65, but
because you look like I was like, oh, this man says 80. I'm leaving.
I was gonna say 65, but I was like, he can't be ahead of DeMar.
I think I'd got to go below 50. He's still got a lot to do to get to that marker.
I think I would say he needs one more of each. At least one more All-Star, one more All-NBA. Because now you're looking at a 4-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, 3 times we were saying he was the top 15 player in the league. I think that might get you there. I think. But I don't know. He might need 2 of both. He might need 2 of them. What you thinking he needs 2? 2 more All-Stars, 2 more All-NBAs?
At minimum. At minimum, he needs 2 more. They had I gotta find this stat. They had someone at 0%.
Zion.
Oh, wait, is that who it was? Oh, I was like, okay, wait a minute. What'd you even put him on this graphic for?
Yeah, that seemed a little mean.
You know what else I noticed? Because LeBron is on here 100%, Steph's on here 100%. Unless I missed it, they didn't include Kevin Durant on here. Jesus Christ, I missed this.
He's 100%, huh?
I completely missed. They put Draymond Green on here.
Oh yeah, that's what I saw. He's at 100.
At 100%.
Yeah, he's at 100.
Yeah, I assume it was just an accidental omission.
He's not on there.
Kevin Durant's not on here.
Yeah, that had to be an accident. He's
because he's 100%. Yeah, he's an obvious 100%. They have Tatum right now at 70%, Dame Lillard at 90%, Jokic at 95%.
I don't know how Dame is at 90%. That's the one that I kind of scratched my head at too.
He should be lower
100.
or higher.
He should be 100. He's 100% Hall of Famer.
Well, Wemby's at 50.
Right.
Shay's at 50. Okay.
Shay's about to win.
Oh, so there's Al Horford. Al Horford's at 75%.
And that's fair. Like you said, you talk about the college stuff. That's got to be factored in. Here's one, going back to Domas real quick. Tim Hardaway, senior, is a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
5-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA.
Mm-hmm.
That's no disrespect to him. Is that the baseline?
Because
he doesn't have anything
fine.
else. He doesn't have no championships.
That's fine.
No specialty awards. Nothing. Yeah.
So like, I that's fine if that's the barometer. That's fine. But I definitely did not think he was a Hall of Famer. So and salute. Like I tried to stop doing that because there was a Hall of Fame, and I think it was this Hall of Fame class that I found incredibly obnoxious, where I just looked at the whole thing like, you can't be serious.
I went to another one, and he's not. But I went to DeMarcus, and he doesn't have. Once again, I think Tim Hardaway is the baseline. DeMarcus has 4-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA. His little basketball reference resume looks exactly like Tim Hardaway's, except Tim Hardaway's got 1 more All-Star, 3 more All-NBAs. And I think that is the bar. I think Tim Hardaway is the bar.
Okay.
So I want to look at one more before I get out of here. Yeah, I'm looking at Mitch. And Mitch is a little above Tim Hardaway. He's a 6-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA. He was the Rookie of the Year in 88, 89. So, yeah, I think Tim Hardaway, once again, no disrespect to him, but I think that's the if you can't get his resume, you can't get in.
Okay. The interesting thing about DeMar is he's just flat out good. He's never not been good. I mean, and I understand the Hall of Fame is supposed to be like the exceptional. I don't mean this as a knock on DeMar or anyone else. I don't think it's really that anymore. I think if you are consistently good, especially like it's not like if DeMar had the exact same career, but his career ended after 10 years, maybe the discussion is different. But we're going on 16, 17 years now of a 20-point per game score. We're talking about an impact on Toronto, an impact on San Antonio, an impact in Chicago, impact in Sacramento. It's all virtually identical.
Yeah.
Like he has been a consistent basketball player everywhere that he has been, a consistently really good basketball player everywhere that he has been.
Yeah. Well, look, now I'm in a little bit of a rabbit hole with this whole thing, but I'm looking at a guy like Alex English, Hall of Famer. He's like that generation's DeMar DeRozan. 8-time All-Star, scoring champion. DeMar doesn't have that in 82, 83, 3-time All-NBA. That's about all he has. Played on some playoff teams and stuff like that, but he averaged 21 and a half points per game for his career. After he was traded to Denver halfway through his career, he was actually really good, but it was like 21.3, 23.8, 25, 28, 26, 27, 29, 28, 25. He just did that pretty much for the rest of his career. And that's kind of like what DeMar DeRozan is. And I think that gets you in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, DeMar's a Hall of Famer to me.
Yeah.
I mean, especially after this exhaustive research we've done. We've just saved the committee a ton of time. This man is a Hall of Famer.
We should be on the committee.
We should be on all of the committees.
We would be the ones to vote no for Draymond.
Well, Draymond was 2 votes shy of a unanimous vote. Tune in to D-Lo and KC tomorrow to find out why.
Put us on the committee.
I'm going to text Matt in like 5 minutes like, hey, man, you joining us today? It's all good, man. Who cares what Matt thinks about the Sacramento Kings losing to the Denver Nuggets last night? David Adelman getting his first win in Sacramento is kind of
poetic.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
I wish it didn't, I wish the Kings could have won last night, but if you're going to lose a game, there's obviously I think I can't remember I honestly don't remember if it was Mark or Kyle and Jerry that pointed this out, but David Adelman's history in Sacramento coaching against a player that his dad coached for so many years. There is a little poetic nature to all of that, to him getting to coach his first game in here. And he's a coach that, Nikola Jokic seems to think really high of. He's a coach that a lot of people seem to think are really high of. I don't know what this is for him. I don't know if this is I don't know what this is. If it's a real opportunity, if it's just get us to the end of the season. I don't know if he's going to be in the coaching search for Denver when all is said and done. Maybe he'll be in the coaching search for Sacramento when all is said and done. But he is a guy that people, including Michael Malone, before he was fired, spoke very, very highly of, speak very, very highly of. So his future and what these next couple of games and into the playoffs will mean for him will certainly be a story to follow into the offseason.
One of the things that I heard when I was listening and trying to get more information about the firing is there seems to be a lot of people in that organization, that Denver organization, that really like Adelman, and were afraid they were going to lose him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, I nobody has said for sure, but this could be like, hey, this is your job. Like they were afraid they were going to lose him to, I think Portland was one of the teams they talked about. Just there's going to be some openings.
And there's Rick Adelman ties there too.
Yeah, and he was at the top of the list, and they were afraid they were going to lose him all year. So it may be, a real, no, we're giving you the job because we want you here. We believe in you. So we'll see. We will see. Enjoy your trip, man.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not just to go quick trip down to Monterey.
That's rich.
Going to the aquarium. Will you relax?
Some people go to Fairfield for a trip. You go to Monterey. Okay, that was a shot of Fairfield.
I'm sorry. Do they have an aquarium at Fairfield? In Fairfield,
sure, maybe.
Can I save 2.5 hours of the drive and just go to Fairfield?
That's smart, maybe.
Can we go see otters in Fairfield?
No, probably not.
I don't think so.
Vallejo
got the famous Vallejo Aquarium, right there by the ocean. What are you doing? I keep smart people around me though.
Yeah, so
they got media passes.
Hey, come on now.
Got media passes.
That's how we doing.
Hey,
little video maybe. I don't know.
Social content, baby.
Little video.
That's it. That is it.
Does that work for Disneyland?
I'd try it.
I will.
You know what I do? Drop the ESPN letters. Yep.
I'm trying.
You don't have to tell them anything further.
Right.
I work for ESPN in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Can we, I wanted to take my family to Disneyland.
How you thinking?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They might direct you to HR who says, yeah, they have passes for you. Like we have passes for all of the ESPN employees. Just, ask your HR supervisor in Bristol. Oh,
Damn
man. Yeah. Plot foiled.
Oh, man.
All right, man. KC and friends tomorrow. Dr. Luke Wood makes his first appearance here on the show tomorrow at 12:45. Kyle Madsen, Eddie Gonzalez, and a whole host of others here tomorrow. Make sure that you tapped in with us, and make sure you're tapped in beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
Good job, Joe. Appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Have fun out there.
You.
It's fun, dude.
Oh, I'm looking
I had
forward
a blast
to it
out there. It's
Yeah.
quiet. Like that's how we like it, though.
Oh, this bum Rory already messed up my lineup. Took him 39 shots to get through 10 through 18.
This idiot got himself banned. How stupid do you have to be to get banned on Twitter?
Who got banned?
Your boy.
Who's my boy?
Kanye.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
How
just tweeted is insane.
How bad do you have to be for Elon Musk to go, that's enough? You've gone too far.
This dude.
What was the tweet? Did you see the tweet that got him banned? I didn't see it.
No, I don't know. I just saw him tweeting about Taylor Swift. It was crazy.
Yeah, he was
It
doing
was crazy.
He was doing
He should have been banned, honestly.
Ban him from life. Well.
Oh.
All right, y'all. We have to go. We will see you tomorrow. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging with us today, as always.